Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Unlocks Turbo Energy. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya didn't know what he did to deserve this life. He was full of energy and always happy when he was young. But when he learned that not everyone is equal in this world, everything changed. Ever since he was diagnosed as quirkless, everyone, even his best friend, Katsuki Bakugo, treated him like he was worthless. They called him Deku, which meant defenseless Izu. He didn't care, because no matter what people said, he always held his hands up high like All Might and declared he could be a hero. That was until he met All Might after being attacked by the sludge villain. When All Might told him he couldn't be a hero without a quirk, his heart shattered, and all his dreams felt lost. While walking home, he saw a crowd and noticed the sludge villain had escaped and taken Katsuki hostage. His instincts kicked in, and he ran to save him. If it hadn't been for All Might unleashing a powerful blow, he and Katsuki might not have made it out alive. Once everything calmed down, he was scolded by the heroes while Katsuki received praise, which deepened his feelings of sadness and despair. It didn't take long for Katsuki to confront him, angrily insisting he didn't ask for help. Izuku chose to ignore him and kept walking, hoping his mom's cooking would lift his spirits. Upon entering his apartment, he was greeted by his mother, who was wearing an apron and holding a spatula. "Oh, Izuku, you're home," she said, walking up to him for a hug, only to notice his gloomy expression. "Izuku? What's wrong, honey?" "Mom," he said in a low voice, his hair casting a shadow over his eyes. "Remember when I was little and asked if I could still be a hero even without a quirk?" Inko fell silent, sensing where this was headed. "Well, you were right," he said, tears beginning to trail down his cheeks. "I was so blind to the truth that I thought I could do it." "Oh, Izuku," his mother said softly, stepping closer and raising a hand. "It's going to be okay." "It's never going to be okay, Mom," he shouted, walking past her to his room. "Please, just leave me alone." "Izuku, wait," she said, trying to follow him. "There's actually something I need to." "I said," he shouted even louder, turning to face her. "Leave me alone." Unbeknownst to him, his eyes began to emit a strange glow, and his hands clenched tightly. Inko stared at him, wide-eyed at the sight. "My goodness," she thought. "Is that? The teachers, the students, Katsuki, the heroes, even All Might. They all think I'm nothing but collateral damage." Izuku screamed, his body glowing green even more. "I try to be a hero, but no one sees me as one, not even you." "Izuku, please calm down and let's talk," Inko urged, trying her best to soothe him, but his glow intensified as he clenched his teeth and fists tighter. "If I can't be a hero, then what am I?" he yelled, feeling a pounding pain in his head that forced him to his knees, holding his face. Moving his hand away, he finally saw the green energy flowing from him. "What's happening to me?" Suddenly, for some unknown reason, his mother rushed to him and wrapped him in a hug. He shouted as the pain spread through his entire body. Get away. I feel like I'm gonna." "Izuku," she whispered in his ear, smiling through her tears. "I'm sorry for what I said. You'll be an amazing hero. Don't give up. Be like your father." What are you?" Izuku screamed as he felt like he was going to burst. He tried to push her away, but she held on tightly as his body flashed with green light, releasing a surge of energy. "Ga?" Elsewhere, in the night sky of Japan, a small figure, resembling a toy drone, flew over the city, observing the lights illuminating the buildings and the people walking below with its digital yellow eyes. "Wow, so this is Muzutafu, Japan," the little robot figure said while flying around. "It was really nice for Vengon to unlink me from that teddy bear. Now I can link to something even better and help save people like Mr. Steel and his partner." He then soared high into the air and shouted as loudly as he could. "Look out, Japan, there's a new hero in town. And his name is..." He fired lasers into the sky from his tiny robotic arms. Torbolt the Terrible. Ah! A scream from below caught Torbolt's attention. He looked down to see a woman being held against a lamppost by a masked man. "Never fear, Torbolt's here," he declared before diving down at full speed, like a hawk ready to strike. Once he reached ground level, he pointed his little arms forward and began shooting yellow lasers at the man's rear. "Yow!" the man yelped, releasing the woman to clutch the spot that stung. As she ran away, Torbolt flew over the man, who finally spotted him. "What the heck is this robot? Your days of hurting innocent women are over, villain. I've already alerted the nearest police station, and they're on their way," Torbolt said in a confident voice, though the masked man gritted his teeth in anger. "Tisich, I don't care if you're just some kid's toy or a new piece of AI hardware, but you just cost me a real catch," he said, raising his hand toward the little robot. Suddenly, Torbolt felt a force gripping him tightly, as if a giant hand had grabbed him. "I'm going to turn you into scrap metal." "Wah-wah!" Torbolt screamed as he was slammed against multiple surfaces by an unseen force. With each impact, he groaned, feeling parts of him come loose. "Trying to play hero when you can't even protect yourself?" the man taunted, holding the little bot in the air. "You really are just terrible." Suddenly, the sound of police sirens caused the man to throw Torbolt into a nearby trash pile and flee. As the sounds of the sirens faded, Torbolt climbed out of the garbage pile and gazed in the direction where the man had disappeared. "He's right," Torbolt said, slowly levitating off the ground with his head bowed. "I'm not like Mr. Steel. He accomplished so much because he had Max Steel as a partner. If only there was someone I could." Suddenly, a loud explosion caught his attention, causing him to look around in a panic. "What was that?" Torbolt exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his earlier troubles as he soared into the air for a better view. Scanning the area, he spotted smoke with green lightning flickering within it rising from a specific location. Driven by curiosity, he flew toward the source as quickly as he could. Upon reaching the scene, his digital eyes widened at the sight of destruction that appeared to be in the apartment. He sighed in relief upon seeing some people still standing, but his focus shifted to a figure rolling on the ground, clutching his head, surrounded by a shimmering green energy. "Human, are you okay?" Torbolt asked, concern evident in his voice as he observed the boy gripping his chest. "I can't." "Stop." The boy grunted, his teeth clenched. Torbolt flew closer, hoping to help, but the energy radiating from the boy pushed him back slightly. "This energy," Torbolt said, his digital eyes widening in shock. "It's turbo energy." "T-turbo?" the boy stammered, his body pulsing with green light. Torbolt had heard about turbo energy and knew the dangers of it being uncontrolled. "What am I going to do?" Torbolt exclaimed, looking around frantically before returning his gaze to the frightened boy. Determined, he steeled himself. "Human, what's your name?" "Izuku Midoriya," the boy replied, still struggling against the pain. "Izuku Midoriya, I won't let you down," Torbolt declared, charging forward and ignoring the energy feedback as he opened himself up and slammed into the center of Izuku's chest. Upon impact, Torbolt felt his entire system surge as sparks erupted from his joints. "Come on. Absorb and expand. Absorb and expand." "What are you doing?" Izuku asked, trying to rise to his feet while still clutching his stomach. As he finally managed to stand, he doubled over, eyes widening as he released a massive burst of energy. "Eha!" When the chaos settled, Izuku stood there with Torbolt still attached to him. The two of them toppled backward and lost consciousness. Though his eyes were slightly open, Izuku caught a glimpse of a green jet soaring above him. "What is?" he whispered before closing his eyes completely, slipping into darkness. 2 days later, Izuku slowly opened his eyes, feeling an unusual coldness against his skin. He attempted to speak, but as he opened his mouth, he realized something was in it. Looking around, he noticed he was behind a round glass wall. Glancing down, he saw he was no longer in his school uniform but was instead dressed in only his underwear, with tubes connected to his arms. He felt something metallic and cold against his chest and looked down to see what appeared to be an ice staring back at him. "What in the world?" he murmured, shaking in the liquid, only to feel a tightening pain in his stomach. "Wait, don't panic," the metallic object on his chest said, its eyes moving constantly. "I'm sorry for startling you. You can speak Japanese?" Izuku asked, still in shock. "I can speak any language, but since I was flying in Japan at the time, I switched to Japanese," it replied cheerfully, calming Izuku a bit. "Oh, my name's Torbolt, by the way." "Oh, Izuku Midoriya," he said with a slight smile. "Not to be rude, but what exactly are you?" "Well, Izuku, I am essentially a sentient bio-robotic parasite," Torbolt explained, still attached to his chest. "Sentient? You mean you're an alien? Like from outer space?" Izuku asked, astonished. "Wow, you're smarter than you look, Izuku," Torbolt said, causing Izuku to smile and chuckle slightly. He looked around the lab he was in, trying to gather his thoughts. "Hey Torbolt, where are we?" Izuku asked, swimming slightly in the tank. "I don't know. I just remember linking with you when your body was overwhelmed by turbo energy," Torbolt said, blinking on his chest. "Overwhelmed?" Izuku echoed, recalling the events that had led him here. He remembered the sludge villain, meeting the greatest hero, being turned down, and nearly dying while trying to save his childhood friend. Finally, he remembered the moment he yelled at his mother, unleashing a strange green energy that resulted in a massive explosion, destroying his room, his home, and... "Mom," he whispered, the oxygen mask strapped to his face muffling his voice. Though already drenched, he felt tears welling up in his eyes. Torbolt, sensing his distress, felt a pang of sympathy. Wiping his eyes, Izuku turned back to Torbolt. "So, what is this turbo energy?" Izuku asked, eager for answers. Before Torbolt could respond, the lab door opened to reveal a little girl with chestnut ponytail hair, wearing green pajamas. She dashed in, giggling as she stood in front of the glass container Izuku was in. "Hello," the girl said, waving at him. Izuku stared at her blankly before slowly raising his hand to wave back. "Mindy, get back here," a robotic voice called from outside the lab. Izuku looked up to see a robot resembling the one he had encountered earlier, but this one was blue and slightly larger. "I promised your mom I'd get you to bed. I should have known you'd try to," the robot said, scolding the little girl before its optic sensors locked onto Izuku's eyes. "Holy Takan, you're awake." "Steel," Izuku thought, glancing between the robot on his chest and the one floating outside the tank. He watched as the little robot flew over to some controls and began typing. Suddenly, all the liquid in the tank began to drain, allowing Izuku's feet to touch the floor. As the glass container lifted above him, he struggled to walk out, his legs feeling unsteady. Whoa, take it easy, buddy," the robot said, glancing at the girl he called Mindy. "Mindy, go get your dad, and I promise I'll get you an ice pop." Nodding eagerly, the little girl dashed out of the lab while the robot assisted Izuku to a nearby chair. "You look just like Torbolt," Izuku said as he finally settled into the chair. "That's because, my friend, we are of the same species," the robot replied, spinning in place and striking a pose. "You're in the presence of Nbero X Steel X-377. Izuku stared at the bot, confusion evident in his eyes, before glancing down at Torbolt on his chest. "It's great to see you again, Steel." "You too, Torbolt. Vengon did mention that he helped you unlink from that bear, but I never expected you to link with an actual human," Steel said, floating closer to Izuku, only to be pushed back by a wave of green energy. "One that generates turbo energy? Who's Vengon? What do you mean same species? What is turbo energy?" Izuku exclaimed, clearly overwhelmed. "It's what's generating inside of you," a masculine voice said from the door Mindy had just exited. A man with chestnut hair entered, holding Mindy's hands, dressed in a black and gray sleeveless suit with green accents. Izuku noticed a symbol on his chest that looked just like steel. "It's good to see that you're awake," the man said, smiling at Izuku. "Oh, and Torbolt. And Steel, their species are called Ultralinks." "Ultralinks? What are they?" Izuku asked, amazed as he looked at both Steel and Torbolt, who was still attached to him. Before we can explain, we need to sustain your energy so we can separate Torbolt from you, Steel said, flying up to him again. Sustain my energy? How? Izuku inquired, curiosity piqued. Follow me, the man said, gesturing for him to come. Though he had just met him, Izuku felt he had no choice. He was desperate to learn more about the energy he was generating. As they walked, the man introduced himself. My name's Max, by the way. Max McGrath. Izuku Midoriya. So how do you know about my energy? Izuku asked. Max smiled and held up his hands. Izuku gasped as he noticed a green glow emanating from them, just like his own. It's because, just like you, I can generate Tachyon Unlimited Radiant Bio-Optimized Energy, Max explained. Tachyon Unlimited. Izuku said slowly, then gasped as realization dawned on him. Turbo energy. It's a very dangerous energy known on Earth. It originally comes from the planet Tachyon, Max elaborated. Planet Tachyon? Izuku asked, his eyes wide with wonder. He had always believed there must be other planets beyond the solar system, but hearing about one was astonishing. But if this energy came from another planet, how did we get it? That's because Max's father was from Tachyon, Steel answered, addressing Izuku's question. And considering that you're generating it, Izuku, your parents must be of the Tachyon race. That can't be true, Izuku said, stopping mid-stride. My mom can float things toward her. She just has a normal quirk like anyone else. And what about your father? Max asked curiously. Izuku opened his mouth to respond but then fell silent, unsure of what to say. He had only seen pictures of his father and had been told he could breathe fire. I don't know, Izuku admitted, lowering his head. Mom always tells me he was on some kind of business trip. I don't even know where he is now. Max and Steel exchanged glances before turning back to the green-haired teen. My guess is your father must have had the blood of Tachyon in him from one of his ancestors, Max suggested, placing a hand under his chin in thought. Or maybe he's from Tachyon himself. But how can that be? Jim and I were the only ones who escaped the destruction of Tachyon, Steel said, scratching his back before quickly covering his mouth and glancing at Izuku, who was staring at him. Tachyon was destroyed? Izuku asked, surprised. Only a dangerous villain could do that. The room fell silent as everyone processed Izuku's words. That'd be us, a voice said, breaking the stillness. Max, Steel, and Mindy turned toward the source while Izuku looked down at his chest. Torbolt's face showed a look of regret. Planet Tachyon was destroyed by us, the Ultralinks. Izuku could hardly believe what he had just heard. The two robots present were capable of destroying an entire planet. But why, Torbolt? Izuku asked, his voice trembling as he looked down at Torbolt. Why would you destroy something that was full of life? Because we were programmed by the evil Makino to destroy planets without mercy, Max explained, glancing at Steel. Steel met my father during the war on Tachyon. He rebelled against Makino and protected him. Ever since then, they've worked together to help protect Earth. You too, Torbolt? Izuku asked, looking back at his chest. I've always been shy and clumsy. That might be one reason I was able to see through Makino's evil ways, Torbolt said. Steel showed me how to follow my own path and be a hero, just like him and Max. Hearing the word hero, Izuku looked back and forth between Steel and Max. You're a hero? Wait. Izuku said, piecing it together. Steel. And Max? Max and Steel? Max Steel? Max Steel? I'm guessing you've heard of me, Max said, chuckling a little. I read about you in a comic book when I was little. It said there were people with superpowers long before others developed quirks. I just never expected to meet someone like you, Izuku said, feeling a mix of excitement and embarrassment despite being in his underwear with a metal alien attached to his chest. Well then, Izuku, this hero is going to help you right now, Max said as they approached a metal door. He placed his hand on an electronic handprint scanner. It beeped as it scanned his hand, then the door opened. Upon entering, Izuku found himself in a spacious room filled with various controls and a white chair positioned at the front. What's that? Izuku asked, glancing up at Max. While you were out, Steel and I created this to help you and Torbolt bond properly, Max explained as he took a seat in one of the chairs, with Mindy perched on his lap. It will absorb any excess turbo energy if you start to feel unstable. Right now, Torbolt is continuously drawing most of your excess turbo energy to prevent any issues. But if you can find a balance, you'll be all set, Steel added, floating beside Max. Go ahead, Izuku, take a seat, Max encouraged, prompting Izuku to look back at the chair. Taking a deep breath, he approached the chair and slowly sat down. Are you sure this is safe? Izuku asked, pressing his hands into the gauntlets of the chair, securing himself in place. Absolutely, Steel replied, typing away on the digital keyboard. Now, Izuku, I want you to focus on generating the energy within you. Once you do, let us know. Nodding, Izuku took several deep breaths, closed his eyes, and began to concentrate. Suddenly, he felt a sensation in his chest, like a swarm of tiny creatures moving around. It wasn't painful, but it felt as if the activity was intensifying. I'm feeling it, Izuku said, gritting his teeth. Yeah. Me too, Torbolt responded, his robotic eyes widening slightly. Suddenly, green embers began to swirl around Izuku's body, reminiscent of his experiences back home. Good. That means you're both ready, Max said, exchanging a glance with Steel, who nodded in agreement. Now, Izuku. Now, Torbolt. Go Turbo! Steel shouted from a distance as more energy began to flow from Izuku's body. Go Turbo? Izuku and Torbolt exclaimed simultaneously, sharing a quick look before comprehension dawned on them. Go Turbo! As they shouted those words, Izuku pushed forward with his chest, releasing the energy he had been building up into tiny hexagonal shapes that surrounded them like a protective shield. Staring in amazement, he raised his left hand, watching as the energy he released began to return and form around it. The energy traveled up his legs and back, gradually shaping into what appeared to be armor. He confirmed this when he felt the energy envelop his entire face, creating a helmet. Max, Steel, and Mindy, who were watching, all widened their eyes in astonishment as Izuku emerged from the chair, breaking free from the restraints and walking toward them, now clad in full glowing green armor. Izuku? Torbolt? Steel asked as he and Max approached, with Mindy holding her father's hands tightly. How do you feel? I feel, Izuku said, clenching his fist as he examined it. I feel, Torbolt echoed, his display lighting up on Izuku's suit. Amazing! They both exclaimed in unison. Standing in front of the chair he had just vacated, Izuku examined his suit through the lenses of his helmet. This suit makes me feel like a warrior from another world, he remarked, running his hands over the suit's texture. Well, you are kind of a half-alien, Izuku, an electronic voice chimed in his mind. He recognized it immediately. Wait, Torbolt! Izuku exclaimed, looking down at his chest. Are you talking to me in my head? Yeah, I think I am, Torbolt replied. This is pretty cool. It gets even better, Torbolt, Steel said, floating in front of Izuku. With this suit, you can unlink yourself and fly around effortlessly. Go ahead and give it a try. Oh, okay, Torbolt said, a bit nervous since, like all Ultralinks, he had only ever linked to something and never detached. But seeing Steel's confidence gave him encouragement. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly flew off Izuku's chest, causing the helmet around his head to vanish while keeping the suit intact. Torbolt began to float among everyone, looking different from how he used to. Wow, Torbolt! Steel exclaimed, surprised by his appearance. You look great. What do you mean? Torbolt said, glancing at a nearby reflection and realizing that the yellow color he had before was now replaced with the same shade as Izuku's green turbo energy. Whoa, I look amazing. You really do, Torbolt, Izuku said before returning his attention to his suit. But, how do I take this off? Is there a zipper or? I'm sorry, Izuku, but the suit has to stay on you at all times, Max said, walking up to him and placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. This suit is designed to contain your energy so you won't overload, even if you and Torbolt are apart. At least for a while. A while? Both Izuku and Torbolt asked in unison. You two are ultra-linked, so you can only be apart for 8 hours. Any longer than that, and you'll risk overloading with turbo energy again, Steel explained, looking at Izuku. He then turned to his ultra-link comrade. And if you don't link up with Izuku during those 8 hours, you'll run out of power and shut down. For good. PP permanently? Torbolt stammered, trembling slightly. He turned to Izuku, who wore a concerned expression that quickly transformed into a smile. Well then, we'll just have to make sure we always stay together, okay? Izuku said, holding up a fist for a fist bump. Torbolt looked at it and nodded before using one of his 4 legs to bump back. All right, Izuku, I'll take you to one of the guest rooms so you can rest, Max said, guiding him along with Mindy as they exited the lab, leaving the 2 Ultralinks floating behind. And what about me? Torbolt asked, confused. You'll stay here while I analyze you further, Steel said, surrounding Torbolt with a series of holographic screens. I'm really intrigued by how your body managed to handle green turbo energy without any issues. Torbolt said, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Then what? After I gather all the information I need, I'm going to upload some basic turbo modes into you, Steel said, causing Torbolt's eyes to widen in excitement. Seriously? Turbo modes? Torbolt exclaimed. Yeah. Max doesn't use these modes anymore, so he wouldn't mind if you do, Steel assured him. I'm so excited, Torbolt said as Steel moved behind him to install a cable. Oh, Steel, I'm ready. With a nod, Steel got to work. The next day, Izuku let out a big yawn as he twirled in the bed he was in after hearing an alarm go off. After stretching slightly, he sat up and looked around the room. At first, he thought everything that had happened was a dream, and that his mom was cooking something that smelled amazing. But as he took in the room and saw he was still in the green suit, he realized it was all real. It wasn't a dream, Izuku whispered, lowering his head before looking out the enormous window. Throwing off the blanket covering him, he hopped off the bed and walked over for a better view. Once he stood in front of it, he couldn't believe where he was sleeping. Holy cow, Izuku said, placing both hands on the window as he tried to take in the view outside. Suddenly, a knock on the door pulled him away from the scenery. See, come in. The door opened to reveal 2 figures, one floating and the other a small figure holding a tray of food. Hi there, Izuku, good morning, Mindy said, presenting a plate of breakfast with Torbolt floating beside her. Izuku! Torbolt exclaimed, zooming around him in excitement. Hurry up and eat. Why? Izuku asked, taking the tray from Mindy with a grateful nod. The plate contained toasted bread, eggs, and a cup of orange juice. He took a piece of toast and bit into it while sitting on the bed, with Mindy beside him. Max and Steel are going to start our training, Torbolt said, practically bouncing with excitement. Training? For what? Izuku asked, sipping his juice. For the past few days, Izuku had lived and trained with Max and Steel, learning more about his turbo energy and the modes he possessed. Although his turbo energy already enhanced his speed, agility, and strength, Izuku chose to further his training with personal workouts during his spare time. Thanks to Steel, Torbolt had learned how to camouflage Izuku's turbo suit, allowing him to blend in with the citizens. Once they felt he was ready, Max and Steel decided it was time for Izuku to return home. One morning, while Mindy and her mother were still asleep, Max and Steel took Izuku and Torbolt on a private jet belonging to their organization, Deku. Izuku gazed out the window of the aircraft as they traveled at hyperspeed toward Japan. When they finally reached their destination, it was already nighttime. Home, Izuku said, gazing out the window with Torbolt floating beside him. I'm really excited to learn more about Japan's culture, Izuku, Torbolt replied, pausing briefly. Since I didn't get to do much last time. He glanced at Izuku, who lowered his head and rested his hand on the window. Yeah, was all Izuku said before settling back into his chair. I'm sorry, Izuku, I didn't mean to. Torbolt started, but Izuku lifted his head and smiled. It's okay, he assured. I'm okay. Suddenly, they felt the ship begin to slow down. Okay, guys, this is the drop zone, Steel announced from the front. Izuku and Torbolt stood up and made their way to the back of the ship, but Max stopped them. Here, take this, Max said, handing Izuku something flat. It has access to the Entex yen account, he explained as Izuku accepted it. You won't have to worry about funds. Wow, thanks, Izuku said, examining the card. Remember, the coordinates of the base are already pre-installed in Torbolt systems, Max added, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Everything you'll need will be inside. I can't thank you guys enough, Izuku said, smiling. I should be the one thanking you, Izuku, Max replied. I never thought there'd be another half-breed Tachyon. It has been an honor to be your teacher. And me, Steel chimed in, flying up to them. All you did was a little programming, Max retorted. And all you did was talk, Steel shot back. As the two exchanged playful banter, Izuku and Torbolt shared a laugh. Flying above the city of Musatufa, the back of the ship opened slowly, revealing Izuku and Torbolt holding onto the railing, letting the wind tousle their hair. Izuku couldn't help but admire the lights of the buildings in his home country. He took one last look back to see Max giving him a thumbs up from the driver's seat while Steel saluted him. Izuku smiled, nodded at Torbolt, and took a few steps back before running to the door and jumping off the jet, with Torbolt gliding beside him. They descended for a few moments, enjoying the rush of air. Ready, partner? Izuku yelled through the wind. You know it. Torbolt replied excitedly. Go turbo flight. Izuku shouted as Torbolt flew in front of him, linking to his suit and giving him a form with rocket wings. With the wings on his back, he soared through the night sky of Japan, watching the lights below. He twirled in the air and lowered his altitude to fly alongside the cars on the streets. Through a car window, he spotted a little boy holding a doll of All Might. When the boy noticed Izuku, he dropped the toy and pressed his face against the glass. Izuku smiled and waved before refocusing on the GPS on his HUD. Okay, the secret base shouldn't be far, he said, scanning the area as he flew. Following the coordinates, Izuku landed in a dark alleyway. This is it? Izuku asked, looking around as his feet touched the ground. This is where the coordinates say, Torbolt replied from Izuku's chest. I'm going to switch us to camouflage mode. We may not know who's lurking. Okay, go for it, Izuku said, releasing a burst of green turbo energy that enveloped them. Once the energy settled, Izuku found himself in a green jacket with a white shirt that read, Turbo, in the center, paired with black jeans and sneakers. Sorry if it's not much, Izuku, Torbolt said, floating off his chest. Nah, I actually think it's cool, Izuku said, examining the outfit. It reminds me of the clothes I used to wear. As Torbolt sighed in relief, he emitted a beam of light, illuminating their path through the alleyway while displaying a map. While walking, Izuku noticed light streaming from a window of the building beside them. Are we beside an apartment? He wondered aloud, still gazing up. Maybe it's a cover so the base wouldn't be so obvious to the public, Torbolt suggested before stopping midway in the alley. Izuku, distracted by the building, bumped into Torbolt. Torbolt? What's up? Izuku asked. We're here, he said, shutting off his map display. Here where? Izuku asked, looking around. Here, Torbolt said, pointing at a large object in front of them. Following his gaze, Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. Here! Izuku exclaimed, astonished at the sight of a massive trash bin. You're sure? This is where the coordinates indicated, Torbolt confirmed, flying around it. Maybe it's behind or underneath the metal container? Izuku placed a hand under his chin, focusing on the lock attached to the bin. I wonder if, he said, charging his hand with turbo energy and grasping the lock. To his surprise, it clicked open, allowing him to lift the lid. Expecting a foul odor, he was instead greeted by the scent of something fresh, like a new car. He and Torbolt exchanged glances before fully opening the lid and hopping inside. Ensuring no one was watching, Izuku closed the lid and sat in the dark bin with Torbolt, who used his glowing parts to provide light. So now what? Torbolt asked. I honestly don't know. Izuku began, but then felt the ground beneath him shift, causing him to slide forward. Nuo. Izuku! Torbolt shouted, following him down the tunnel as the floor of the garbage bin returned to its flat state. Izuku, still screaming, felt himself spinning as he descended underground. Eventually, he emerged from what appeared to be a slide, with Torbolt flying out behind him. Izuku, you okay? Torbolt asked, watching as Izuku rubbed his backside. Aside from my rear feeling a bit sore, I'm fine, he replied, standing up and surveying the dark room. With Torbolt floating beside him, they ventured into the darkness, searching for a source of light. Thanks to Torbolt's green illumination, Izuku soon spotted a red switch connected to a circuit breaker. Once he flipped the switch, lights flickered on, illuminating what appeared to be an underground base. Whoa, this must be it, the Japanese N-Tech base, Izuku exclaimed, taking in the sight of broken bikes, tanks, and cars scattered around. It looks like it's been deserted for years, Torbolt remarked, observing the cobwebs and dust that covered most of the equipment. Everything's so filthy. Well, if we strap some sponges to the feet of speed mode, we can get everything spotless in no time, Izuku said with a confident smile. But first, let's explore the base. Nodding in agreement, Torbolt followed Izuku as they ventured deeper into the base. As they walked through the quiet hallways, Torbolt began to hum, mimicking a phone on silent. Izuku, I'm getting a call from Steel, he said, a phone symbol appearing on his screen. Put him on then, Izuku replied, allowing Torbolt to connect to the turbo suit so he could hear Steel's voice in his mind, just as he could hear Torbolt. Hey Izuku, you guys made it? Steel's voice resonated in Izuku's head. Yeah, we were just going to look around for a bit, Izuku responded. That's good to hear because I have a message for you from Max, Steel said. What did he say? Izuku asked, intrigued. He said not to let your powers keep you from having a normal life, like going to school or even getting a girlfriend, Steel explained. When he found out his father was an alien, he thought he was just a freak show. But he managed to live a normal life and accept his heritage. You should do the same. Izuku paused for a moment, contemplating Steel's words before finally speaking. Okay, I'll do my best, he said with determination. Now that's what I'm talking about. Steel replied enthusiastically. Good luck, Izuku, and don't forget to go turbo. Izuku finished with a grin. Actually, I was going to say to take the elevator up to the apartment above, Steel clarified, prompting both Izuku and Torbolt to glance up at the ceiling. If you head to the second floor, there will be only one door with a fingerprint lock. Place your thumb on it, and your turbo energy will unlock it, revealing your new home. You can always use the elevator to return to the base when you enter the code that was left inside. Good luck, and call if you need anything. Once Steel hung up, Izuku and Torbolt made their way to the door in the corner, which turned out to be an elevator. Fortunately, it was nighttime, so no one was using it at that moment. Upon entering, Izuku pressed the button for the second floor, with Torbolt floating beside him. As the elevator ascended, they listened to the music playing, taking their time to rise from the underground to the surface. Nice music, Torbolt said, with Izuku nodding in agreement. When the elevator dinged, the door opened to reveal a balcony. Izuku glanced left and right, ensuring no one would see Torbolt floating beside him. Once he was sure the coast was clear, he and Torbolt stepped out of the elevator and headed toward the door at the far end of the balcony. Upon reaching it, just as Steel had mentioned, there was a lock that required either a fingerprint or a keypad. Taking a quick glance at his thumb, he placed it on the small square at the top and generated a small amount of turbo energy into it. The lock beeped before clicking open. Knowing it was unlocked, Izuku pushed the door open, surprised as the lights turned on automatically. After a few minutes of riding his new motorcycle, Izuku parked in front of a 24-hour convenience store. Upon entering, he grabbed a shopping basket and began filling it with ingredients for cooking, items for the fridge, drinks, and snacks. He didn't pick up much since he was alone, except for Torbolt, who absorbed Izuku's turbo energy whenever he was attached. Thanks to camouflage mode, Torbolt could stay attached and constantly feed. Hey Izuku, might I suggest we stop at a clothing store later? Torbolt said from Izuku's chest. I need to scan some more apparel so we can hide the turbo suit better. Yeah, good idea. And then we can Izuku said before accidentally bumping into someone in front of him. "Oh, I'm sorry, Izuku's words trailed off as he made eye contact with someone truly remarkable. In front of him stood a teenage girl with beautiful round brown eyes and a cute blush on her cheeks. She had bob-cut brown hair that Izuku found quite attractive. The girl looked at him, captivated by his emerald green eyes, her heart racing as she took in the sight of his adorable freckles and messy dark green hair. "I'm so sorry," Izuku said, bowing slightly as his cheeks flushed. "Oh, no, it's okay," the girl said, waving her hands in a flustered manner as she tried to hide her own blush. "It was just an accident." Izuku stood up straight, sighing in relief. As he picked up his groceries, he noticed the basket in her hand and that she was walking away from the cashier. "Are you, putting all those back?" Izuku asked directly. "HM? Oh yeah," the girl replied, glancing down at her basket. "I checked the prices and they're all expensive. My family doesn't have much money, so I can only get what we can afford." Izuku peeked into her basket and saw there was hardly anything in there for a family. He felt a pang of sympathy for her situation. Being the kind person he was, he decided to do something noble. "Torbolt, can you take note of everything in her bag?" he whispered to his alien friend when the girl became distracted. "Got it," Torbolt replied, using his lenses to scan each item in the girl's basket. "Well, anyway, it's nice meeting you, miss," Izuku said, extending his hand before realizing he didn't know her name. The girl smiled warmly and took his hand to shake it. "Uraraka. Achiko Uraraka," she introduced. "And you are?" "Me Midoriya." "Izuku Midoriya," he stammered, trying to sound confident. After they released their hands, they stood in silence for a moment, unsure of what to say next. Izuku rubbed his arm nervously while looking away, and Uraraka tucked some hair behind her ear, doing the same. "So, Izuku said, breaking the silence. "See you around?" "Oh yeah, sure," Uraraka replied, her tone equally nervous as she walked past him toward the register. As Izuku turned to watch her leave, she glanced back and said, "See you around, Izuku Midoriya." Izuku stood there, mouth agape and cheeks burning as he watched her walk away. Izuku, you good?" Torbolt asked, snapping Izuku out of his daze. "Oh yeah," Izuku said, lifting his basket and looking at the items he had chosen, then back at the shelves with a smile. "Did you get those items?" "Yup," Torbolt confirmed. "Are you going to do what I think you're going to do?" "Yup," Izuku replied, heading back toward the aisles. After climbing a few steps in her apartment, Uraraka held a plastic bag containing packs of instant ramen that could serve a family of 3. She inserted her key, opened the door, and stepped inside. "I'm home," she called out, closing the door behind her and removing her shoes. "Welcome home, Achiko," a woman's voice responded from the kitchen. Uraraka walked in to see a woman who resembled her, pouring tea into a cup beside a muffin. "Your father went to bed already. But I brought some ramen for all of us to share," Uraraka said, holding up the plastic bag. "Good, now you have dinner for tonight," her mother said, taking her cup of tea and muffin. "Sorry, honey, but we have work tomorrow. Good night." But Uraraka started, trying to speak, but her mother had already gone into her room, leaving her alone in the kitchen. She looked down at the bag she was holding, clenching the handle tightly as she sank to her knees. "Just wait, Mom and Dad. I'll go to UA, become a hero, and earn enough money so you both can live a better life." Just then, the doorbell rang, causing her to perk up. Who could that be at this hour, she wondered, standing up and leaving the bag of ramen on the ground. Approaching the door, she looked through the peephole, but saw no one there. Her apartment lacked advanced security, but even though there were cameras in the area, she felt a surge of caution. Grabbing a broom nearby, she slowly opened the door, peeking through the crack, but found no one outside. Feeling a sense of safety, she opened the door fully and found that there was no one there. Well, that's strange. Who rang the? As she stepped forward to exit the apartment, she halted when her toes brushed against something rough on the ground. Looking down, her eyes widened in shock. There, at her doorstep, were 4 bags filled with groceries, fruits, vegetables, frozen dinners, snacks, and more. "What?" Uraraka exclaimed, bending down to pick up a frozen yogurt, examining it closely to see if it was real. To her astonishment, some of the items were ones she had put back at the convenience store. In fact, there was twice as much as she had originally taken. Her first thought was that they belonged to someone else, but considering they were all at her doorstep, it was clear they were meant for her. But who would? She paused when she noticed a small slip of paper attached to one of the bags. Removing it, she read aloud, "I hope this is enough for you and your family. I hope to see you around too." She glanced at the signature. "I am." Looking up at the sky, a smile spread across her face as the image of a green-haired boy formed in her mind. "Izuku Midoriya," she murmured, clutching the note to her chest. "I really hope I can see you again." Riding his green bike back to his secret hideout, Izuku kept his head down, feeling flustered beneath his helmet. "Izuku, your heart rate is increasing," Torbolt said from his chest. "Are you okay?" "Why yeah, it's just that I've never met anyone like her before, so I'm a little flustered," Izuku admitted. "So, you're in love with her," Torbolt teased, causing Izuku to nearly lose control of his bike from embarrassment. "I've been around for a while, so I totally understand what you're feeling. I don't even know her that well." "Sure, she's cute, but it's not like I'll see her again," Izuku replied, his tone turning sad. "Who knows? This world is full of possibilities," Torbolt encouraged, making Izuku smile as he focused back on the road, only to suddenly spot a small figure in a white gown. He quickly twisted the handle of his bike, skidding to a stop right in front of her. "Are you okay? What hap?" Izuku started, finally getting a better look at the girl sitting on the ground. She had bluish-white hair, red eyes, and was wearing a hospital gown with bandages on her arm. A small horn peeked from her head, and her expression showed clear distress. He dismounted his bike, keeping his helmet on, and knelt beside her. "Oh, I'm sorry if I scared you. You ran out into the road and if I hadn't stopped." Before he could finish, the girl jumped into his arms, holding him tightly. Confused at first, Izuku understood when he heard her whisper, "Help me please," her grip tightening on his clothes. He opened his mouth to ask why, but Torbolt interrupted. "Izuku, I'm detecting another presence nearby, and it's approaching quickly," he warned. Without hesitation, Izuku lifted the girl, scanning the area until he spotted a large trash can. Rushing over, he removed the lid and was relieved to find it empty. As he placed the girl inside, he leaned close and whispered, "Stay here and be quiet. I'll protect you." She nodded, and he covered her with the lid just as footsteps approached. From the shadows of an alleyway emerged a man in a strange coat and a mask resembling a raven's beak. "Hey, helmet kid," the man called out, noticing Izuku. Realizing he still wore his bike helmet, Izuku felt a mix of relief and tension. "I'm looking for a little girl with silver hair. Have you seen her?" Izuku remained silent, his expression serious. The man grew impatient, glaring at him. "Maybe you didn't hear me right. I'm looking for my daughter." "Where does she go?" Finally, Izuku spoke in a deep, determined voice. "She's your daughter? Then why does she look like she's been through so much?" he asked, clenching his fists. "Oh that? Kids can be rough, not always behaving when told. Those are just signs of discipline," the man replied, stepping closer. "Now, tell me where she is, or else I'll have to de-escalate you." Underneath his helmet, Izuku's eyes flashed green as he tightened his fists. "Never," he stated firmly, unwavering. The man glanced around before removing his white gloves. "Shame no one's here to witness this, kid. Because your grave is going to be the trash," he threatened, slamming his hand on the ground, causing spikes of concrete to rise toward Izuku. "Torbolt, now! Go Turbo!" Izuku shouted, leaping backward just as the spikes shot up. "You got it, Izuku!" Torbolt responded, transforming from camouflage mode to base mode. The little girl peeking through the trash can lid saw the flash of green light. Her terrified eyes widened at the sight. "What are you?" the man exclaimed, shocked by Izuku's transformation. "You can't be a hero, you're just a kid." "You're right, I'm not a hero," Izuku replied from beneath his mask, raising his arms in a fighting stance. I'm just someone who won't stand by and let others get hurt. Give. Bye. The villain shouted, placing both hands on the ground, causing the road beneath them to tremble and crack. Crap! Izuku exclaimed, leaping into the air to avoid the chaos below. Go Turbo, flight! He soared slightly above the villain, crossing his arms once more. Go Turbo, strength! He declared as he landed with a powerful stomp. What the heck? The villain gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. Izuku clenched his fists and charged at the villain with all his might. The man's eyes widened as he slammed his hand onto the ground, causing spikes to shoot up toward Izuku. Anticipating danger, Izuku hesitated but then watched in awe as he punched through each spike effortlessly. Be careful, Izuku. It seems this guy's quirk allows him to disassemble anything he touches, Torbolt warned from his chest, continuing to strike the spikes. If he touches your turbo suit, he'll ruin it, and I'll go into a full overload, causing destruction all around me. Izuku recalled the painful memory of his last overload. I need to take him down quickly to restrain him. Then what are we waiting for? I'm ready for turbo speed. Torbolt encouraged, a smile spreading across Izuku's face. Go turbo speed! Izuku shouted, crossing his arms and unleashing his energy to transform his suit. He dashed forward, racing past Overhaul and circling him to create a mini tornado that lifted the villain slightly off the ground. As he increased his speed, the tornado grew larger, and Overhaul found himself rising higher into the air. Darn it, I can't reach him! Overhaul shouted, flailing his arms in frustration. Once Izuku was confident he had gained enough height, he sprinted up the nearest building in speed mode and leaped off the top. Go Turbo Spike! He called, crossing his arms once more and channeling his energy to shift into a ninja-like suit adorned with turbocharged spikes on two long black whips. It's over, villain, Izuku declared as he secured the whips to the edge of the building, preparing to launch himself toward the villain who was plummeting to the ground. With his arms crossed, he propelled himself forward like an arrow, speeding toward his target. Go Turbo! Izuku shouted as Torbolt transformed into a larger, sturdier form. Charging up his turbo energy, he curled into a ball and spun forward, glowing bright green like a comet. Canoon! He yelled as he struck the villain squarely in the stomach, sending him crashing down to the ground. The impact created a dazzling explosion of green light that illuminated the street. Eri, watching from behind a pile of trash, shielded her eyes from the brilliance. When the light faded, she cautiously opened her eyes and gasped in disbelief at the sight of the man who had been chasing her, now unconscious in a crater left by Izuku, his mask gone. Izuku, having reverted to his base form, emerged from the crater, slightly crouched and clearly out of breath. I totally forgot that using cannon mode takes up a lot of energy, he admitted, taking deep breaths. Yeah, your energy levels are pretty low, Torbolt chimed in from his chest. Just then, the sound of sirens filled the air as police vehicles approached. Moments later, several police cars and a news van surrounded him and the crater he had created. As officers exited their vehicles, some entered the crater to handcuff the villain, while others stared at Izuku, curious about who he was. Before he could catch his breath, reporters rushed toward him, moving microphones in his direction. Who are you? Are you a new hero? What is your name? They clamored. At the mention of his name, Izuku and Torbolt answered in unison. Midoriya Torbolt, they both said, quickly realizing they had revealed their true identities. Fortunately, the reporter misheard and announced, and there you have it, folks. We have a new hero in town, and his name is Midoriya. Though surprised by the name, Izuku and Torbolt decided to roll with it until one reporter asked a shocking question. How did it feel to take down the Yakuza leader of the Shai Hasaikai? Wait? He was the leader of a Yakuza gang. Izuku, now known as Midoriya, exclaimed as he watched the man being taken away. I was just doing the right thing. I wanted to protect. His thoughts drifted back to the real reason he had fought. Glancing past the reporters, he noticed a pair of red eyes peering out from a trash can. I gotta go, he said, crossing his arms and releasing energy. Go Turbo Flight! As he soared above the crowd, he ignored the camera flashes, grabbing the green bike by the handle and the trash can before flying away into the night. Slowly opening her eyes, the little girl lifted herself off the soft surface she was lying on and looked around the room. The green walls and the giant bed indicated she was no longer in her previous surroundings. "WMI?" she stammered, clutching the sheets to her mouth. She glanced to her right and left, noticing something under the lamp on the nightstand. A bowl filled with various fruits and a small cup of water with ice cubes caught her attention. Compelled by an unknown urge, she reached for the shiny red apple sitting atop the pile. Gazing at her reflection in its surface, she took a small bite, her eyes widening in delight as she savored the flavor, quickly taking another bite. She mumbled, eager for more. Hey, careful or you'll choke," a voice said, causing her to stop and look to her other side. There lay a boy with messy green hair in a green jacket and a small green robot hovering nearby. The girl dropped the apple onto the bedsheets, fear creeping back onto her face. "It's okay. You're safe. We're not going to hurt you," the green-haired boy reassured her, raising his hands as he stood up carefully. "My name is Izuku Midoriya, and this is my partner, Torbolt." Though trembling, the girl managed to speak. "My name is Eri," she said, still frightened. "Okay, Eri, you may not remember much, but we saved you from the crow-faced man," Torbolt said, hovering closer. Eri looked down before meeting Izuku's gaze, her eyes wide with realization. "You're that green hero who defeated Uncle Chisaki?" she asked, her fear dissipating. "He's locked up now, so he can't hurt you anymore," Izuku said, moving closer to the bed to sit on the edge. Tears welled up in Eri's eyes as she crawled out of her sheets and wrapped her arms around him tightly. Though surprised by her embrace, Izuku instinctively wrapped his arms around her and gently stroked her back to comfort her. "Thank you," she whispered, burying her face in his clothes. They remained in that embrace for what felt like an eternity before finally separating. Izuku noticed Eri's tattered clothing and the bandages covering her. "While you were sleeping, Torbolt and I got you some fresh clothes from the mall," Izuku said, extending his hand. "Come on, let's clean you up. I have frozen cakes and ice cream in the fridge." "An ice cream?" Eri said, her eyes lighting up at the thought of sweet treats. "Yup, all you can eat," Torbolt added, circling around her. "But first, let's get you out of those dirty clothes and freshen you up." With gentle hands, Izuku helped her up by her arms and led her to the bathroom, ready to assist her in changing. His eyes widened upon seeing the scars that were hidden beneath her bandages. Izuku whispered as he gently cleaned her legs, arms, and back with a cloth and soap. He let her soak in the bathtub for a while before carefully lifting her out and drying her off. From one of the bags he had left on the couch, he took out a pair of pink children's pajamas. Before they left, Torbolt used his scanner to measure her while she slept. With Izuku's help, Eri slipped into the pajamas he had bought and was brought to the living room, where she sat on the couch with a pillow for support. Using the remote, Izuku turned on the TV and set it to a children's channel for her to watch while he went into the kitchen to prepare something. After a few minutes, he returned and handed Eri a cup that looked like it contained ice cream. "What's this?" Eri asked, holding the spoon a little nervously. "Using some of the ingredients we bought, we made a cup of cold apple pie," Torbolt explained. "I looked up the recipe and the steps to make it," Izuku added as he sat down beside her. "Give it a try." Eri glanced at him, then at Torbolt and back to the cup. She scooped some of the pie with the spoon and brought it to her mouth. Izuku and Torbolt watched her closely, hoping they had made it right. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and instead of a grimace, they sparkled with delight. The two stared in amazement as she eagerly scooped up more and took bites. "So good," Eri mumbled with a mouthful of pie. Izuku sighed in relief, leaning back on the couch. Once she finished the cup, she placed it on the futon and let out a contented sigh. Leaning against Izuku's side, she looked up at him and whispered before drifting off to sleep, "Thank you, Daddy." Daddy," Izuku squeaked, caught off guard as the little girl fell asleep beside him. He glanced at Torbolt, who shrugged in confusion. Looking back at Eri, who was snoring softly, brought a smile to his face. He wrapped an arm around her, pulling her closer. So, are we going to keep her? Torbolt asked, floating closer. The question took Izuku by surprise. He had always been an only child and felt too young to be a father. But he could sense that the girl sleeping next to him needed someone just like him. Torbolt, no matter what happens, I'm going to protect this girl with my life, Izuku said, stroking Eri's snow-white hair. I don't have to be her father. I just need to be her hero and protector. The next day, Eri slept again in Izuku's room while he rested on the couch in the living room. As she breathed softly on the pillow, something touched her shoulder and shook it gently. At first, she mumbled, trying to stay asleep, but when the shaking became a bit more insistent, she slowly opened her eyes to find a glowing green figure in front of her. She was surprised at first but relaxed when she recognized Torbolt. Hello Eri, good morning, Torbolt greeted her as she rubbed her eyes. Good morning, Mr. Torbolt, Eri replied with a yawn. You can just call me Torbolt, he said, waving his metal arm. Daddy wants you to wake up and come to the kitchen. He's made breakfast for you. Breakfast? Eri exclaimed, hopping off the bed and racing to the kitchen with Torbolt floating behind her. When they arrived, Eri saw Izuku placing a plate full of eggs and bacon on the table, along with a cup of apple juice filled with ice cubes. She instinctively liked her lips and hurried to sit at the table. Hearing the chair scrape, Izuku turned to see Eri staring at him eagerly. Good morning, Eri, Izuku said as he approached the table with the plate and cup in hand. Morning, Daddy, Eri replied, watching him place the plate in front of her. She picked up the fork and took a piece of bacon, savoring the taste while Izuku enjoyed his own meal. Eri, Izuku said, causing her to pause and look at him. Once you're done eating, I'm going to take you shopping for clothes. Clothes? Eri asked, curious. Yep, you can't wear pajamas all the time, Izuku explained, causing Eri to glance down at her pink pajamas. When she looked back up, she saw him enjoying his food and sipping from a teacup. Okay, she said, continuing to eat. Once they finished, Izuku took the plates into the kitchen to wash them while Eri went to brush her teeth. After she finished and wiped her mouth with a hand towel, she returned to find Izuku standing at the door in his pajamas, with Torbolt floating beside him. Ready? Izuku asked, earning a nod from Eri. Izuku and Torbolt exchanged glances before doing something Eri clearly didn't expect. Torbolt flew in front of Izuku and positioned himself before slamming into his chest, creating an explosion of green light. As it faded, Izuku was now dressed in his usual attire. Where's Torbolt? Eri asked, looking around. It's okay, Eri, a robotic voice said from Izuku's chest. I'm just linked to your dad. Eri stared in amazement as Izuku opened the door for her to step outside. They took the elevator down to the ground floor, where Izuku had parked his bike. He motioned for Eri to sit on it first as it stood still. Once they were both seated, he placed a helmet on her head and instructed her to hold on tight. Following his advice, she grabbed onto his arms, which rested on the handles. Starting the bike, he slowly backed out of the parkway, allowing Eri to get accustomed to it. Gradually, he pushed the bike forward onto the road and began to accelerate. After about 10 minutes of riding, Izuku pulled into a large parking lot, turned off the engine, and set the stand down. After helping Eri off the bike and removing her helmet, they walked hand in hand into the enormous mall in front of them. Where are we, Daddy? Eri asked as they climbed the steps. This is called Kiyoshi Ward Shopping Mall, one of the biggest shopping centers in town, Izuku explained, holding her hands tightly to keep her close. Eri gazed around, wide-eyed at each store they passed, eager to explore them all. As Izuku watched her, a thought crossed his mind. Has she never been shopping before? Just how much confinement did that villain put her through, he wondered. Noticing her hair was still a bit messy, he led her to a nearby salon where they cleaned, combed, and styled her hair to be straighter and neater. Eventually, Izuku took her into the same store where he had bought her the pink pajamas she was wearing. With the help of a female store clerk who took Eri's measurements, they picked out some clothes for her to wear at home, in the water, and on the road. Izuku felt grateful when Eri chose her underwear, as he was a bit embarrassed to do it himself. Waiting on a nearby bench, he glanced at the changing room, eager for Eri to come out. Are you okay in there, Eri? Izuku called out, a hint of concern in his voice. Eri suddenly appeared behind the drapes, wearing a basic red pinafore with 2 large golden buttons on either side of her chest and a white dress shirt with a frilled collar. She also had a small dark red messenger bag with a floral pattern on one side and a pair of brown boots, along with gray tights. Wow, Eri, you look amazing, Torbolt whispered from Izuku's chest, so only they could hear. How do you feel, Eri? Izuku asked, standing up from the bench. Eri looked down at her dress and attempted a twirl before looking back up at him. I like it, she said, a small smile forming on her lips. Izuku chuckled and took her hand again, leading her to the front counter to pay for everything. As they walked out of the store with bags in hand, they continued exploring the mall since they still had time. Izuku let Eri stop to look through the glass of each store, allowing her to experience what everyday shopping felt like. She only asked for a motorcycle helmet she saw displayed in a window. Seeing how adorable it was and knowing she technically needed one, they went inside and bought it. After another hour, they decided to take a break and headed to a nearby fast food restaurant where Eri got a kiddie meal and a toy, while Izuku ordered a Big Mac meal. As they ate, Eri watched Izuku while sipping her milk as he browsed his phone. What are you doing, Daddy? She asked curiously. Oh, I'm just looking on Amazon for things I could put in your room, he replied with a smile. My room? Eri asked, surprised by his words. Yup, I was thinking of getting a little desk and bookshelf where you can do some schoolwork when you're ready, Izuku said. Maybe even a computer so you can do your own research. I can even add a learning program that will advance as she learns, Torbolt suggested from Izuku's chest. Good idea, but make it as basic as you can, Izuku replied. The two of them continued their conversation, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Eri stared at him as he rambled on, and slowly, a smile began to form on her lips as she enjoyed her meal. Later, as the clock approached 4 p.m., Eri began to feel tired. Not wanting her to fall asleep on the bike, Izuku decided to wrap up their shopping trip and head back to the apartment. As they rode down the street, Eri, wearing her new helmet, held onto Izuku's hands while he managed the handles of the bags. In silence, Izuku kept his eyes on the road until he noticed something. He was about to drive past a local courthouse when a thought crossed his mind. It may be unconventional, but all he wanted was to make Eri happy. Eri, I'm going to make a quick stop before we go home, okay? Izuku said, glancing back at her. Eri, who was slightly dozing off, nodded as Izuku turned the bike into the courthouse parking lot. Once he parked and stopped the bike, Torbolt unlinked from Izuku just as Eri fell asleep against his back. So what are we doing, Izuku? Torbolt asked. After confirming Eri was asleep with the sound of her gentle snoring, Izuku shared his plan with Torbolt, who nodded in understanding. Moments later, Torbolt flew away and entered a maintenance of the building. About 10 minutes later, Izuku carried Eri to a nearby bus stop and settled onto a bench. As the little girl snored on his lap, Torbolt emerged from the maintenance, holding what looked like a sheet of paper with his pincher hands. Noticing them on the bench, he lowered himself toward them. Hey Torbolt, how did it go? Izuku asked, stroking Eri's hair as she slept. It was a little challenging to keep a low profile, Torbolt replied, holding up the papers. But I managed to get them. Thanks, Torbolt. You really are the best friend a guy could ever have, Izuku said, causing the little robot to display a gleeful expression on his screen. Their voices stirred Eri, and she slowly lifted her head off Izuku's lap. Daddy? The little girl said, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Where are we? As the human and the robot exchanged glances, Izuku stood up, walked in front of Eri as she sat on the bench, and knelt down on one knee. Listen, Eri, by law, I can't acknowledge you as my daughter, especially since I'm still a teenager, he said to her in a serious tone. Upon hearing that, Eri lowered her head, about to tear up when she felt a hand pat her head. She looked up to see Izuku smiling at her. Which is why I had Torbolt change that. Eri turned to Torbolt, wondering what he was talking about, just as he dropped the paper he was holding into her little hand. She could see her name on the paper, but there was another name beside it, one she wasn't familiar with. My full name is Izuku Midoriya. To truly be recognized as my daughter, you have to show everyone that you're my daughter, he explained. Does that mean? Eri said, glancing back at the paper to see the last name written beside hers. Eri, from this moment on, throughout all of Japan, you will be known as Eri Midoriya, daughter of Izuku Midoriya, Torbolt announced, circling in the air with excitement. Eri Midoriya? She repeated, her voice filled with wonder. As she processed the news, Izuku noticed tears welling up in her eyes, and he could see her lips quivering. He reached out to comfort her, but she suddenly hugged him tightly, her emotions overflowing. Torbolt circled around them, watching as Eri cried, soaking Izuku's clothes. Izuku smiled gently and rubbed her head, allowing her to express her feelings. He would never tell her to stop or calm down because he understood that, deep down, this was not only the best thing that could ever happen to her but also the beginning of her new life. After they reached home, Izuku and Eri freshened up and changed into their pajamas to relax. After a while, Izuku went into the kitchen to prepare something while Eri settled in the living room, watching TV and sipping on a box of apple juice. While cooking, Torbolt approached Izuku with exciting news. Izuku, I have some good news, Torbolt said, holding a holographic tablet. What's up? Izuku asked, turning away from the pot. UA High has announced that they will have classes for younger children. They said they'll be paired with older students as their partners, he explained, showing Izuku the screen. Seriously? When do they start? Izuku asked, his interest piqued. Sign-ups are in 10 months on the day of the high school entrance exam, Torbolt replied. Izuku reminisced about his own dreams of becoming a hero and attending UA, just like All Might. Now that he had powers, he felt he could do it, but he thought it best to continue his work as a vigilante. He looked at Eri and approached her. Eri, he said, catching her attention. Do you know what you want to do when you grow up? Eri looked down for a moment before looking up at him with an excited smile. I want to grow up and be a hero, just like Daddy, she exclaimed. Izuku turned to Torbolt and shared a knowing smile. I know what you're thinking and I like it, Torbolt said, spinning in the air. Izuku then looked back at Eri and said, Well then, Eri, I know a way that'll help you become one. 10 months passed since Izuku made his debut as the vigilante known as Midoribolt and since Eri took on the Midoriya name, becoming his adopted daughter. During the time Izuku wasn't on vigilante duty, he spent as much time with her as possible. One thing he wanted to know was what kind of quirk she possessed, but he hesitated to ask, remembering the pain she endured from the mob boss Chisaki because of it. One day, he came home with a minor injury after a criminal caught him off guard. When Eri saw him struggling to walk in, she rushed to him and hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face. Before he could push her away to avoid getting blood on her, he noticed her horn glowing, and suddenly his wound was healed as if it had never existed. After she calmed down, Torbolt analyzed her and explained how her quirk could reverse a living being's body back to a previous state. Understanding how it worked and why she feared it, Izuku dedicated himself to helping her control it. At first, she was hesitant, especially when he used himself as a test subject, giving himself minor injuries for her to heal. After a month of trial and error, and encouraging her when she felt discouraged, Eri managed to gain control over her quirk to the point where Izuku no longer needed to hurt himself. Torbolt discovered that the day of the UA High entrance exam was also the same day parents could register their young children for UA Elementary. Guessing that Eri hadn't received the proper education for her age, Izuku set up study sessions to help her catch up. He intended to teach her the basics, but he was pleasantly surprised to see her studying diligently, practicing, and even reading some old hero books he had recovered from his old apartment. During dinner or while he was cooking, she would excitedly share what she had learned. Finally, on the day of the UA High entrance exam, the family woke up early to visit Takoba Municipal Beach Park before heading to the school to sign up Eri. Over the past 10 months, Izuku had been cleaning up the beach, not only to work out and enjoy the fresh air but also to create a fun place for Eri to enjoy someday. After placing the last piece of trash in the pile, he climbed to the top and let out a triumphant shout. Torbolt cheered while Eri applauded in excitement. Izuku climbed down and collapsed onto his back, exhausted. The two quickly ran over to him, jumping with joy. You did it, Daddy. Look, the beach looks beautiful, Eri exclaimed, taking in the transformed scenery. Izuku raised his head and smiled, proud of the work he had accomplished. "Yeah, it is," he said with a chuckle, just as Torbolt chimed in with an alert, reminding them it was time to head to UA. "Come on, Izuku, we need to get Eri signed up at USAP, he urged. Nodding, Izuku slipped on his shirt, grabbed his belongings, and ran with Eri and Torbolt to his bike. As they prepared to leave, he and Eri put on their helmets, with Eri sitting behind Izuku, ready for the next adventure. "You ready, Eri?" Izuku asked through his helmet. "I'm ready, Daddy," Eri replied, nodding in her pink helmet. Starting the bike, they drove off the beach and onto the main road to UA High School. About 15 minutes later, Izuku and Eri arrived at UA, just in time for the exam to start. As they entered, holding hands, they saw many parents signing up their children. While waiting in line to sign up Eri, she gazed at a digital display showing older kids taking the exam. "Daddy, they look so cool on the screen," Eri said, her eyes darting between the displays. Izuku smiled, relieved that she was enjoying herself. "But that boy looks a little scary." "Who?" Izuku asked curiously, following her gaze to see who she was pointing at. His eyes widened upon seeing the boy with ash-blonde hair. "Kaken," Izuku murmured to himself, memories flooding back of the boy who had made his life difficult for so long. He recalled the last thing he said to him before meeting Torbolt. Lowering his head and gently clenching his fist, he reminisced about the days when his mother was still by his side. "Daddy? Daddy?" Eri tugged at his shirt, pulling him from his thoughts. Concerned, she looked up at him. "Are you okay?" "Oh, I'm sorry, Eri. I'm fine," Izuku reassured her, scratching the top of her head. "What were you saying?" "I was saying that my favorite is the brown-haired girl who's making the robots float," she said, pointing to another screen. "Brown-haired girl?" Izuku echoed, turning his attention to the screen she was watching. His eyes widened as he saw a girl with a bob-cut levitating robots, then letting them drop to the ground with a loud crash. "Uraraka," he whispered, captivated by the display. "Who would have thought she'd be in the exam too?" Torbolt commented in his mind. "Tell me about it," Izuku replied, glancing around as he realized others were starting to look at him, possibly wondering who he was talking to. Eri tugged at his shirt again. The drive took a while, but through their helmets, they saw the UA High building coming into view. As he drove onto the campus with Eri behind him, he took a different route that led away from the main school building and stopped in front of a newly built structure. Once he turned off the engine, Eri hopped off the bike, removed her helmet, and handed it to Izuku to put away. After securing it, Izuku turned to Eri, who was staring at the school with a worried expression. He understood that despite their earlier conversation, she was having second thoughts again. "Eri," Izuku said, catching her attention. She turned to see him getting off the bike and opening his arms for a hug. She smiled, ran toward him, and embraced him tightly. They held the hug for a few seconds before separating. "You're going to be okay, Eri. Just remember to listen to the teacher and don't hesitate to talk to the other kids," Izuku advised her. "Hey, Daddy." "I'll do my best," she replied, giving him a confident smile. With that, Izuku hopped back onto his motorcycle and started it up, glancing back at Eri one last time. After a nod, he drove off the campus, leaving Eri in front of the school. As she watched him go, she looked at the symbol on the wristband he gave her and smiled, saying, "Okay, I'm ready." Turning around, she walked into the building, following the signs to her classroom. Upon entering, she saw several students her age playing with each other, engaging with toys, or reading books, as the teacher had not yet arrived. Taking a deep breath, she navigated through the playful chaos and found a seat with her name on it. With a smile, she sat down and rested her bag on the ground beside her. Eri sat quietly, observing everyone interacting as if they had been friends for ages. Remembering her promise to Izuku about making friends, she looked around for someone to talk to. It seemed daunting since everyone was occupied, but when she glanced beside her, she spotted a boy wearing a white short-sleeved collared shirt, dark shorts, a red hat with two golden horn-like spikes, and black boots. She was about to speak when she noticed his cold, grumpy expression, which made her hesitate. "No, you can do this, Eri," she whispered to herself, mustering her courage. Turning to him, she waved and said, excuse me? The boy glanced at her, his expression fierce enough to make her heart race. What? He growled through clenched teeth. Eri felt her heart pound, reminding her of her past struggles before meeting Izuku and Torbolt. Shaking her head, she forced a smile and continued. My name is Eri Midoriya. I hope we can get along. The boy's grumpy look softened slightly as he rested his head on his hand, turning away and speaking in a low tone. Koda Izumi, he replied, causing Eri's eyes to widen. She had expected him to shout but was relieved he shared his name without hesitation. Sitting back in her chair, she took a deep breath. Wow, that was impressive, a voice said from behind her. She turned to see a girl with green pigtails and bright black eyes. To Eri, she resembled a frog. He had that scary look all morning, so no one went near him. But you were brave enough to do it, the girl said, making Eri blush with gratitude. The girl then extended her hand and said, My name is Satsuki Azui. You can call me Suki. Hi there. My name is Eri Midoriya, Eri said, standing up to introduce herself while shaking Satsuki's hand. Come on, Eri, I want to introduce you to my other friends, Satsuki said, gently pulling Eri along. But before they moved too far, Eri turned to Koda. Do you want to come too, Koda? Eri asked. The two girls waited for his response, but he simply grunted and turned his head away. No thanks, he said, making Eri feel a little disappointed that he declined her invitation. Oh, okay, maybe next time, Eri replied as Satsuki led her to the back of the classroom. As their footsteps faded, Koda glanced back, catching a glimpse of Eri's white-silver hair. At the back, Satsuki introduced Eri to a group of 2 boys and another girl. They all stood up and waved at Eri. Hiya, I'm Mahoro Shimano, a blonde girl wearing a hat said. Hello, it's nice to meet you, Eri replied, returning the wave. And this is my little brother, Katsuma, Mahoro said, pointing to the shy boy beside her. Hello, he said quietly, causing Eri to giggle. Nice to meet you, she said, shaking his hand and making him smile. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted them. Hey! Isn't anyone going to introduce me? A boy near them exclaimed, his legs crossed over the table. You could have done it yourself, Mahoro said, rolling her eyes. Anyway, this is Tamashiro Nakagame. He's the loudmouth of the group. What did you say? Want to fight? Tamashiro challenged, getting up close to Mahoro. Bring it! Mahoro shouted back as they playfully bumped heads, growling like wild cats. Eri couldn't help but laugh at their antics, feeling that they would all get along well. A few minutes later, a woman who looked like a teacher entered and instructed everyone to sit down. Eri complied and sat next to Koda, who still had his head resting on his hand but turned to face the front where the teacher stood. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mrs. Ikoma, and I will be your teacher for the rest of the year. The first thing we will do is have each of you stand up, introduce yourself, tell us what your quirk is, and share your favorite hero, she announced. One by one, the kids stood up and introduced themselves until only Tamashiro, Mahoro, Katsuma, Satsuki, Koda, and Eri remained. Satsuki stood up, raised her arm, and said, Hello, my name is Satsuki Azui, my quirk is Frog, and my favorite hero is All Might. As she sat back down, Mahoro stood up and declared, My name is Mahoro Shimano, my quirk is Hologram. I know he's not a hero, but my dad is my favorite hero. That's all right, Mahoro, Mrs. Ikoma said, waving her off. Next, Katsuma stood up. And my name is Katsuma Shimano. My quirk is Cell Activation, and my favorite hero is Edge Shot, he said nervously but confidently. A few kids quietly clapped as he sat back down. So, the name's Tamashiro Nakagame, and my quirk is Binging Ball, got that? He shouted. Oh, and my favorite hero is Endeavor. He sat back down with a satisfied smirk, leaving everyone, including Eri and the teacher, surprised. Eri glanced at Koda, knowing it was his turn. She watched as he slowly got up, stuffing his hands in his pockets. My name is Koda Izumi, and my quirk doesn't matter, he said flatly. Because I dislike heroes and never wanted to come here. Gasps and murmurs erupted in the classroom as Kota returned to his seat. Eri was particularly shocked by his response and couldn't help but wonder, he hates heroes? But why? Excuse me, but you're next, the teacher said, indicating Eri while still shaken by Kota's response. Eri quickly snapped back to reality and stood up, being the last person to introduce herself. Hello everyone. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and my quirk is called Rewind, she said, giving a respectful bow. Remembering she needed to share her favorite hero, she took a deep breath and said, my favorite hero is Midoriya. Every child in the classroom gasped in surprise, including the teacher and Kota, who was trying to ignore it all. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Eri quickly took her seat and lowered her head, blushing. Okay. Once again, welcome everyone, the teacher said before turning to the board to start the day. Though it was their first day of school, the teacher began with simple subjects like math and arts and crafts. It was supposed to be straightforward until one particular student went above and beyond. For math, the teacher only circled a few questions to test the children's intelligence, but Eri accidentally completed every single question on the paper, finding them too easy. When the teacher collected and checked the papers, she was nearly overwhelmed by Eri's results. Not only had Eri done more than required, but she had also gotten every single answer correct. When arts and crafts came, the teacher asked everyone to form groups and draw a picture of their favorite hero. While everyone arranged their chairs and tables, Kota sat apart, engrossed in a book. Eri joined the children she had met earlier that morning, gathering her paper and crayons. As they drew for over 10 minutes, Satsuki occasionally glanced at Eri's artwork, impressed by her depiction of a green man wearing an astronaut helmet. Hey Eri, Satsuki said, trying to get Eri's attention. Why do you like Midoriya? Yeah. No offense, but isn't he a vigilante? An illegal hero? Mahoro added, joining the conversation while Katsuma and Tamashiro stared at Eri. Eri had her reasons, but she knew she couldn't reveal that he was her adopted father and that she loved him. Instead, she offered another explanation. When no one else was around, he saved my life. To me, he's a hero, no matter what. Everyone exchanged glances and smiled at her heartfelt response. Kota, who wasn't far from the group, heard her answer and couldn't help but make a "heath" sound. Not long after, the school bell rang, signaling lunchtime for the children. Just like during arts and crafts, Eri pushed her table to join Satsuki. She took out the lunch Izuku packed for her, which included a sandwich, a box of milk, and apple slices. As she took a bite of her sandwich, she noticed Kota holding a lunch kit and walking outside. I have to admit, Midoriya is strong for someone who looks like a teenager. I wonder why he doesn't become a hero. Tamashiro said while eating his food. What do you think, Eri? Everyone at the table turned to Eri, but she was just staring at the door. Satsuki tapped her shoulder and said, Eri? Oh, sorry, Eri said, waving her hands apologetically. She glanced at the door one more time before standing up and stuffing the rest of her food into her bag. I'll be right back. With her lunch bag in hand, she quickly walked to the teacher, asked for permission, and then left the classroom, leaving her new friends looking at each other in confusion. Sitting under a nearby tree, Kota had chosen to eat alone. He had asked the teacher if he could have lunch outside, and she had agreed, as long as he stayed within her sight. With a sigh of relief, he leaned back against the tree, about to open his lunchbox when, Hi there, a familiar voice said from behind him, causing him to tense up. With an annoyed groan, he turned to see Eri standing behind him, holding her lunchbox. Oh, it's you, Kota said, his expression clearly showing his annoyance. What do you want? I saw that you came out here alone, she said, holding her lunchbox to her chest. So I came out to see if I could have lunch with you. Geez, is it so hard just to be alone? He unconsciously shouted. Realizing what he had said, he looked at Eri's face and saw a hurt expression. I'm sorry, she said, stepping back. I'll go away now. As he watched her turn and walk away, he lowered his head and closed his eyes, clenching his teeth. After a moment, he sighed and called out, Wait. Eri turned around, noticing that his eyes were looking in another direction, even though his face was toward her. I'm sorry. You can sit if you want, he said, trying his best to hide his regret for how he had spoken. A smile formed on Eri's face as she quickly dashed over and took a seat beside him under the tree. Opening her bag, she took another bite of the sandwich she had been eating before and looked at Koda, who was biting into a rice ball. Though they were sitting next to each other, he never turned to look at her. Unbeknownst to her, every time she looked away, Koda would steal a glance at her. Meow! A sound came from behind them, causing them to turn their heads. A black cat emerged from behind the tree and walked up to Koda, eyeing his rice ball. Eri stayed quiet, curious about what would happen next. To her surprise, instead of shooing the cat away, Koda picked a piece off his rice ball and offered it to the kitten. She couldn't help but smile as she watched the adorable creature nibble on the rice in Koda's hand. Once it finished, it purred and rubbed against his fingers before scampering off in another direction. As Koda watched the cat run away, Eri thought to herself, he's actually very kind. Hey Koda, can I ask a question? Eri asked, prompting him to turn and look at her curiously. Taking a deep breath, she asked, why do you hate heroes? Koda was taken aback by the question. Why are you asking me that? I mean, you seem like a nice person, but you don't talk to anyone. Is it because of heroes that you avoid people? She pressed. Koda felt as if she had hit the nail on the head, as if she truly understood him. Instead of ignoring her, he turned his head forward and lowered it, letting the brim of his cap shadow his face. My parents were pro-heroes known as the water hose heroes. Like most kids, I looked up to them while watching them save people, he said, a slight smile forming as he reminisced. Eri imagined two adults who resembled Koda, saving lives. However, her daydream was cut short when she noticed his smile fading. But one day they left for a mission and never came back. I didn't know what happened until I saw the news and learned they were killed by a villain. Eri gasped, covering her mouth with both hands. The word villain brought back memories of a man who had once tried to take advantage of her quirk. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she turned back to Koda to listen. My parents were heroes and that's why they died. They risked their lives for complete strangers, knowing they could die in the process. What's the point? He said, his voice filled with anger. To hide his emotions, he curled up, burying his face in his knees. Eri felt a wave of sympathy for him. She understood that heroes put their lives on the line to protect people they didn't know because they believed it was the right thing to do, but I get what you mean, Koda. I felt the same way before, she said, looking up at the sky. Hearing this, Koda lifted his head to look at her as she continued. But my dad said that heroes don't just save people because it's the right thing to do. He said they do it so that the people they save and their families can continue to grow and look toward the future. I don't know your parents, but I think that's why they became heroes. Koda stared at her, wide-eyed. He felt as if he had heard something like this before, but coming from her, it somehow lifted his spirits a little. Eri turned to look at him with a bright smile and said, maybe one day, when a hero saves you, you'll understand. Koda chuckled in response, a smile on his face. I doubt that'll happen, but we'll see. With a grin, Eri continued to enjoy her meal while Koda ate his. Unbeknownst to them, 4 kids were watching with smiles on their faces. Eri's really something, huh? Mahoro remarked, glancing at her, with Katsuma nodding in agreement. Yeah. She managed to break through that rude personality of his without any trouble, Satsuki said, then turned to Tamashiro. We should get her to teach Tamashiro some manners. Hey, I don't need any teaching. And there's nothing wrong with my manners, he huffed, while everyone looked at him with amused expressions before turning back to watch the pair. Walking through the city streets, Izuku strolled along the sidewalk, taking deep breaths as he passed various people and shops. He lifted his head, gazing up at the sky, and basked in the sunlight. Anything on the police scanner, Torbolt? Izuku asked, addressing his partner, who was strapped to his chest and hidden in camouflage mode. Not lately. It's all been quiet, he heard the robotic voice of his alien friend say in his mind. Due to their link, Torbolt could communicate mentally with Izuku, so no one could hear or see him. That's good, Izuku replied with a smile. I'm kind of surprised, Izuku. I thought after we dropped Eri off, we'd go patrolling on the turbo cycle, Torbolt said. Why are we walking? It's a perfect day, so I thought we'd give patrolling a break. There are a lot of heroes in this country, so I try not to stand out too much, Izuku said, inhaling the fresh air before something caught his attention. He continued sniffing the air before asking, "What's that smell?" He looked around for the source and realized he was standing right outside a cafe. Peering through the window, he saw a girl in a waitress uniform serving families and office workers. The sight of fresh pastries and drinks laid on the tables made Izuku's stomach growl. Detecting it, Torbolt spoke up. You didn't eat anything this morning because you were busy preparing Aries' lunch. Why don't you go inside and get something to eat? Torbolt suggested. Yeah, good idea, Izuku replied as he walked to the entrance. As he opened the door, the sound of the bell chimed, and his nose was greeted by the enticing aroma of bread and coffee. He found a seat in the corner of the cafe, sat down, and picked up the menu. As his eyes scanned the items, he heard footsteps approaching. Welcome, may I take your order? A girl's voice asked. Hi, I'll have your chocolate waffles with a side of, he began, placing his order before raising his head to look at the waitress. When he saw her face, his eyes widened in surprise. Why you? The girl was taken aback by his sudden exclamation, but after a moment, she squinted her eyes and gasped. Wait, you're that guy? Standing before him, holding a notepad for taking orders, was a girl he had met a few months ago. He remembered meeting her at a convenience store and hadn't seen her again until the day of the UA entrance exam. While registering Eri, he had spotted her on one of the big screens during the exam and even saved her from a giant robot. Eicha? What guy? Izuku asked, fearing she might reveal his identity. That guy. The one who helped me with groceries at the convenience store a few months ago, she said, pointing her pen at him. Realizing it was indeed the case, both Izuku and Torbolt exhaled in relief. Looking back at her, he noticed she had placed her hands on her hips and was looking at him with a pout, which made his heart race again. You know, I've wanted to thank you for what you did, but you just disappeared. That's so unfair, you know? Oh, was it? Sorry, I was, in a hurry, Izuku said, laughing nervously while scratching the back of his neck. Achiko Uraraka, right? Uh-huh, and you're Izuku, right? Midoriya, she said, pointing her pen at him again. He smiled and nodded. In response, she placed the notepad under her arm, took both sides of her skirt, and slightly lifted them politely. Well, it's great to see you again, Midoriya. Why, same, Izuku said, lifting the menu to cover his flushed face. I think I'll have chocolate waffles with a side of hash browns. A cup of vanilla latte would be nice too. Someone sure is hungry today, Achiko said, jotting down his order. Once she finished, she turned around, gave him a wink, and said, I'll be right back with your food. As she walked away, Izuku couldn't help but watch her as she disappeared into the kitchen. Izuku, your heartbeat is increasing and your body temperature is rising, Torbolt noted. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you're starting to develop feelings for that girl. See, come on, Torbolt, it's not like that. Izuku protested, using the menu to cover his mouth to avoid drawing attention. But, she did look cute in that uniform. Torbolt teased. Eventually, Achiko returned with a tray filled with everything he had ordered. As she placed the items down, Izuku took in the delightful scents wafting from his meal. Wow, these all smell amazing, he said, grabbing a fork and slicing a piece of waffle, savoring the chocolatey flavor as he chewed. As he enjoyed his hash browns, unbeknownst to him, Achiko was watching him from a distance while wiping the counter with a cloth. She noticed him dusting off his hands and wiping his lips with a napkin. Her eyes widened as she saw how the sunlight made his lips glisten. Her hands slowed down as she wiped the table, her lips curling into a smile and her cheeks flushing. Geez, what am I doing? She whispered to herself, shaking her head to regain her focus. This is the second time I've met this guy, and I'm here staring at him instead of working. What's wrong with me? Hey, a voice said from in front of her, making her look up to meet the green eyes of the person she had been just observing. I'd like to pay. Eicha. Oh yeah, Achiko stuttered as she placed down her rag, wiped her hands on her apron, and moved to the register. As she typed, Izuku glanced around, noticing the cafe was busy but had only a few employees, including her. It's, kinda understaffed, don't you think? He remarked while pulling out his card. Yeah, this cafe isn't all that popular, but the pay's still good, she replied, taking his card, swiping it, and completing the transaction. In a way, you could say I was kind of fortunate to get this job. What does that mean? Izuku asked, curious. Well, she trailed off before a loud voice called from behind her. Uraraka! Stop wasting time and move on to the next customer. A man shouted from behind a slightly open door. Izuku guessed it was her boss based on his tone. See coming. Achiko stammered, startled by the shout. Well, I don't want to waste your time. So I'm gonna. Izuku started to turn to leave. Wait! Achiko exclaimed, quickly grabbing his arm. Both teens froze, their faces flushing with warmth. Realizing what she had done, Achiko quickly withdrew her hand and began fidgeting with her fingers. What are you? Free later? Free? What do you mean? Izuku asked, still blushing. I feel like I haven't repaid you for helping me out all those months ago, she said, lowering her hands to look him in the eye. So later, can I treat you to something sweet after closing? Izuku stood there speechless for a moment before finally saying, Would it be okay if I bring someone with me? As she's only 6 and she won't cause any trouble. Of course, I don't mind. I actually like kids, she said, quickly tearing off his receipt from the printer, grabbing a pen, and scribbling on it while saying, We close at 8, so after I clean up, I can let you in. Sounds good, Izuku replied as he took the receipt from Achiko. See you later then? Why yes, see ya, she said, waving goodbye. As he walked out the door, Achiko hit her cheeks with both hands. Oh my god, did I just ask a boy to have dinner with me? She mentally screamed before hearing her boss call for her again. Meanwhile, Izuku turned a corner on the street and slapped his forehead, mentally shouting, Holy cow, did a girl just ask me to have dinner with her? Both couldn't help but scream internally, while Torbolt just sighed and chuckled in Izuku's chest. Back at the school, Mrs. Ikoma led her class in a neatly formed line. At the front was Mahoro, followed by Katsuma, Tamashiro, Satsuki, Eri, and Koda, along with some other children. Hey, do you know where we're going? Eri asked Satsuki. Mrs. Ikoma said it was a surprise, that we're gonna see what the new heroes look like, Satsuki replied. Oh, Eri said, her eyes sparkling, while Koda simply rolled his eyes with his hands in his pockets. Eventually, they stopped by a large fence surrounding a field. Why did we stop here? Mahoro asked, being at the front. Hey, look, Katsuma said, pointing at the fence. As everyone moved closer, they saw a group of teens in blue tracksuits using their quirks for various activities. The kids, except for Koda, watched in awe as the teens demonstrated their determination to become heroes. They noticed 2 students getting into a starting position as if they were about to race. Eri could see that one was a boy with blue hair and glasses, with what looked like engines on his legs, while the other was a girl with green hair, similar to Satsuki's color. Satsuki, Eri said, tapping her to get her attention. That girl almost looks like you. Satsuki turned to see who Eri was talking about. Upon recognizing her, she smiled and said, Oh, that's my big sister. Your sister? Eri, Mahoro, Katsuma, and Tamashiro exclaimed in unison, while Koda remained quiet, surprised. Satsuki nodded. When she got accepted into UA High, my mom signed me up here too. That's so cool, Eri said excitedly. Too bad she's gonna lose to that engine guy, Tamashiro said, gripping the fence in excitement. No, she won't. My sister was the fastest at her old school thanks to her quirk, Satsuki argued. Like a frog can beat a car in a race, Tamashiro smirked, causing Satsuki to frown and growl. She calmed down when Eri placed a hand on her shoulder. Whether she wins or loses, I still think your sister's pretty cool, Eri said with a smile. Thanks, Eri, Satsuki replied, smiling back. Suddenly, a sound indicated the start of the race. Everyone turned to see the frog girl and the engine boy sprinting at full speed across the track. After a few seconds, The engine boy crossed the finish line first, leaving the frog girl in second place. As she caught her breath, Satsuki shouted, "Why? Go, big sister." The girl looked up and noticed Satsuki through the fence. She jogged over and smiled at her little sister. "Hi Satsuki, are you okay?" she asked. "Yes, big sister Tsuyu, I'm okay," Satsuki replied. Eri then walked up and waved. "Hi, I'm Eri Midoriya. Nice to meet you," she said. "Likewise. Are you friends with my sister?" Tsuyu asked, to which Eri nodded. "Thank you so much for being friends with her. I'm Tsuyu Azui." "Alright, back to the test, Azui," a tired voice said. The girl and all the children turned to see a man with black hair and a scarf around his neck approaching. "Unless you want to be the one that gets expelled." "And no, Aizawa-sensei." "Sorry, sensei," Azui said quickly, turning back to her sister. "I'll pick you up later, Satsuki." Nodding, Satsuki waved goodbye to her sister as she ran off to join the rest of her class. As she and Eri waved, they noticed that Aizawa was still standing there, looking at Mrs. Ikoma. "Mrs. Ikoma, was it?" Mr. Aizawa asked. "Not that it's any of my business, but why did you bring a group of children to my class?" "Forgive me, sir, but I wanted to show the kids what real hero training is like," Mrs. Ikoma replied. "Oh really?" he said, scanning the group of kids. His gaze lingered on Kota, Tamashiro, Mahoro, and finally Eri. He raised his voice. "What you see here, kids, is nothing compared to real training. In my class, I draw out the true potential of each student's quirks. If you can't do that, then you should reconsider your dreams of becoming heroes." The kids were taken aback. Some shivered in fear, while others exchanged determined glances. Aizawa smirked beneath his scarf, feeling a sense of pride, until he noticed Eri staring at him with wide, curious eyes. "Do you have a question for me?" Aizawa asked, focusing on Eri. "Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I was just wondering if you are the erasure hero, Eraserhead." Gasps erupted from the kids around her, and Aizawa's eyes widened in surprise. Leaning closer to her, he asked, "What's your name, little girl?" "Eri Midoriya, sir," she replied nervously, taking a small step back. "Midoriya, what made you think I was Eraserhead?" he inquired. Eri hesitated, deep in thought before answering. You have yellow goggles, a white scarf around your neck, and you look like me when I stayed up all night watching TV," she said, leaving Aizawa momentarily speechless. "Do you look so tired because you stay up all night saving people?" Yes." Aizawa stammered, trying to find the right words. Once he regained his composure, he turned to her teacher and asked, "Did you teach her all this?" "No. This is only their first day, and I'm just as shocked as you are," she replied, glancing back at Eri. In fact, during the practice test earlier, she proved to be as smart as a first-year high school student. "Does your quirk make you smarter?" Aizawa asked, to which Eri shook her head. Eri's a great artist too. She even drew a cool picture of her favorite superhero. Katsuma chimed in. "Her favorite hero?" Aizawa asked, looking back at Eri. "And who might that be?" "All Might." Eri hesitated, unsure how to respond. She wanted to follow Izuku's advice, but lying felt wrong. Just as she was about to say something random, "She likes Midoriya," Tamashiro interjected, pointing at her, causing her to flinch. "She said that this morning." Aizawa's expression turned serious as he scrutinized Eri, noting the band on her wrist. His eyes widened when he recognized the symbol. "That symbol!" He knelt down, bringing his face closer to the fence. "Do you happen to know Midoriya?" Eri stammered, trembling as the other kids stepped back, with Mrs. Ikoma holding them protectively. She felt tears welling in her eyes when a small but loud voice interrupted. Eri turned to see Kota standing beside her, hand on her shoulder. His usual grumpy demeanor was replaced by a fierce expression. "You're supposed to be a hero? Can't you see you're scaring her?" he shouted at Aizawa. He released Eri's shoulder and took her hand, causing her to gasp. "Leave her alone and apologize." Aizawa and Kota locked eyes for a tense moment when another boy rushed over, saluting. "Sir." We have completed our training. We're ready for your results. With a dismissive th, Aizawa stood and turned. I apologize for intruding on your class, ma'am, but I think you should take them back to their room. Of course. Come on, kids, Mrs. Ikoma said, guiding the children back. Tamashiro, Katsuma, Mahoro, and Satsuki walked off, leaving Eri and Koda as the last to leave. Still holding hands, Koda pulled Eri toward the classroom but stopped when he heard Aizawa's voice from behind. Here's some advice, Ms. Midoriya, he said, causing Eri to gulp and shiver with her back still turned. Midoriya is a vigilante, not a hero. If you want to be a hero yourself, don't associate with or follow people like him. We get it. Koda shouted, pulling Eri away. As they walked a few feet behind the others, he muttered, Man, how annoying can one guy be? Koda, Eri said, catching his attention. When their eyes met, Koda's heart raced as he noticed the tears in her ruby-red eyes, yet she smiled brightly as if a hero had saved her. She closed her eyes, allowing the tears to fall, smiled wider and whispered, Thank you. Koda felt his face heat up and quickly turned away, lowering his cap to hide his expression. It's no big deal. I just hate people like that, he exclaimed, then whispered under his breath, and I don't want to see you cry. He thought she hadn't heard, but she had. Eri looked at their intertwined hands and squeezed them tighter. They walked like that until they reached their classroom, where Koda finally realized what he had been doing. He quickly let go and hid his face behind a book for the rest of the day. At the sound of the final school bell, all the kids jumped out of their chairs and made their way to leave. Eri was still working on her drawing, so when she heard the bell, she placed her name in the corner of the paper, stood up, and walked to the front of the class. Beside the whiteboard was a corkboard about the same size, and hanging on it were multiple sheets of paper with different drawings. Each of them depicted a hero, especially since most resembled All Might. With a deep breath, she stood on her tiptoes, took a spare tack from the side, and pinned her drawing up for everyone to see. Compared to the others, hers was the only one that matched their style. Most were of All Might, Endeavor, 13, Miruko, and others. But even so, Eri didn't care. She smiled at her drawing with pride, nodded her head, and ran back to her desk to grab her things. While she was packing, she noticed Satsuki running past her to the entrance of the classroom, where a girl who looked a lot like her, wearing a high school uniform, was waiting. Oh, it's her big sister from earlier, Eri whispered to herself. Do you have everything, Satsuki? Her sister asked. I do, big sister, she said, nodding her head. Are Mom and Dad going to be home? Sorry, but they called me and said they have to work an extra shift, she replied in an honest, yet sad tone. Oh, okay, Satsuki said, lowering her head. Eri, standing at a distance, overheard and felt bad as she watched her friend take her sister's hand and walk out of the classroom. After a few minutes, Eri walked out of the building to see some of the kids with their parents driving away. Seeing them smile excitedly with their fathers and mothers, she began to picture her life before she met Izuku. As a little girl, she hardly remembered what her real parents looked like. After a difficult time in her past, she thought she would never be able to smile again, especially after living with Shai Hasaikai, where she felt like a test subject. But after being saved by Midoriya, she finally began to see color, light, and love. She had somewhere to call home, friends to cherish, and someone to call a father and her hero. Just thinking about it brought a smile to her face. What are you smiling for? She heard someone from behind her. Turning around, she saw Koda walking up to her with his bag on his back. Once he stood beside her, she smiled even more and giggled. Is it wrong to smile? She asked in a teasing voice while twisting her body slightly. Koda turned his head away, trying his best to hide a blush. He opened his mouth and said, No, it's just. I thought something here made you smile just now. Not that it's wrong or anything. Hearing his response, Eri continued smiling before looking up at the sky. There was once a time I couldn't smile at all, even if I tried. I always thought I would stay sad and never smile or laugh again, she said, causing Koda to look at her in surprise. To him, he could never imagine her as someone who would stay sad. Then how are you smiling now? He asked. Eri turned back to face him and smiled so brightly that her eyes sparkled. I met people who make me feel safe and happy. My daddy, Satsuki, Mahoro, Katsuma, Tamashiro. She paused before walking up to him and taking his hand with both of hers. Thank you again for what you did for me today. Hearing her say that made all the blood rush to Koda's head. He felt so warm that he thought his cap might fly off. His mouth opened, but he struggled to find the words, I. Suddenly, the sound of a car horn brought him back to reality. With Eri still holding his hand, he turned to see a car parked right in front of them, with a lady in the driver's seat who had brown eyes and red hair styled into 3 bangs across her face. Just when he thought he had regained his composure, he felt warmth rise again as the lady smirked at the sight. Quickly yanking his hand away, Eri looked at him questioningly and then at the lady. Remembering that Koda had mentioned both his parents had died, she asked, "Who's that?" "Am I Aunt?" he said, pulling his hat down to hide his face. Using his free hand, he opened the door to the passenger seat and hopped into the car. Though he wasn't looking, he could see Eri wave goodbye through the window. After a minute, Koda finally exhaled and sat back in his seat. After a few seconds of silence, his aunt spoke up. "So, who's the girl?" she asked in a teasing voice. "No one," he replied, placing an elbow on the door and staring out the window. "Come on, she's obviously someone. You've never even let me hold your hand for that long." "She really did look sweet," she said, keeping her eyes on the road. "Come on, who's she?" Koda felt hesitant at first but then sighed before saying, "She's just a friend. Her name's Eri." "Eri?" she said, intrigued. "Yeah, so what?" he said, looking at her with annoyance. "Oh, nothing. I'm just proud of you, that's all. You've always avoided talking to people, even to everyone at home. So hearing you call someone a friend, I can't help but feel proud that you're finally expressing yourself more." "Whatever, just don't tell the others about it, please," he said in an annoyed tone, to which his aunt giggled softly. Though he continued to stare out the window, his eyes caught a glint from above. He thought it was the sun's reflection on the window, but when he squinted his eyes, he saw what looked like an orange comet falling from the sky. Moving to get a better view, he noticed that the strange comet had landed behind some buildings, and yet there were no explosions. "What the? Koda? Something wrong?" his aunt asked, noticing his strange behavior. "Oh, it's nothing," he replied, sitting back in his chair. But despite his words, he kept asking himself the same question. What the heck was that? After watching the car drive away, Eri lowered her waving hand, and her smile slowly began to fade until the sound of a motorcycle made her turn around. When she saw the type of motorcycle and who was riding it, her excitement returned. As it stopped in front of her, the driver lifted the visor of his helmet, revealing Eri's adopted father. "Hey Eri," Izuku said, smiling at her. "Hi Daddy," she replied, beaming with joy. With her bag on her shoulder, she took the pink helmet that Izuku had given her, placed it on her head, and climbed onto the back of the motorcycle. "Ready?" Izuku asked, pulling down his visor. "Uh-huh," Eri responded beneath her helmet, nodding and tightening her grip around Izuku's waist. With that, Izuku started to back up the bike and drove out of the campus, Eri holding on securely. As the bike roared down the road, Izuku and Eri engaged in light conversation, sharing stories about their day. Eri told him about the kind kid she met, how she scored perfectly on her first classwork in arts and crafts, and how she got to watch the 1A class perform their test. Izuku found the last part particularly interesting and imagined himself in their gym clothes, trying to keep up with everyone else. If he hadn't discovered his Turbo energy, he would have been panting behind his peers. He then shared his discovery of a bakery not far from where they lived and how delicious their treats were. Hearing that made Eri's mouth water, but Izuku reminded her that she needed to finish her homework before they could go later. Eventually, evening fell, and true to his word, Izuku drove the bike with Eri behind him, dressed in slightly formal going-out clothes. Once they arrived back home, Izuku asked Eri for her armband so he could do something with it. After she handed it over, she went to her room and pulled out the worksheet the teacher had given her for homework. Upon seeing the questions, Eri smiled confidently, finding them simple. As she worked, Izuku and Torbolt went down to the NTK base, sat at a table in the lab, and began tinkering with the band. Many hours passed, and Izuku jolted awake at the sound of Torbolt's in-system alarm. After being informed of the time, Izuku stretched his arms and took the elevator back up to the apartment. As he entered, he peeked into Eri's room to find her sleeping at her desk with her head resting on the surface. He noticed the paper she was sleeping on and carefully removed it. Inspecting it, he saw Eri's name at the top, confirming it was her homework. As he looked at each question and the answers that followed, he smiled and nodded, pleased to see they were all correct. After waking her up, he told her to take a shower and get dressed as they were going out to eat. Eager and excited, Eri wasted no time cleaning up and getting ready. After her bath, Izuku temporarily asked Torbolt to remove the steel suit so he could clean up, knowing he could contain his energy for a short while. Although he had a wide selection of clothes to choose from, Izuku felt nervous about what to wear, especially since he was going out with a very pretty girl. Now, with both helmets strapped on and the wind blowing past them, Izuku turned the bike around the corner and stopped in front of the cafe entrance. He swung his leg over the bike to dismount, while Eri gracefully hopped off. They both removed their helmets simultaneously, with Izuku ruffling his hair with one hand while Eri shook her head, letting her hair flow. After ensuring the helmets were stored away and the bike was locked, Izuku faced the cafe and gulped as he caught sight of his reflection in the glass, camouflaged by his suit. Maybe I should have chosen something fancier, he said, sliding his hand nervously along his shirt. I think you look okay, Daddy, Eri reassured him. Yeah. I might not be the best at fashion, but even I know this look suits you, Izuku, Torbolt chimed in from his chest. Besides, look at Eri. Izuku turned to see not only Eri's smile but also her outfit. She wore the same boots she had on at school, paired with a colorful skirt, a cat sweater, and cat stockings. Underneath her sleeve, she had on the band Izuku had given her. You too, Eri, Izuku said, smiling at her attire. You look so cute. Ah, thank you, Daddy, she replied, flashing a charming grin. Izuku returned her smile, then turned to face the cafe with newfound confidence. Approaching the door, he gently knocked on the glass. Looking inside, he noticed that all the tables were cleaned, and the chairs were stacked on top of them. Curious, both Izuku and Eri pressed their hands against the door and peered inside like binoculars. It looks empty, Eri observed. Do you think she went home already? Torbolt asked. I don't think she's the type to lie, Izuku replied, glancing around before noticing movement inside. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the figure. To get their attention, Izuku knocked on the glass again, causing the person inside to yelp and nearly drop a tray they were holding. After regaining their balance, the person looked at the door and made eye contact with Izuku, who waved back. After she waved in return, she pointed in the other direction, indicating the side of the store. Izuku and Eri exchanged confused glances before following her direction. They walked around the building to find another door, likely the one employees used to take out the trash. Once they approached it, Izuku knocked again, only to hear rushing footsteps. While they waited, the sound of a trash can tipping over caught Eri's attention, making her turn her head curiously. You okay, Eri? Izuku asked her, but she continued to stare at where the trash can had fallen over. As she gazed, she could have sworn she saw something with green eyes look at her before disappearing into the shadows. Why, I'm okay, Daddy, she said, turning back to the door just as it clicked open. Izuku and Eri stepped back as the door swung wide, revealing a brunette girl who looked almost his age, dressed in casual attire. Casual clothes? Izuku murmured to himself, taking in her yellow shirt, black shorts, and slippers. Upon noticing his gaze, Achiko began to blush, covering her chest with one hand while holding the door open with the other. Hey, she said, looking away shyly. Hey, Izuku replied, scratching the back of his head. An awkward silence settled between them as Eri glanced back and forth. She then stepped in front of Izuku, bowed her head, and said, Hi, I'm Eri. It's nice to meet you. Achiko smiled, her earlier embarrassment forgotten. Oh, hi there. Oh my gosh, you look so cute. Thank you, Eri said, twirling in place. After clapping for her adorable performance, Achiko ushered them inside, and Eri excitedly obliged. Before entering, Izuku paused when he heard Torbolt's voice in his head. You'd think she'd be dressed for going home. If you ask me, she looks like she's already at home, he said. Yeah, but why? Izuku wondered aloud, realizing he wouldn't get an answer standing there. He walked inside and closed the door behind him, unaware that something small, black, and slim had slipped through the gap at blinding speed. In the downtown area of the city, a bit far from the cafe where Izuku and Eri were, life bustled peacefully. Adults returned from work, teenagers enjoyed ramen together, and children held hands with their parents, excitedly heading somewhere. One child looked up at the sky, curious about a star that seemed to be moving. Suddenly, the star transformed into a blazing meteorite that struck the center of the street. All bystanders halted, staring at the crater, from which a large mechanical robot emerged, glowing with blue energy. As people watched, the robot scanned each individual with its sensors, displaying error messages until its digital cursor stopped at a distant building. Using X-ray vision, it identified 3 figures. One small, one with a curvy yet average build, and another with a well-built but also average physique. The robot focused on the small figure crawling near the others. In a deep robotic voice, it declared, "Target located. ID name, C66 located." The robot then bent down, and rockets ignited blue flames from its legs. Before anyone could react, it leaped into the air, flying off toward an unknown destination. As they settled at one of the dining tables, Eri tapped her fingers excitedly while Izuku looked around the establishment with curiosity. Eventually, the door leading to the kitchen swung open, and Achiko emerged, carrying a tray with mittens. Izuku could tell whatever she held was hot, as he could smell it from a distance. Eri caught the scent too and began bouncing in her chair. "What is it? What is it?" she exclaimed excitedly. "Eri, calm down," Izuku said, trying to soothe her. Seeing such an adorable sight made Achiko giggle as she approached the table. "It's okay, I don't mind. In fact, I love it when she acts so cute and excited," Achiko said, laying the tray on the table. Both Izuku and Eri leaned over, gasping at the dish before them. Steam rose from a pie with a golden crust and a glaze that sparkled in the cafe light. Their eyes lit up with wonder as they realized they were about to eat something special. Upon seeing their reaction, Achiko blushed while cutting slices for each of them. Eri wasted no time taking her fork and clasping her hands together. "Itade kimasu," she exclaimed with excitement. She cut a piece of the pie and popped it into her mouth. Both Izuku and Achiko watched her eagerly for a reaction. Eri's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the golden filling, her cheeks puffed like a chipmunk. "Is this apple pie?" "Yup," Achiko said proudly. "It's just a recipe my mom taught me when I was little." Izuku took his fork, cut a piece of his pie, and popped it into his mouth. Achiko watched him, waiting for a response, and noticed his eyes widen in delight. "Wow, this is amazing," Izuku said, cutting another piece and savoring it. "Why, you're just exaggerating," Achiko said nervously, playing with her hair. "I'm not. This is incredible," Izuku said, enjoying his slice alongside Eri. "There's something in it that makes it so tasty. If I didn't know any better, I'd say it tastes like caramel?" Eri asked, turning to Izuku. "Caramel. That's right, Eri," Izuku said, snapping his fingers in recognition. "Oh wow, I didn't think you'd notice. It's just a little something I've been experimenting with to make it sweeter with the cinnamon," she said, surprised. "How'd you guess?" "As you know, Eri has a sweet tooth, so she can taste the sweetest components in anything," Izuku explained, watching as Eri liked the caramel from her lips. Seeing that made Achiko giggle and offer her another slice, which Eri graciously accepted. As she enjoyed her second slice, Izuku turned to Achiko, who rested her head on her hands, elbows on the table. "So, is Eri like your little sister? Or maybe a cousin?" she asked curiously. Hearing that made Izuku tense up a little and give Eri a slight glance. You could say we're related, but it's complicated," Izuku said, scratching the back of his head. "What does that mean?" Achiko asked, making Izuku sweat nervously. "Like I said, complicated," Izuku repeated, hoping to steer her away from the topic. He then rubbed the top of her head and added, "All I can say is that without me, she'd be by herself." "Oh, okay," Achiko said, still pondering it in her head. "But is she in school or something?" "Yup," Eri chimed in after swallowing a piece of her pie. "I go to the elementary school close to your school." "My school?" Achiko asked, confused. UA High School," Eri said before taking another bite. "I saw you on the big TV at the entrance exam. You were very cool." "Oh, thank you," Achiko said, blushing and giving Izuku a nervous glance. "So, you saw me too?" "Oh yeah, I was there too," Izuku said, clearing his throat. "We also saw how Midoriya saved your life from the robot. That was very close, huh?" "Oh," Achiko said, lowering her head in a shameful tone, causing both Izuku and Eri to look at her with concern. "Miss Achiko? What's wrong?" Eri asked, putting both hands on the table. Achiko's mouth twisted as if she were struggling to express herself, but she quickly forced a smile. "Sorry, it's nothing," she said, waving her hands in denial before clapping them together in realization. "Oh silly me. What good is pie without some tea? I'll be right back." She got up from her chair and walked quickly into the kitchen, leaving Izuku and Eri to stare at the door in confusion. "Daddy, do you think she's okay?" Eri asked him. "I don't know," he replied, looking down at his chest. "What do you think, Torbolt?" "While you were all talking, I monitored your vitals and noticed Miss Achiko's heartbeat accelerated when you mentioned school," Torbolt responded in his mind. "So that would mean she has issues with school?" Izuku asked just as the kitchen door opened to reveal Achiko carrying a tray with 3 small white ceramic mugs and a large metal thermos with steam rising from it. "Here we go," she said as she gently placed the tray onto the table. As she began pouring the tea into one of the mugs, Izuku stood up, gaining her attention. "Hey, do you have a bathroom? My hands feel a little dirty from the pie." "Oh, it's over there," Achiko said, pointing. "I'll be right back, Eri," Izuku said, looking at the little girl. "Okay," she replied with a smiling nod. Following Achiko's directions, Izuku walked down a small hallway and entered a tiny room with a toilet and a sink. After washing his hands with the provided soap and drying them with a paper towel, he stepped out of the bathroom, still wiping his hands, when his foot caught on something that nearly made him trip. "Izuku, are you okay?" Torbolt asked, concerned. Luckily, thanks to his physique, Izuku managed to catch himself and stand back up straight. "Don't worry, Torbolt, I'm okay." "But what did I?" Izuku said, turning around to see what he had tripped on. What he found left him speechless and confused. Lying on the floor was a pink backpack, slightly open to reveal a few notebooks and a large quantity of girly clothes. Beside the backpack was a rolled-up sleeping bag, with a stuffed teddy bear wearing an astronaut suit resting on top. "Hey, aren't those what humans use for camping?" Torbolt asked from Izuku's mind. "Yeah, but what's it doing here?" he wondered, kneeling to get a better look. He carefully unzipped the bag but quickly stood back up when a few items fell out. He backed up against the nearby wall, his face turning red. "Izuku, you okay? Your body temperature's rising," Torbolt asked as Izuku held his face with his hand. "I'm fine." "It's nothing," he replied, trying his best to shake off the image that had popped into his head. After calming down, he looked over the items again and said, "Torbolt, I think I know why Uraraka's wearing what she's wearing right now and where she got them from." "Wait, you don't think she's—" Torbolt began. "Yeah," Izuku confirmed. He then walked back to the table to see both girls talking and laughing together. Though he was happy to see them getting along, he still felt troubled about what he was about to ask her. "Oh hey Midoriya. I was just telling Eri how honey makes tea extra sweet," Achiko said, waving at him while Eri drank the rest of her cup. Once she put it down, Izuku noticed an orange substance around her lips, likely the honey she had added to her tea. "She's right. It tastes so good," the little girl said, using her tongue to lick the honey off her lips. "Hey Eri, the bathroom's over there. Why don't you go wash your face?" Izuku suggested, pointing to where he had just come from. Nodding her head, Eri hopped off the chair and skipped to the bathroom while Izuku took his seat across from Achiko. "She's a very sweet girl." Hence the word sweet, Because she has quite the sweet tooth like me, Achiko said, giggling to herself. Izuku smiled, but Achiko noticed the sadness in his eyes. HM? What's wrong, Midoriya? He raised his eyes to meet hers and took a deep breath to say what he wanted to say. Uraraka, did you really get into UA High? Achiko's eyes widened at his question, and she couldn't help but avert her gaze toward where Eri had gone. However, Izuku continued speaking. I may not know much about clothing for girls my age, but what you're wearing seems too casual for a restaurant, even if it's closed, he said, looking at her with concern. And I noticed how hesitant you were when Eri asked you about going to UA. You saw it, didn't you? My stuff? She asked, her head down and her hands fidgeting on the tabletop. Inside, she felt scared of his answer but was surprised when she felt a pair of hands gently placed on top of hers. She looked up to see Izuku not looking at her with distrust, confusion, or anger, but with concern. Can you tell me what happened? He asked, his hands resting on the table. Achiko remained silent for a moment before quietly nodding her head. While Izuku and Achiko conversed in the dining room, Eri was busy splashing water on her face from the sink, standing on her tiptoes. Once she finished, she grabbed a paper towel from the dispenser on the wall, tossed it into the trash, and opened the door. Just as she did, her foot caught on something, nearly causing her to trip. She said, turning around to see a pink backpack, a rolled-up sleeping bag, and a stuffed teddy bear dressed as an astronaut lying on top. Unable to resist, she walked over and picked up the bear to examine it. So cute, she giggled, hugging it gently. She held the bear for a moment, but just as she was about to put it back, she felt something brush against her leg. Eek! Startled, she looked around the room, clutching the bear to her chest. She scanned the floor, trying to identify what had touched her. Since moving in with Izuku, she had become braver, but caution still lingered, ready to call for her hero if needed. Backing up against the wall, she continued searching the shadows until she noticed something glowing behind some old boxes that appeared to have been delivered by truck. Swallowing hard, she tiptoed toward the boxes. Hello, she called, holding the bear tighter as she approached. As she got closer, she could have sworn she saw green glowing eyes staring back at her, blinking. She felt relieved that it didn't look human, but as she neared, the creature hissed like an annoyed kitten, making her step back. Gathering her courage, she moved closer again, knelt down and said, "It's okay. I won't hurt you." She waited, and soon the boxes shifted, revealing what had been hiding in the shadows. Slowly, a cat-like creature with black fur, orange streaks, and green glowing eyes approached her on all fours. "Meow," it said as it continued to come closer. Though it didn't resemble a typical cat, Eri felt it acted like one. When it was near enough, she slowly reached out her hand to pet it, but the creature backed up slightly and hissed defensively. Eri withdrew her hand but then extended it again, smiling. "I'm not gonna hurt you," she said, her voice a mix of fear and newfound confidence. As if it understood, the creature relaxed and walked up to her once more. Finally closing the distance, Eri gently placed her hand on the side of its head and rubbed its fur. The creature nuzzled into her hand and began to purr. Eri giggled as it continued to rub against her hand and up her arm until it settled on her lap, nuzzling against her sweater. "You're so cute," she said with delight. Back in the dining room, Izuku and Achiko were still deep in conversation while Eri enjoyed her time with her new friend. Izuku waited for Achiko to speak until she finally raised her head and began to explain why she had applied to UA High. Halfway through her explanation, Izuku interrupted, "Wait? You wanted to be a hero for money?" "Well, in a way, yes. But it's not for any selfish reasons, I promise," she exclaimed, waving her hands in a panic. No, I wasn't thinking that," Izuku said quickly, trying to reassure her. "Besides, I don't think you're the type of person to have those desires." Achiko looked deeply into his green eyes, her cheeks flushing. His words made her heart race in a way she had never experienced before. "You really think that about me?" she asked, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Izuku, initially confused by her question, replayed his words in his mind, causing his cheeks to heat up as he looked away, scratching his head. Actually, when Eri and I saw you at the entrance exam, You had such a determined expression. It made me realize you're a hard worker. To us. Very cool, he said, struggling to express himself. He felt so embarrassed that he could hardly look at her, especially since he often found it difficult to talk to girls his age. Achiko, on the other hand, was at a loss for words. She lowered her head, her cheeks as red as tomatoes, her lips trembling as she tried to form a smile. Thank you. For saying that, she replied in a soft voice, glancing up at him. With his head still turned away, Izuku dared to look at her, immediately regretting it upon seeing her face. Izuku, your heartbeat is accelerating at a concerning rate, Torbolt warned him mentally, but he couldn't help it. With a gentle smile, Achiko's brown eyes sparkled in the light, her eyelashes fluttering with each blink. Izuku didn't need a mirror to know his face was bright red. So, what did you need the money for? Izuku asked quickly, eager to change the subject before he lost his composure. Oh right, I never told you the reason yet, Achiko said, giggling to herself. Izuku took a deep breath, relieved as he felt the tension ease. With his full attention on her, she leaned back in her chair and began to explain. Well, you see, my family owns a construction company, but we haven't gotten any work lately, so we're struggling. Huh. Izuku nodded, indicating he was listening. Sorry, this isn't really something I usually share, Achiko said, scratching the back of her head. No, it's just construction, he said, placing a hand on his chin. Her quirk makes her float things, right? If she was licensed, wouldn't she be able to bring the cost down for equipment? Torbolt said in his mind. Oh right, she could make any raw material float, and her family wouldn't need any heavy equipment, Izuku replied, inadvertently voicing his thoughts. Realizing his mistake, he noticed Achiko responding as if he were talking to her. Right? That's what I told Dad when I was little, she exclaimed, leaning over the table and pointing at him as if he had just won a prize for answering correctly. However, she quickly returned to her seat, looking out the window with a wistful expression. But even after I promise to help them earn more money so they can take it easy, they always tell me that while they appreciate it, they want me to achieve my own dream. So that's why you took this job? To earn extra money and send it back to your parents? He asked, glancing around the cafe. Yeah. I had to basically lie about my age to work here and convince the manager to let me stay in the back room as long as I kept the store clean at night, she admitted, her voice tinged with embarrassment. So she really did run away from home. All for the sake of her parents? Torbolt communicated mentally, and Izuku nodded in agreement. And do you know what your dream is? I mean your true dream? Izuku asked Achiko. I just told you, I want to help my parents make a better life, she replied, looking confused. With her hands still on the table, Izuku reached over, took both of hers in his, and looked at her earnestly. Uraraka, if you ask me, I think that's just a goal you've set for yourself. I may not know your parents, but I believe they would want you to look into your heart and think about what you truly want for yourself, he said, locking eyes with her. Now, what is it that you really dream of doing? Achiko stared at her hands, still held in his, and began to ponder. She tried to dig deep, but nothing came to mind. I don't know, she admitted, her voice filled with shame, but Izuku simply smiled. That's okay. That means your mind is open to all the possibilities out there. You may not know it now, but I believe one day you'll find your true calling, he said, his smile brightening. Achiko absorbed his words, thought for a moment, and then returned his smile. Thank you, Midoriya. I'll really think about it, she said, earning a nod from him. So, what about you? What do you mean? He asked, taken aback. I mean, do you have a dream you want to follow? She asked. The question made Izuku lower his head in thought. Was all he could manage at that moment. In a way, his dream had partially come true, as he was helping people as the mysterious vigilante Midoriya. Yet, he was unlicensed, technically breaking the law and harboring an orphaned girl with the help of his alien partner, who had hacked into the government system to ensure she could attend school without raising suspicion. Time and again, he questioned whether he was doing the right thing for himself and Eri. Memories of playing superhero with his mom flooded his mind, almost bringing him to tears when, Izuku, get down. Torbolt shouted in his mental space. Huh? Izuku exclaimed, suddenly alert, startling Achiko. What? What's wrong? She asked, her eyes wide with concern. Oh no! Torbolt panicked, taking control of Izuku's body. He leaped onto the table and pushed Achiko to the ground just as a missile crashed through the window, exploding in the kitchen. As Torbolt relinquished control, Izuku quickly helped Achiko sit up. They both turned to see flames erupting from the kitchen, staring in shock. What was that? Achiko gasped, breathing heavily. I don't know, but we need to get out of here, Izuku said, his heart racing as he assessed the fire. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck him and he shouted, Oh no, Eri! Fortunately, the bathroom where she had gone was not near the kitchen. Eri emerged, clutching a large bag in her arms. Daddy! She cried, running straight into his legs for a hug. Oh, thank goodness. You're okay, he said, relief washing over him, not even questioning why she was holding Achiko's bag. Feeling the heat intensify, Achiko stood up and began pulling both of them by their clothes, urging, Come on! We need to get out of here. Without hesitation, the three of them dashed toward the front door, only for Achiko to realize she had locked it earlier. She opened her mouth to speak, but Izuku charged ahead and kicked the door down effortlessly. Though she was surprised, she knew there was no time for questions. Finally, they burst out of the burning cafe, only to freeze for a moment at the sight before them. Marching toward them was a heavily armed 10-foot robot, cracking the pavement with each step. What is that thing? Achiko exclaimed. I don't know, I've never seen a robot like that before, Izuku replied, stepping back cautiously. The robot's lenses scanned from Achiko to Izuku, then to Eri, and finally to the bag she was holding. Target located. ID name, C-66 identified. Surrender C-66 immediately, the robot boomed in a deep voice. C-66? What's it talking about? Izuku whispered to himself. I don't know, Torbolt responded mentally. As Izuku pondered the robot's words, he noticed its left arm shifting and transforming into a blaster, prompting him to take a defensive stance. The robot raised its arm, aiming not at him or Achiko, but directly at Eri. Surrender C-66 immediately or face destruction, it warned, the blaster revving ominously. Eri shivered in place, clutching the bag tighter. Upon seeing her action, the robot blasted a blue beam straight at the young girl. Eri! Izuku screamed as he prepared to apply turbo energy to his legs, but to his surprise, Achiko had already jumped in front of Eri, using her own body to shield her from the impact. Are you okay? She asked. Eri nodded silently, still frightened. Izuku sighed in relief, but his moment of calm was short-lived as the robot rushed over to a nearby car, grabbed it, and hurled it toward the girls. Achiko instinctively pulled Eri close, knowing she couldn't outrun the spinning vehicle. No! She screamed as they closed their eyes in fear, only to open them again when a figure rushed in front of them. Seeing the flowing green hair, she recognized Izuku. With the little time she had, she wanted to tell him to run, but was interrupted by an unexpected sight. Clenching his fists, Izuku charged his turbo energy, causing a wave of green energy to emanate from him. Midoriya? She whispered, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Determined, Izuku raised his arm and struck the flying car away. Achiko watched in awe as the car soared off, while Eri stared in amazement. We gotta get to my bike, hurry! Izuku urged, pulling Achiko up with Eri in tow. They dashed to where he had parked it in front of the cafe entrance, or what remained of it. Izuku tossed his helmet to Achiko while Eri quickly put hers on. Eri, sit between me and Achiko, Izuku instructed as he hopped on to start the engine. Eri complied, holding onto her bag, while Achiko sat in the back, filling out the entire bike. Wait, you don't have a helmet! Achiko exclaimed, grabbing his shirt to sandwich Eri between them. I don't need one, now hold on. Izuku said as he revved the bike and sped onto the road. The robot, watching its target escape, bent down, activated its rockets, and leaped into the air after them. As it pursued them on the bike, It fired blasters continuously, but thankfully, Izuku was able to dodge them. Unfortunately, the blasts were wreaking havoc on the road and surrounding property. Why is this thing still after us? Hachiko asked. Do we have something it wants? I don't can. Izuku began before feeling something strange on his back. A quick glance revealed that the bag Eri held was moving. Eri, what's in the bag? Was all Eri managed as she unzipped it to reveal a small head poking out. Is that a cat? Izuku exclaimed. It looks like a cat, but something feels off about it, Torbolt remarked. What's a cat doing in my bag? Hachiko asked, just as Izuku dodged another blast. I don't know, but my best guess is that it's after that, Izuku said as he accelerated the bike. Dodging left and right and making sharp turns, the robot continued its relentless pursuit, destroying everything in its path. Izuku, it's no use. It's going to destroy the whole city if we don't do something, Torbolt warned. Izuku lowered his head in thought before nodding. Uraraka, do you know how to ride a bike? Izuku asked suddenly. Well, I rode a bicycle a few times. Why? She replied. That's good enough. When I give the signal, take the wheel, he instructed. Wait, what? She exclaimed as Izuku made a sharp U-turn. Midoriya? Eri, you ready? He called out. I am, she responded loudly. Okay, one. With that, Izuku braked the bike hard, causing it to lean slightly on its front wheel. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped off the bike into the air, while Hachiko reached forward to grab the wheel, and Eri held tightly to her hands. They both looked up to see Izuku soaring toward the robot and shouted, Go Turbo, flight! Using the boost from his jets, he uppercut the robot and somersaulted midair back toward it. Turbo strength! Izuku shouted. Using his weight and gravity, he raised both arms and slammed them onto the robot's head, sending it crashing back to Earth. Turning the bike to the side to stop it, Hachiko raised her head in disbelief. No way, he's Midoriya? She gasped as he landed back on the ground. Go, Daddy! Eri cheered. Wait, Daddy? Hachiko asked, surprised. Hachiko, get Eri and that cat away from here, quick, Izuku instructed. Alright, Hachiko replied, still trying to process everything. As the two of them jumped off the bike and ran into the distance, Izuku focused back on the robot, which was rising from the crater it had created. Okay, let's do this, Izuku said as he charged forward. He threw the first punch, but the robot blocked it and retaliated with a strike to his helmet. Izuku recovered and countered, the two exchanging blows until he managed to grab one of the robot's fists and throw it into a nearby building. Maybe we should try to avoid collateral damage? Torbolt suggested. Yes, sorry. It's been a while since I've actually fought anyone, Izuku admitted before using both arms to block an energy blast from the robot. Leaping from the crater in the building, the robot raised its right arm to strike him. Izuku anticipated the move and caught it with both hands. This thing's not gonna give up. Gah! Izuku exclaimed as he felt something sharp pierce his stomach. Looking down, he noticed a blue blade protruding from him. It cut through our armor? Torbolt said, astonished. But that's impossible, Izuku struggled to say as he fought through the pain. The robot lifted its foot and kicked him away, causing the blade to cut deeper. Daddy Midoriya! Both Eri and Hachiko screamed from their hiding place. The robot heard them and turned in their direction, scanning them before focusing on the small cat by Eri's leg. C-66 located. Eliminating all obstacles, it declared, pointing its blaster at them as it charged. Holding his side where he had been injured, Izuku raised his head and saw what the robot was doing, and he shouted, Enel! Pushing himself off the ground despite the pain, he sprinted toward the robot's back. Go Turbo, speed! He yelled, quickly changing forms. He jumped and kicked the robot, causing it to misfire and hit a nearby car. Running in different directions, he struck every side of the robot, using his speed to enhance his punches. As he noticed the robot slowing down, he circled it, creating a tornado that lifted it into the air. Without giving it a chance to recover, Izuku sped into the eye of the tornado and shouted, Go Turbo, Prime! Pointing one of his blades upward and keeping the other to the side like a spinning fan, he soared up in the tornado and moved it into the center of the robot, drilling through it. Once he pierced through, he used his other blade to slice the remaining parts into pieces. From their hiding place, Eri, Ochako, and the cat-like creature Eri had found emerged to see the raining robot parts as Izuku landed on the ground, breathing heavily under his helmet. "Wow, he's so strong," Ochako said, staring at him in astonishment. But that feeling quickly faded when she saw him drop his blades and fall back onto the ground. "Oh no! Daddy!" Eri screamed as she, Ochako, and the cat rushed toward him. When they arrived, Izuku's prime mode reverted to his base form without the helmet. Through his blurred vision, he could see Eri, Ochako, the cat, and Torbolt, who ejected from his chest, surprising the brunette as he looked over Izuku before closing his eyes. Trying to open his eyes, Izuku placed his hand on his head and groaned. Not long ago, he had dinner with a wonderful girl and his adopted daughter, been attacked by a giant robot that somehow broke his turbo suit, and passed out from blood loss. Sitting up from where he had been lying, he looked around to see where he was. "Is this my bedroom? How did I get here?" he asked as he continued to scan the room. And noticed something by his legs. Though it was dark, he could see the familiar silver hair of someone he deeply cared about. Seeing her snore peacefully brought a smile to his face. Gently, he reached over and poked her cheek to wake her up. "HM? Daddy?" Eri said sleepily as she rubbed her eyes open. Once she saw Izuku wide awake, her face lit up with excitement, and she leaped onto him, shouting, "Daddy!" "Whoa, calm down. I'm all right," he said as he returned her hug. They stayed like that for a while until a knock on the door broke their silence. Slowly letting go of her, Izuku stared at the door questioningly. Since this was his home, the only people he usually had around were himself, Eri, and Torbolt. Speaking of Torbolt, he looked down at his chest, realizing he was still in his turbo suit, but the slot where Torbolt usually connected was empty. Remembering the knock he heard, it sounded more like a human hand than the light taps from Torbolt's pincers. "Oh, come in," Eri said to the door, allowing whoever was outside to enter. As it opened, Torbolt flew through the gap and approached his recovering partner. "Hey Izuku, how are you feeling?" he asked. "I'm actually doing okay, thanks," Izuku replied with a smile. As Torbolt gave the impression of a smile, Izuku couldn't help but wonder how Torbolt's little hands could make such a big knock on his door. He soon got his answer when the smell of something sweet wafted through the air. He recognized the aroma as porridge and followed it to see someone else standing at the door. His eyes widened upon recognizing the brown hair of the girl he had met not long ago. "Hey, I used some of your stuff to make porridge. I hope you don't mind." Ochako Uraraka said as she walked into the room with a tray in both hands, carrying a bowl of freshly made porridge, still wearing the same clothes from their dinner together. "No, I don't mind at all," Izuku replied, feeling unsure of what to say or do. For so long he had kept his identity as Midoriya a secret from everyone except Eri, so seeing a girl around his age approach him while he was still in his suit felt very strange. As he accepted the tray and placed it on his lap, he turned to both Ochako and Torbolt and asked, "How long was I asleep?" "At most, 3 hours, Torbolt answered, pointing to where Izuku had been injured. "When she saw your wound, Eri used her quirk to seal it and heal you." Upon hearing that, he turned to his little girl with a smile and patted her on the head, making her giggle with excitement. "But since you were still passed out, I used my link with you to move your body, put on your helmet, and drive everyone away from the scene before anyone else could see," Torbolt explained. "Oh, I see. Thanks, buddy," Izuku said, giving his friend a fist bump before turning to Ochako. Upon locking eyes with her, he stiffened, unsure of what to say. He wanted to ask why she was there, but he didn't want to come off as rude. "I was worried about you," Ochako said, fidgeting in place, which made him relax a bit and look at her with awe. "You saved my life, and seeing you get hurt like that. I just..." With her face flushed, she struggled to express her feelings. Izuku noticed this and felt relieved that he wasn't the only one stumbling over words. Knowing he had to say something, he looked at the bowl of porridge, picked up the spoon, scooped a small portion, and placed it into his mouth. Achiko's fidgeting stopped as she watched him intently, along with Eri and Torbolt, waiting for his reaction. "Wow, this is very good," Izuku said, taking another bite. Achiko blushed and smiled happily from behind her hands, which she was using to cover her mouth. Izuku looked up at her and asked, "Did you make it?" "Yeah, it's something my mom makes for me when I'm sick," she replied before turning to Torbolt. Torbolt watched me make it and offered some suggestions on how to improve it. "Wow, that's amazing," he said, taking another spoonful. After putting the spoon back in the bowl, he set the tray aside and looked at Achiko with an apologetic expression. Lifting the blanket to reveal his entire body still clad in the turbo suit, he let his legs dangle off the bed and said, "You know I didn't mean to keep this from you. I was just trying to protect Eri, so—" "No, I understand," she interrupted. "Torbolt told me a little about you, but I wanted to hear the full story from you instead." Izuku's eyes widened at her words. Taking a deep breath, she sat beside him, with Eri on his other side, cradling Torbolt in her lap. Looking at both of them, he offered a sad smile, gazed up at the ceiling, and began to share his story. Somewhere far from Izuku, far from Japan, and far from Earth, a throne sat in a distant galaxy aboard a massive ship. A tall figure, about 9 feet tall, looked down at a smaller figure with an intimidating demeanor. The smaller figure trembled under the gaze, mouth quivering as it struggled to speak. "Yes, Sir Galagas, it stammered, only to be silenced when the large figure raised its enormous fist and slammed it onto the armrest of the chair, causing a loud boom to resonate throughout the room. Standing tall, the massive figure cast a shadow over the smaller one. "Where is my weapon?" "It's a sentient being, sir, just like the previous Ultralinks. Even though I followed the old scientist's notes perfectly to create it, it managed to escape upon activation." The smaller figure stuttered as Galagas approached, grabbing it by the collar of its lab coat. "You expect me to believe that something you created could outsmart you and escape this ship?" Galagas shouted, raising his fist threateningly. Please," the smaller figure pleaded, closing its eyes in fear. But before Galagas could act, "Take it easy, Sir Galagas," a voice interjected, causing the imposing alien to lower his hand. Approaching them was an attractive woman with striking feline features. "We wouldn't want to lose our last scientist, would we?" she said, flashing a grin at the one being held up. "General Rusa, what is it?" Galagas asked, irritation evident in his voice. Walking up to Galagas, she held up a device displaying a video. He wasn't lying. That thing escaped captivity and incapacitated most of our security droids. From the footage we retrieved, it escaped through a trash chute to this planet. The hologram shifted to show a planet primarily composed of green and blue. "Earth, the one planet that Ultralink Makino failed to destroy," he said, releasing the smaller figure, which fell to the ground, coughing. "We sent a droid to retrieve the specimen on this so-called Earth, but we lost its signal a few hours ago," she reported, visibly shaken. Galagas mused, resting his chin on his fist as he contemplated. "I've heard that about 80% of the residents possess special abilities called quirks. But all our metal is derived from tachionite, the strongest metal in the universe. No mere human, no matter how powerful, should have been able to defeat it so easily. Well then, M-Lord, I think you'll find this interesting. Before the droid was destroyed, it managed to send back a video replay of what it encountered," the feline woman said, tapping on the device. Both Galagas and the smaller figure looked up at the hologram, which displayed a video showing 2 terrified females. One was an older woman holding a smaller girl with long hair, who clutched a bag containing a cat-like creature peeking out. "You expect me to believe that a human child not only procured C-66 but also defeated one of my droid soldiers?" Galagas shouted, nearly swatting the device from the woman's hand but restraining himself as the video continued. The droid's camera then shifted to another figure in bulky armor, who punched the camera, distorting the visual. "Wait, was that? If you think that is Max Steel, the hero who defeated Makino, then I must clarify that it is not. Word is that the traitorous Nbero X Steel X-377 is no longer linked to his human host, limiting his turbo modes, the woman continued. That would mean there's another human capable of generating turbo energy, and another traitorous Ultralink has bonded with them, Galagas concluded, looking down at the smaller figure he had choked and scoffing. General Rusa, take this piece of filth back to the lab and ensure his chains are tighter around his neck. Until I reclaim my greatest weapon, you will continue mass-producing the Ultralink army I have commanded for years. As the smaller figure struggled to regain its breath, it was dragged by the collar out of the room, where Galagas resumed his seat on the throne. After a few minutes of being pulled along, it was tossed into a room by General Rusa, filled with mechanical machinery and tools laid out like an auto mechanic's workshop. As its back hit the wall, she approached and attached a chain to its neck, tightening it with a sinister grin that caused saliva to spill from the figure's mouth as it gagged. The figure sat there for a while, head down, waiting for her to leave the room. When the door closed and locked from the outside, it reached into its shirt pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. The paper was a picture of 3 people, a man with messy black hair holding a young woman with long green hair, who cradled a baby that looked like it had just been born. Staring at the man in the photo, the figure couldn't help but think that if it weren't for the beard and extra hair from years of neglect, it would be looking at its own reflection. It looked up and whispered a short prayer. 66, please make it to Earth. Protect my family, my wife, and my son. On Earth, it was around 1 a.m. in Japan. A few hours had passed since that strange robot had interrupted the cafe gathering that Achiko had organized for Izuku and Eri. Thankfully, they all made it out safely. As promised, Izuku shared his story with Achiko, recounting everything from his childhood without a quirk to his journey as a vigilante. He spoke in such detail that it felt like a bedtime story to Eri, who eventually dozed off on Achiko's lap. Achiko gently stroked Eri's long silver hair, accepting the moment with warmth. Once Izuku finished, Achiko suggested using her quirk to carry Eri to her room without waking her. Izuku, amazed by how Eri floated effortlessly in the air after Achiko's gentle touch, followed her to the room. After tucking Eri into bed, Achiko gazed at her with a warm smile, admiring how peaceful she looked. She looks so much like an angel, she remarked, feeling a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of how her own mother must have felt watching her sleep as a child. As they turned to leave, they were startled by the peculiar cat creature they had encountered earlier. It darted past them and leaped onto Eri's bed, curling up on her legs beneath the blankets. Izuku hesitated, but Achiko placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I don't think it's going to hurt her. Maybe we should just let it be for now, she suggested. Izuku nodded and quietly left the room, closing the door behind him. Once back in the dining area, Izuku invited Achiko to sit at the table while he prepared tea for them. He placed a mug in front of her and took his seat, with Torbolt hovering nearby. I can't express how much I appreciate everything you've done. Thank you, Uraraka, he said with a smile. Achiko smiled back, shaking her head. I should be the one thanking you. You saved my life again. I just wish there was a way I could repay you, she replied, looking at him earnestly. Izuku quickly waved his hands in denial. No, you don't have to repay me. I would have saved you no matter what. That's just what a hero does. Achiko lowered her head, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she smiled. Izuku found himself captivated by her expression, feeling a warm sensation in his chest that he had never experienced before. They sat in silence for a moment, holding their mugs of tea. So, Miss Uraraka. Torbolt broke the silence. What do you plan on doing now? Achiko raised her head but soon looked down again, her expression heavy with concern. The cafe where she had worked to support her parents was destroyed in the attack, leaving her uncertain about her future. She feared returning, knowing that the manager might blame her for the damages or worse. I don't know. I don't know where to go anymore, she admitted, her voice tinged with shame as tears began to well in her eyes. Izuku felt a pang in his heart at the sight of her distress. He understood the weight of her struggles. She had run away from home, worked at a restaurant despite her young age, and was living off pastries while sleeping in a sleeping bag there, all for her beloved parents. Now, it seemed she might have to return home, feeling as if her efforts had been in vain. Determined to help, Izuku clenched his fist and spoke up. Uraraka, he called out, causing her to jolt in surprise. Do you want to stay and work with me? YHUH. Both Achiko and Torbolt exclaimed in shock. Torbolt had an inkling of Izuku's intentions, but he never expected this. Achiko, on the other hand, was taken aback. Oh, of course, when I say work with me, I mean basic housekeeping tasks, keeping things tidy, doing laundry, cooking meals occasionally, that sort of thing. He quickly clarified, wanting to avoid any misunderstandings. Eri seems to really like you. She does? Achiko asked, surprised. Izuku nodded. Listen, the money I have comes from a secret organization run by the same person who taught me how to use my powers. You might think I'm rich, but I do my best not to spoil Eri, he said with a chuckle, which made Achiko laugh too. He then took her hands in his, adopting a serious expression. Ever since I was a kid, I've dreamed of being a hero, even without a quirk. My mom supported me throughout my life, even when she knew it might be impossible. I may have gained the power to be a hero now, but she's not around to see it. You have a dream, and you have parents who want to see you achieve it. I want to do whatever it takes to help you reach your dream, Uraraka. Please, let me help you. Achiko was taken aback by his eagerness to assist her. Coming from a poor background, she was accustomed to people looking down on her and her parents, rarely offering any assistance. Due to their limited finances, few were willing to work for them or provide the resources they needed. This situation fueled her desire to use her quirk to help her family, but doing so required a license. She had tried to get into UA, but unfortunately, she failed the entrance exam. Deep down, she knew she couldn't afford the tuition, despite her parents reassuring her that everything would be all right. However, she was determined not to give up. That's why she decided to write a letter and leave home in search of a way to improve their lives, even if it meant facing hardships herself. While she didn't dislike her previous job, the pay was simply not enough to send back to her parents. So, when a boy, who was probably only a few months older than her, made a generous offer, it truly caught her by surprise. She wanted to think about it a little longer but was interrupted by a sudden achoo. Both Izuku and Achiko turned their heads and saw a pair of red eyes peeking from around the corner of the hallway. Eri! Izuku called out, recognizing the owner of those eyes. In the pink nightgown they had changed her into while she was sleeping, she slowly walked up to Achiko and placed both hands on her lap. Miss Achiko, please stay with us. I don't want you to leave, she said, looking deep into her eyes. Achiko was left speechless, her lips quivering as tears welled in her eyes. Overcome with emotion, she knelt down from her chair and wrapped Eri in a warm embrace. Okay, if you will have me, Achiko said, breaking down in tears while hugging the little girl. Eri responded by wrapping her arms around her and joining in the tearful hug, a smile on her face despite the situation. Izuku and Torbolt watched the scene with smiles. After drying their tears, the two girls helped Eri back to bed, reminding her that it was a school night. Both felt tired as well, so Izuku encouraged Achiko to take a bath, hoping she would agree. He offered to go out and buy soap that suited her needs, but Achiko replied that she had no problem using his soap for one night and could get her own when the sun came up. This made him a bit nervous inside because when she emerged from the bathroom wearing a tank top and shorts, she carried the same scent as the soap he always used. After removing his turbo suit for the night, taking his own bath, and changing into regular clothes, the teens were ready to go to bed. However, they ended up arguing for nearly half an hour about where they would sleep. Izuku, as the head of the house, insisted that Achiko should take his bed while he slept on the couch. On the other hand, Achiko, as the guest, argued that he should sleep in his own bed while she took the couch. In the end, with a pout on her face, Achiko reluctantly settled into Izuku's bed, while he proudly took the couch. So what's your plan? Torbolt asked as he floated beside Izuku. Well, after I drop Eri off at school, I think it's best to take Uraraka out to get her living essentials. You know, things like clothes, soap, perfume. Wait, does she wear perfume? Izuku said, mostly talking to himself. Oh right, Torbolt said nervously. I was actually talking about, you know. It took Izuku a moment to catch on to what he was saying. "Oh, you mean the cat?" he said, putting a hand to his chin. It must have been obvious to him that the robot was after the cat. It became even clearer when he realized that a lot of focus was on him during the robot's attack. "I think we can get the chance. We should contact Max and ask for his advice." "Good idea," Torbolt said as he hovered close to him, latching onto his chest. It turned out that while Izuku slept without his armor, Torbolt could continuously balance his turbo energy reserve and absorb it as long as he was strapped to him. "For now, let's get some rest. You gotta get up early to drop off Eri and go on your date with Miss Uraraka after all." "Yeah, good boy." "Wait, what? Date?" Izuku exclaimed, flustered, while Torbolt chuckled at his partner's embarrassment. At the sound of a sizzling pan, Izuku tiredly opened his eyes and sat up. Rubbing his eyes awake, he looked around and realized he was in the living room of his apartment. "How'd I end up here?" he asked himself, noticing he was lying on the couch in his sleepwear with a blanket over his legs. Holding his head, he tried to recall what he did yesterday. Finally, as it all came back to him, a mesmerizing aroma filled his nostrils, causing him to turn toward the kitchen. At first, he thought it was the silver-haired girl he called his daughter, but he knew she was too young to be using the stove. Looking at his chest, he could tell Torbolt was still in sleep mode since his digital face was closed, and he made slight snoring sounds. With ease, he got off the couch and tiptoed toward the kitchen, careful not to wake him up. As he approached, he saw a figure standing in front of the stove, which had multiple pots and pans frying or boiling something. He recognized the person there, especially since he was the one who invited her to live with him and Eri. But as he stared at her from behind, he began to question his decision. Growing up, he had never associated with any other females besides his mother, due to the fact that they ignored him for his quirklessness. Because of that, he kept his distance from them. But here he was now, staring at the back of his new roommate, Izuku Uraraka, who for some reason was wearing the apron he normally wore when he cooked. She still had on the black top and yellow shorts she wore to bed, but seeing her with the apron on made Izuku's heart skip a beat, and his cheeks burned. He considered backing away to avoid startling her, but the enticing scent of skis wafted up into his nose, making him scrunch his face. "Ac!" He sneezed loudly, causing Izuku to yelp in surprise, and Torbolt's eye to shoot open. "What? What's going on?" he exclaimed as he flew off Izuku's chest, looking around frantically. "That's what I want to know," Izuku said, holding her chest while trying to catch her breath from being startled. Izuku wiped his nose with his wrist before speaking up. "Sorry, that was me. I just sneezed. You were cooking and sleeping, so I didn't want to disturb you. My apologies." Izuku and Torbolt exchanged glances for a brief moment, snorted, and then burst into laughter. Izuku, surprised by their reaction, averted his eyes, blushing in embarrassment. Soon after, a tired yawn came from behind Izuku, making him turn to see Eri, her messy hair tousled as she rubbed her eyes. Good morning," she said, covering her mouth as she yawned again. After they all exchanged their good mornings, Eri looked past Izuku and saw the sizzling pot on the stove. "Is Miss Izuku making breakfast?" All eyes turned to Izuku, who blushed before speaking. "I just wanted to do something for you all since you're letting me stay here. I hope you don't mind that I used some of your ingredients," she said, her gaze meeting Izuku's. "No, not at all. I'm actually curious about what you're making," he reassured her. With that, Izuku smiled and turned back to her cooking. "I'm almost done, so you guys can take your seats." "Sure," they all replied in unison, leaving the kitchen to take their seats, while Torbolt latched onto Izuku's chest as usual. Not long after, Izuku emerged from the kitchen with a tray of multiple dishes, serving Izuku and Eri their respective portions. Their eyes widened in amazement at the sight of a full-course meal they had never seen before. "Oh wow!" they both exclaimed, their eyes sparkling. "Please enjoy," Izuku said nervously, holding the tray up to hide half her face. Izuku and Eri took their forks, took a bite, and squealed with their mouths full. "So good," they both said, continuing to munch on the food, leaving Izuku smiling with relief. Sorry I used almost all the eggs and meat you had," Izuku said, looking away. "Oh, it's okay. We can just buy more later, Izuku replied, taking another mouthful. And we might need to get a bed for you to sleep on. Why, you're right, Achiko agreed as she took her seat at the table. She had her own share of food but hesitated to touch it, watching the others enjoy the meal she prepared. She felt a bit guilty for intruding on their space. But as she thought that, Eri spoke up. I can't wait to eat what you'll make next, Eri said, her cheeks puffed like a chipmunk. That sight made Achiko laugh as she grabbed a napkin to wipe the little girl's lips. Try not to talk with your mouth full, Eri. You'll choke, Achiko said, cleaning away the remaining crumbs. Once she was done, she patted Eri on the head, noticing her messy hair. And after your bath, I'll do your hair. Really? Eri asked excitedly, to which Achiko nodded. Eri quickly finished her food, drank her juice, and hurried to her room. Achiko couldn't stop smiling as she watched her go. See, Izuku said, gaining her attention. She turned to see him smiling at her before he added, I told you she really likes you. A blush crept onto her cheeks, and she smiled, placing both hands on her face. Izuku smiled at her reaction, finished his meal, and helped her clean up. After Eri had taken her shower, Achiko sat her down and did her hair while Izuku took his. Eri marveled at her reflection with the twin ponytails Achiko had styled, while Achiko herself admired what she saw when she turned to bathe. Realizing she had left her bag of clothes in Izuku's room, she went to get them, opened the door, and saw Izuku just pulling up his boxers after drying off. They both froze for a moment, their faces turning beet red. Ah! I'm sorry! Achiko screamed, quickly slamming the door shut, leaving Izuku frozen like a tomato. It took Torbolt's electric shock to snap him back to reality. After everyone had cleaned up, they were ready to leave the apartment. Since she didn't have much, Achiko put on a yellow shirt with shorts, leggings, and sneakers, while Eri wore her usual red dress with her knapsack and her twin ponytails. Izuku activated camouflage mode on his turbo suit, making it look like he was wearing red sneakers, shorts, and a blue jacket over a black shirt, which sported a white Torbolt logo on the chest. I'm all ready, Eri said, smiling at Izuku. Good girl, Eri, Izuku praised, then suddenly remembered something important. Hold on, Eri? Where's that, cat? Cat? Eri asked, confused, putting a finger to her lips in thought. The black and orange one. When I woke up, it wasn't on my bed anymore, and my window was open. Huh, must have run away, Izuku said. That's a shame. I actually wanted to observe it more because... Torbolt began, then stopped mid-sentence. Torbolt? Izuku asked. I'm not certain, but I can't help but feel a resemblance between that cat and myself. Like we're of the same species, he said curiously. Izuku mused, stroking his chin. He'd be lying if he said this didn't pique his interest. But glancing at the clock, he saw the time and decided to save it for later. With that, the three of them exited the apartment, where Izuku typed in the keypad to lock the door. While he did that, both girls looked up at the blue sky. The sky looks so pretty. I don't see any rain clouds anywhere, Eri said, smiling. You're right, Eri, Achiko agreed, taking a deep breath and exhaling. It really is a lovely day. Izuku, who was listening while locking the door, turned around and said, Hey Torbolt, how's the weather looking today? I'm happy to report there are no signs of precipitation for the whole day, Torbolt responded. Thanks, partner, Izuku said, turning to the girls. Torbolt said it's going to be sunny all day, so why don't we all walk together? Okay, both girls chimed in unison. With that, they all took the elevator downstairs and walked toward the school, with Eri between them. With the sun shining brightly in the clear sky, Eri skipped happily along the path, unconsciously taking both Izuku's and Achiko's hands. They were both caught by surprise, especially Achiko. But seeing how joyful Eri was, she allowed it until they reached her school. Upon reaching the entrance, Eri let go of their hands and took a few steps forward before turning around to wave at them. Bye, Daddy. I'll see you later, Miss Achiko, she shouted before running into the schoolyard. Both teens smiled as they waved back and turned to leave. As they walked, Achiko, still blushing with a smile, turned to Izuku and said, Eri's such a sweetheart. Heh, I know, right? It always warms my heart to see her smile like that, he replied as they continued walking down the street. You told me about Eri's past and how you met and saved her. I can't imagine how terrified she must have been, said Ochako. Ever since I adopted her, I made an oath as a vigilante and a guardian to ensure she always has a smile on her face, no matter what, he said, clenching his hand into a fist. Ochako looked at him with surprise and let out a quiet giggle. With both her hands clasped behind her back, she leaned closer to him and gently nudged his side, causing him to stumble slightly. Hey, what was that for? He asked, holding the side she nudged while regaining his balance. No reason, she said, quickening her pace. She then spun on her heel and added, I just think you're really cool, that's all. And me? He stammered, pointing to himself as his cheeks began to heat up. He waved his hands in denial, saying, No, I'm not that great. I'm an illegal vigilante, you know. Well, to me you're a hero who saved 2 girls and took them in. I think that's pretty cool, she said before turning to walk ahead. Izuku stood there, awestruck, staring at her back. That girl really is something else, huh? Torbolt remarked. I think having her around will be great. Yeah, I guess so, Izuku managed to say, still watching Ochako as she skipped, her hair swaying with each step. His heartbeat quickened, prompting Torbolt to urge him forward. Come on, what are you waiting for? Let's go, she said, coming over and grabbing his arm to pull him along. Hey, wait! Izuku exclaimed, doing his best not to trip as Ochako continued to pull him. At UA Elementary, lunchtime arrived for the children in class. Most of the kids, like Mahoro, Katsuma, Satsuki, and Tamashiro, brought their tables together to eat as a group. Koda, on the other hand, took his lunch outside as usual to eat alone. Just as he opened the door to exit the building, the sound of it opening and closing behind him made him turn to see someone following him. Eri? He said, surprised. What are you doing? What do you mean? She asked with a smile as she caught up with him. I'm having lunch with you. Why you don't have to keep having lunch with me, he said, looking away as he pulled the tip of his cap down to hide his blush. Why? She asked, leaning closer to get a better look at his face. Though he tried to hide his blushing cheeks, his entire face turned red, matching the color of her eyes. You don't want to have lunch with me? I didn't say that, he stammered, turning his face away. Eri looked at him curiously as Koda gritted his teeth and began walking toward the tree where he had eaten his lunch last time. Geez, just come on. Eri was surprised by his response but smiled and quickly followed him. Arriving at the tree, they sat down and unboxed their lunches. Koda took out a rice ball, and Eri pulled out an apple. Just as they were about to eat, a few leaves fell between them. They exchanged puzzled glances before looking up simultaneously. All they could see were the leaves and branches of the tree, but they gasped as something fell from above. They both jumped out of the way as whatever it was landed right between them. What in the? Koda said, sitting up while still holding his rice ball. He froze in place as he saw what stood before him on 4 legs. What the? Is that a cat? He exclaimed, staring at the unusual feline. Eri, however, gasped with a smile and approached it a little closer. Oh, it's you, she said. Wait, you know this kitten? Koda asked. I met it last time. She began, only to stop midway as she recalled how she really met it. After what? Koda pressed. After. Found it. Outside my home, she quickly said. Koda raised an eyebrow but looked back at the cat. To him, the creature seemed too odd to be a cat. Yet, it walked over to him and sniffed in the direction of the rice ball he was holding. Realizing what it was interested in, Koda tore a piece of the rice ball and carefully offered it to the cat. He held his breath, hoping it wouldn't bite his finger, but the cat simply sniffed it and began nibbling on the rice. Eri's eyes sparkled as she put both hands on her cheeks and exclaimed, So cute. Shut up. Koda shouted, blushing as the cat finished the rice and began licking his fingers. As he pulled his hand back, he sat cross-legged against the tree, but the cat followed him, crawled onto his lap, and curled up while purring. Koda said, confused, while Eri's excitement grew. She opened her mouth to say something, but Koda quickly raised a finger and said, "Don't." Eri puffed her cheeks in response and said, "But you and him." "Him," Koda corrected, lowering his head to look at the cat. "It's a boy." "You can tell it's a boy?" "How?" Eri asked. In response, Koda used his finger to scratch the cat's back at the base of its tail. The cat's tail lifted in response. Koda pointed at the cat's rear and explained how to tell its gender, comparing it to humans. He simplified it for Eri by saying that female cats have parts resembling upside-down exclamation points, while male cats have parts that look like a colon. "Oh, I get it," Eri said, gently stroking the cat's back as it, now identified as a male, lounged comfortably on Koda's lap. "You said you found this cat?" Koda asked, and Eri nodded in response. "I hope you at least gave it a bath or took it to a vet. Those are basic things to do when you find a stray cat. If it has an owner, you can't just feed it anything until you know what it can eat. Then you should start putting up flyers and—" Koda paused when he noticed Eri staring at him in admiration. "What?" he exclaimed. "You know so much about cats, Koda. Do you have one?" she asked. "No. But let's just say I live with a bunch of cat enthusiasts," he replied, picturing the people he was referring to striking silly poses that almost made him slide down the tree he was sitting against. "Enthusiasts?" Eri asked just as the school bell rang, signaling the end of lunch. "All right, time to go," Koda said to the cat as he attempted to stand. To his surprise, the cat jumped off his lap, allowing him to stand up straight, and then it scampered up the tree, disappearing among the leaves. Eri stood up with him, packing both their bags and handing his to him while he continued to stare at the spot where the cat had vanished. "Wow, that was quick for a regular house cat. More like cheetah speed to me." "But it has black fur, so it's not a cheetah," Eri pointed out as they walked toward the building. "Maybe it's a baby panther?" "Where do you see a panther with orange markings?" Koda countered. They continued their playful banter as they returned to class, while the cat watched them from the tree throughout the day. Inside the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall, Izuku and Achiko walked through the automatic doors. Having been there before, Izuku casually strolled past the various stores while Achiko looked around as if she were exploring a tourist attraction. "Do you come here often?" Izuku asked, noticing her wide-eyed curiosity. "Not really. Most of the stuff here is expensive, so I try to avoid places like this. I always feel out of place," she replied calmly. "You can tell I'm the type to shop at the dollar store, right?" "Oh, I see," he said, recalling her family's financial situation. "Well, today we're here to get you supplies for your stay with me and Eri. So don't hesitate to say what you need." "Oh please, you don't have to do that much for me," she said, waving her hands dismissively. "What do you mean?" "Of course, I want to help you," he said, stopping in his tracks. "Even if it's to help your parents improve their situation, you're part of our family too, Uraraka." Achiko's eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed at his words. She knew she was going to be staying with him, Torbolt, and Eri mainly for her family's sake, and had thought of herself as merely a house guest. Hearing him refer to her as family was unexpected. Realizing the effect of his words, Izuku blushed as well. "I mean, if that's okay with you. I'm not forcing you to stay with us. It's just—" No, it's okay. I'm just—" "Thank you for having me," she said, fidgeting and looking down at the floor. "Why, of course," Izuku replied, mirroring her shy demeanor. Both of them fell silent, too embarrassed to speak or move. "Hey, Izuku." Torbolt interjected. "People are staring at you too." Izuku quickly raised his head and glanced around, noticing adults smiling and whispering about them, saying things like, "Ah, young love," and "what a cute couple." "Anyway, let's keep moving," Izuku said, quickly turning around and walking stiffly. "Why yeah," Achiko agreed, following suit, both of them attracting curious glances from passers-by. Eventually, they relaxed enough to walk normally and began their shopping spree. First on Izuku's list was bedding for Achiko, so they headed into an IKEA store. Once inside, they made their way to the bedding section, where Achiko started browsing the options. It was then that Torbolt reminded Izuku of something he had overlooked. "Wait, Izuku, don't we only have 2 bedrooms? Yours and Eri's?" he asked. Where's Miss Uraraka going to sleep? Izuku slapped his forehead in realization. Oh no, I forgot. And you're not planning on making her sleep on the floor, are you? Torbolt asked. What? No way. Why would you think that? Izuku replied, surprised by his friend's question. Look ahead. Izuku followed his gaze and saw Achiko not looking at the beds but at some futons on sale. In a panic, he rushed over and positioned himself between her and the futons. Hey, the beds are over there, Uraraka, he said, pointing in a different direction. But you only have 2 bedrooms, and I don't want to intrude on you and Eri while you sleep, she said. I'll settle for a nice futon and sleep in the living room. What? No way. You can just sleep in a separate bed in my room, he blurted out without thinking. Shoppers around them stopped and stared in surprise. Whoa, Torbolt said while Achiko stood there shocked. Realizing what he had just said, Izuku made a noise of embarrassment before clearing his throat. I mean, my bed's only a queen size, and my room is spacious enough for it and everything else. If I rearrange some things, I can make space for another queen-size bed for you, he said, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly. I want you to feel comfortable, you know? So you're not intruding at all. Achiko remained silent for a moment before speaking in a shy, shaky voice. So you're okay with us, me and you, sleeping in the same room? He replied, his voice equally shy and shaky. If you want. Okay. But look at the beds, she said as she slowly walked away from him. Wow, Izuku. That's quite bold of you, and I'm an alien, Torbolt said as Izuku covered his face with his hands, trying to hide his embarrassment. Leave me alone, Torbolt, he mumbled, following Achiko. After browsing through some selections, Izuku used his N-Tech card to pay for a queen-size bed frame, mattress, and some pink bedsheets. With the bundle he purchased, he received a free shipping bonus and scheduled delivery his doorstep by 5 to 7 p.m. that same day. With the bed settled, they headed to a nearby clothing store where Achiko could choose some outfits for herself. Izuku insisted she take his card to pick out what she wanted. She hesitated at first, but when he explained that he couldn't accompany her into a women's clothing store that also sold undergarments, she blushed and understood, accepting his card. While she shopped, he sat on a mall bench and waited for about 30 minutes before she returned. He asked if she found everything she needed, and she replied that she had. Not wanting her to keep using his soap and other items, he directed her to a pharmacy where she picked out bathing soap, a toothbrush, toothpaste, and towels. With his permission, Izuku also got her some bath salts. When she saw them on the shelf, she mentioned it was something she had always wanted to try in a bathtub. Hearing her express that desire made Izuku happy, knowing she was finally allowing herself to enjoy little things. Once they had everything, they held their bags and began making their way to the exit. So, after breakfast this morning, I forgot to restock the fridge. How about we order takeout for dinner tonight, he suggested, carrying the heavier bags. Sounds good, Achiko replied. But if it's alright, I'd prefer to handle the grocery shopping myself. I might want to try making some special dishes once in a while. Sure, why not? Just ask and I'll lend you my card, he said. You can even take Eri with you and… Izuku was cut off by a loud explosion from the upper floor that caught their attention. What was that? Achiko exclaimed, looking up at the source of the noise, alarm bells ringing and smoke rising. Fire! Fire! Call the fire department! Bystanders shouted as they rushed toward the exit. Izuku watched in alarm as the flames began to spread from one store to another, growing larger by the moment. Uraraka, you need to get out of here, Izuku said, handing her the bags he was holding. What? What are you going to do? She asked, catching the bags. Until help arrives, someone needs to keep the fire at bay and help everyone evacuate, he explained. Uraraka looked down, concerned, but then nodded. Okay, just be careful and come back safe. I will, he promised as he dashed toward a nearby bathroom on the lower floor. Relieved to find it empty, he closed the stall and crossed his arms. High voltage running shoe green circle, go turbo, speed. Green circle high voltage running shoe. In a flash of green, he burst out of the stall at super speed. Achiko, doing her best to direct everyone out of the mall, noticed the streak of motion racing up the staircase, level by level, until it reached the floor where the fire was. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself that she could trust him. Upon reaching the level where the fire was, Izuku assessed the situation. The flames were primarily coming from a perfume shop, slowly spreading to a toy store next door. He scanned the area until he spotted a man in a black suit with a gold name tag, likely the manager. He hurried over to him. "Excuse me, sir, what happened?" he asked urgently. The man gasped in surprise. "Why, you're that vigilante from the news, Midoriya," he stammered. "What are you doing here?" "It doesn't matter. Please, tell me," Izuku urged. "Oh, The man began, explaining that a drunk customer had come in smoking a cigarette, and despite their warnings, he had thrown it into a nearby trash can. The papers inside ignited, and with the perfume in the air, the fire quickly spread. After hearing the story, Izuku turned his gaze back to the store. "The fire is going to get worse if it keeps up, and the sprinklers aren't doing much," Torbolt said from Izuku's chest. Under the helmet, Izuku's expression turned serious as he formulated a plan. He quickly glanced at his unlocked turbo modes but realized none could extinguish fires. However, he noticed some employees wearing uniforms from the stores that were catching fire. They had managed to escape, but he sensed they could be of help. "Everyone!" he shouted, gaining the attention of the employees and onlookers. "I'm going to ensure that everyone who couldn't get out in time evacuates safely. Until then, I need your help to keep the fire at bay until the fire department arrives. Do any of you have water-related quirks?" They exchanged glances, and at least one or two raised their hands. The rest questioned how they were supposed to control the fire, but Izuku already had a plan. Using speed mode, he raced to every floor in mere seconds, grabbing every fire extinguisher he could find. If he couldn't carry more, he would drop them off and return for more. He even broke the glass on 2 nearby fire hose stations, pulling the hoses toward the bystanders. Once he was done, he distributed the extinguishers to the employees and some regular bystanders who had heard his call for help. "If you know how to use them, keep the entrance cool enough for those trapped inside to escape," he instructed. Everyone nodded, pulled the pins, aimed the nozzles, and sprayed foam onto the flames. "But how are you going to get in? The fire is too intense, and the building is collapsing from the inside," the manager of the perfume shop said, gripping one of the fire hoses. "Don't worry. I have a mode for that," he said as he turned his gaze toward the fire and crossed his arms. "Go Turbo! Hammer Claw!" With his enhanced armor designed to withstand extreme temperatures, he marched straight through the flames and entered the store. Using his biomechanical claw and hammer, he lifted and cleared away any debris that obstructed his path. Whenever he encountered anyone still inside, he carefully gathered as many as he could and carried them outside. He continued this effort while people outside sprayed fire extinguishers, operated water hoses, or used their water abilities. Izuku gently laid the rescued individuals down against the walls before rushing back in. He pressed on until he heard people saying their extinguishers were running low. Turning back to the store, he asked Torbolt, "Are there any others?" "Scanning," Torbolt replied. "I don't detect any more life forms in the perfume store. They said everyone evacuated the toy store, and the firefighters are almost here." "Okay, great. We should get out of here before." Izuku started, but then he heard a woman scream. He turned to see a blonde-haired lady looking around frantically, tears streaming down her face. Izuku rushed over to her and asked, "Are you okay, ma'am? What's wrong?" "My daughter. She was with me in the toy store, but the fire started, and I lost her," she cried. Turning his head toward the burning store, he said, "Torbolt." "I'm scanning," he responded quickly. "Izuku, I detect one more life signal, and it's faint." Gritting his teeth, he looked back at the woman and asked, "Ma'am, I'm going to get your daughter. What's her name?" "Hana Uchu. She has 2 flowers in her hair," she said, trembling. "Got it," he said before dashing inside. With urgency, he used not only his claw and hammer but also his bare fists to clear the rubble. As he worked, he called out the girl's name repeatedly. "Hana! Hana!" The sound of a child's cries reached his ears. Help! Help! The girl screamed. Switching his HUD screen to X-ray mode, he spotted a small figure crouched beneath some broken, flaming debris. Using his claw, he lifted the rubble to reveal a crying girl with the same blonde hair as the woman outside. 2 flowers adorned her head, and she clutched a teddy bear tightly. Hey, it's okay, Izuku said, trying to comfort her. But upon seeing him in his large metal suit, the girl trembled in fear, closed her eyes, and held her bear tighter. Realizing he was frightening her, Izuku took a risk and opened the front of his armor to reveal his unmasked face and green hair. The girl opened her eyes and gasped at his smiling face. See, I'm just here to help you. My name is Midoriya, and you're Hana, right? With a surprised expression, she nodded and relaxed her grip on her bear. At that moment, Torbolt unlinked himself from the suit and waved. And I'm Torbolt, he said, displaying a smile emoji on his face. The fear on the girl's face began to fade as she noticed the funny picture, and a small smile appeared. I am Midoriya's partner, and he promised your mom to save you and bring you to safety, Torbolt continued. Are really? She asked, turning her gaze from Torbolt to Izuku, who offered her the warmest smile he could muster. Thank you, sir. The girl smiled but then began to cough. Using his scanner, Torbolt examined her and turned to Izuku. She's inhaled too much smoke. I'm going to help her breathe properly, he said before gently floating toward her. Can you breathe okay? Hana looked puzzled but nodded. Gently, Torbolt positioned himself over her mouth and nose, similar to how he linked to Izuku's chest, and released fresh air into her lungs. Can you breathe well? Izuku asked, leaning closer. Hana looked at him and nodded without speaking. With a smile, Izuku closed the front of his armor while detoxifying the inside and carefully lifted her into his arms. Okay, let's go. With that, Izuku turned and began running toward the exit. However, as he ran, the fire intensified, and the debris became more challenging to navigate while carrying the small girl. With the entrance in sight, Izuku thought he would make it, but suddenly, the roof above collapsed, blocking the way. Crap! Izuku exclaimed. Izuku, above you! Torbolt warned from Hana's mouth. Looking up, he saw the ceiling breaking apart. With no other option, Izuku made a bold decision. He looked at Hana and said, Hana, hold on and stay still. I'm going to protect you. With Torbolt still on her mouth acting as a respirator, she could only nod and squeeze her toy tighter. Izuku bent down, curled himself around the girl, and held both his claw and hammer above his back. Using himself as a shield, the ceiling collapsed, burying him under the rubble. Not long after, the sounds of fire trucks approached, and firefighters, along with the hero Backdraft, rushed in. They wasted no time unleashing their water hoses on the fire. Why are you all still here? Backdraft shouted, noticing the onlookers with fire extinguishers. And how do you have those? The manager of the perfume store stepped forward and said, that vigilante kid Midoriya gave us these fire extinguishers and asked us to help keep the fire down while he rescued those who couldn't escape. We would have run, but seeing how brave that kid was and how desperately he asked for help, we decided to pitch in, another employee added. Midoriya? Backdraft asked, noticing the survivors leaning against the wall, trying to catch their breath. Where is he? Just then, the blonde lady approached him, frightened. He went into the toy store to save my daughter but hasn't come out yet. I'm worried. What? He shouted, turning his attention to the store, which was nearly engulfed in flames. Although his fellow firefighters were working to extinguish the fire, the store looked ready to collapse. He shouted, Hurry! We need to take care of the fire before. But before he could finish, the walls, roof, and entrance crumbled to the ground, leaving nothing but rubble and ash. The onlookers, employees, and the manager who stayed to help stared at the destruction in horror, while Backdraft tried to hold back the mother as she cried out for her daughter. But she stopped when she heard the sound of machines whirring and rocks shifting. Everyone turned to see a green claw extending through the rubble, followed by a yellow suit of armor holding something in both hands. As he walked over the still-burning debris, everyone made way for him until he reached the blonde lady, kneeling to reveal what he was holding. Hana! The mother exclaimed as Backdraft released her, allowing her to rush over to her daughter. Seeing her mother, Hana climbed out of Izuku's hand and ran to her, still clutching her bear. Torbolt freed himself from Hana's mouth just in time for her to leap into her mother's arms, both of them crying tears of joy. As Torbolt reattached himself to the hammer-claw armor, Izuku smiled at their reunion, nearly tearing up as it reminded him of the hugs he shared with his own mother, though he did his best to hold back his emotions. "Hey kid," a voice called, drawing his attention. He turned to see Backdraft standing there with his arms crossed. "Be Backdraft," Izuku stammered, stepping back slightly. He was still a nerd at heart, and seeing an official hero right in front of him made him tremble with excitement. "I can't believe I'm meeting you, sir. It's an honor." "Thank you. I've heard of you, kid. Going around doing illegal hero work," Backdraft said in a serious tone. Izuku gulped and took a step back, ready to flee. "As an official hero, I should turn you in, but..." He turned his head, prompting Izuku to follow his gaze. Everyone who remained began clapping and cheering for him. Even those observing from a distance offered their praises and whistles. As a vigilante, Izuku usually did what he came to do and then left, but being praised for the first time made him blush behind his armor. "For now, you're the hero to these people, so I'll give you 10 seconds to get out of here," he whispered the last part. Nodding in understanding, Izuku crossed his arms and shouted, "Go Turbo! Flight!" Just as he was about to take off, he felt something tap his leg. Looking down, he saw Hana, the little girl he saved, smiling up at him. "Thank you for saving me, Midoriya," she said sweetly. "No problem, Hana," he replied before remembering something. "Oh, and about before." "Don't worry," she said, putting a finger to her lips while smiling. "I'll be quiet." Izuku chuckled before charging his jets and soaring into the sky. Circling back around, Izuku lowered himself behind the mall building and switched to camouflage mode. Making sure no one was watching, he hurried to the entrance where he spotted Achiko leaning against the wall with their bags on the ground. "Uraraka," he called, gaining her attention. "You're back," she exclaimed, rushing over to wrap her arms around his neck in a warm hug. Surprised at first, Izuku relaxed and returned the embrace. They held on to each other for a moment before slowly separating to look at one another. "Is this what it's going to be like for the time I stay with you?" she asked. "I guess so. Sorry if it keeps worrying you," he replied. "It's okay. If Eri can manage it and believe in you, then I can too," she said with a smile. "Thank you," Izuku said, feeling relieved. Izuku, you have onlookers again," Torbolt chimed in from his chest. Izuku turned to see people watching them, smiling and whispering. Achiko quickly released him from the hug. We should head home now," she suggested. "All right," Izuku said, picking up the heavy bags. Together, they made their way back to Izuku's apartment to prepare for Achiko's stay. Upon arrival, they found that the package containing Achiko's new bed had arrived earlier than expected. Izuku offered to use speed mode to set it up quickly, but Achiko insisted on doing it herself, saying he had done enough already. She pointed out that he had to pick up Eri and order food as promised. Understanding her reasoning, he helped reorganize his room to make space for her bed. When he left to pick up Eri, Achiko began assembling her bed while mentally listing what to buy from the supermarket the next day. Eventually, the doorbell rang, and Achiko opened it to find a pizza delivery person. Realizing Izuku had planned ahead and ordered delivery, she placed the pizza on the counter and put the drinks in the fridge. Not long after, Izuku and Eri returned home, where Achiko suggested they all clean up. It seemed like a good idea since they were a bit messy after the fire incident, and Eri had been at school all day. Achiko joined Eri in the bath, helping her clean up while washing herself at the same time. Once they finished, Izuku went to take his turn, but Achiko asked him to put on his pajamas after cleaning up. He didn't understand at first but complied after freshening up. Feeling revitalized, he and Torbolt went to the living room to find Eri and Achiko waiting for him in clean pajamas, Eri in purple, Achiko in pink, and Izuku in green. "Hey, I was thinking we could watch a movie while eating," Achiko suggested, holding the TV remote. "Movie and pizza." Eri cheered, reaching for a slice. Hold on, Eri, Izuku said, stopping her before she could take a bite. Both Achiko and Eri looked at him in confusion but soon realized what he was doing as he picked out his slice. Achiko took hers to join them, and together, they held their slices up in the air. Izuku then proclaimed, "To new beginnings together." "Together!" the girls echoed in agreement. With that, they all took a bite of their slices and Achiko started the movie on the TV. Izuku and Achiko enjoyed their pizza with soda while Eri sipped from a juice box. Torbolt, meanwhile, latched onto Izuku's chest, feeding off his turbo energy. He sat on one side of the couch while Eri lay on Achiko's lap on the other side. As the movie played, Izuku glanced at the girls and smiled, watching them laugh with pizza cheese staining their lips. Noticing his smile, Torbolt spoke up. "Who would have thought vigilantes like us could live life like this? Is this right?" he asked. Izuku hummed thoughtfully before raising his head to the sky with a smile. "I guess it doesn't have to be right, Torbolt," he said before turning back to the TV. "It just has to feel fine." "Fine with what?" Achiko asked, overhearing him. "Oh, I mean, it feels so fine to have you here, Uraraka," he replied. Achiko. "Huh. We'll be living together from now on, so," she said, scratching her blushing cheek. "You can call me Achiko," she said with a shy smile. Izuku felt a warmth rise in his cheeks. "Okay, Achiko. You can call me Izuku then." Sure," she replied, a hint of nervousness in her voice. "Miss Achiko?" Eri chimed in, capturing her attention. "Can I call you Mama Cheiko?" Achiko's eyes widened in surprise. "Me? Mama? I don't have a mom, so if you're going to live with me and Papa, can I call you Mama?" Eri asked hopefully. Achiko glanced at Izuku, who simply shrugged, blushing and signaling that it was her choice. A gentle smile spread across her face as she ruffled Eri's hair. "Okay, I don't mind." With that, Eri let out an excited cheer, and the three of them returned to the movie until they all fell asleep on the couch. When the movie ended, Torbolt nudged Izuku awake, who then woke Achiko to help settle Eri into her bed. After making sure she was comfortable, the two headed into Izuku's room, which was now shared between them. Izuku couldn't help but admire the newly built bed in the storage area he had prepared for her. They both yawned and crawled into their respective beds. Before turning off the lights, Izuku spoke up. "Oh, by the way, Achiko," he said. "Yeah? What's up?" she asked, pulling her sheets over her legs. "I contacted my old teacher about your parents' construction business," he explained. Achiko sat up straight, eager for more information. His mom is actually the CEO of a high-tech company called Tichai Transhuman Industries. They were planning to establish a headquarters here in Japan and offered your parents the contract to build it. All expenses and equipment would be covered, of course. But if all their expenses and equipment are paid for. Achiko began to understand. Then they can sell their old equipment and save money to take some time off, he finished with a smile. Overwhelmed with emotion, she covered her mouth with her hands, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks as a heavy weight lifted from her heart. She looked up at Izuku with a teary smile and whispered, "Thank you, Izuku. I'll do my best too." "I know you will." "Good night," he said, making a motion with his hand to turn off the light. As he tucked himself in, he glanced over at Achiko's bed and saw her snuggled under her blanket. He did the same, turning away while thinking, "I will too." A few weeks passed since Achiko began living with Izuku and Eri. As she settled in, she noticed that the inside of the apartment felt much larger than it appeared from the outside. Curious, she asked Izuku about it, and he revealed that when he and Eri moved in on the top floor, they discovered that the other doors, aside from the main entrance, were all fake. The building was designed to look like 3 separate apartments from the outside, but in reality, it was just one. The lower floors had regular apartments, but they were all vacant. Torbolt even mentioned that Ntek had installed mobile holograms to create the illusion of people coming and going. True to her word, Achiko took great care of their home whenever the two were away. While Eri was at school and Izuku occasionally went out for patrol, she tidied up their rooms, vacuumed and mopped the floors, watered the plants she had placed outside the door, and prepared dinner for everyone. Once a week, she borrowed Izuku's N-Tech card to stock up on groceries, ensuring they had plenty of food in the fridge, along with a sweet treat for herself, whether it was ice cream or candy, as Izuku encouraged her to indulge once in a while. One day, noticing Izuku studying in their room, she asked for his help with her schoolwork, and he made it so easy for her to understand that she called him a great teacher, which he shyly denied. On Eri's side, she continued to excel at school. She earned high grades, read exceptionally well, and even drew beautifully. Her achievements earned her the title of Star Girl in her class, prompting Izuku and Achiko to celebrate with her favorite dessert at a local sweet shop. She also enjoyed spending time with her best friends, Satsuki, Kasuma, Mahoro, and even Tamashiro. As for Kota, Eri felt they were growing closer, even if he still acted a bit mean towards her. Strangely, whenever someone spoke poorly of her or tried to upset her, he would stand up for her, glaring at them and defending her. This made Eri consider him one of her best friends. They would share lunch under the same tree and feed a mysterious cat that often visited them. However, everything changed one day when Ms. Ikoma, the teacher at UA Elementary, made an announcement about a special visit. "Okay, class, settle down. I have an announcement," she instructed, capturing the children's attention. Excitement buzzed in the air. "Tomorrow, our class will be taking a trip to the USJ. Universal Studios of Japan." The kids erupted from their seats, misunderstanding the announcement. It took several minutes for Ms. Ikoma to calm them down, with Eri standing up to help as Star Girl. "I'm sorry, kids, but it's not Universal Studios of Japan. It's the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, a place where UA high students train for disaster rescue." "Oh," the class murmured, some excited and others disappointed. Kota rolled his eyes in annoyance, while Eri leaned in, eager to hear more. "With permission from Principal Nizu, our class will observe the training of Class 1A, she continued, gesturing toward the door. "You can come in now." The children turned to see the door open, revealing a man with unruly black hair and a scarf wrapped around his neck. Following him were about 18 teenagers dressed in their hero costumes. "Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Aizawa, the homeroom teacher of Class 1A, he introduced himself. Some students who didn't know him greeted him shyly. Eri, along with Satsuki and Katsuma, felt a mix of excitement and nervousness, while Kota, Tamashiro, and Mahoro glared at him. "These students behind me will not only be training, but they will also act as your temporary mentors. Think of them as your guardians," one of the teachers said. As they walked to the front one by one, each student introduced themselves and their quirks. Some kids were surprised to learn that Azui was Satsuki's older sister. When Bakugo introduced himself, a few shuddered at his loud declaration that he was going to be number one. It took class representative Ida to calm him down, reminding him that he was scaring everyone, except for 3 students. Anyway," Ms. Ikoma said as she proceeded with roll call. Just like on their first day, they introduced themselves and their quirks. Kota gave the same introduction as before, causing sweat to bead on the older kids' faces, while Bakugo merely scoffed. But when it was Eri's turn, she stood up confidently. "Hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and I'm the star girl of the class. Nice to meet all of you," she said, bowing her head politely. The students clapped, but Bakugo's reaction was anything but welcoming. "What the heck?" he shouted, causing everyone to turn their attention to him. Eri leaned back in fright, nearly tripping over her chair. "How do you have that name? You can't be related to them. They're gone. You don't look anything like them. Well, kid, are you going to tell me or what?" In a moment of impulse, Bakugo accidentally released a small spark of explosions from his palm, sending all the children leaping from their seats and rushing to the back in fear. "Oi, Bakugo, cut it out!" Kirishima shouted, grabbing him from behind with the help of some other students. Eri tried to back away but lost her balance and fell. Fortunately, Kota, who wasn't scared, caught her just in time. He glared at Bakugo and, with a swift motion, sprayed a small jet of water at him, hitting him right in the face. This made Bakugo stop squirming and look at Kota. "Hey bomb guy, are you a villain or what? Cool it and stop scaring Eri and everyone else," he said, while the other kids who weren't frightened voiced their agreement. "Why you little?" Bakugo started, but he didn't get to finish as a white scarf wrapped around his mouth and body, making him fall to the ground like a wrapped-up figure. I apologize for his rudeness, ma'am. I will ensure he receives proper discipline later, Mr. Aizawa said to the startled teacher as he tightened the scarf around Bakugo, causing him to squirm uncomfortably. He then turned to the students. You don't have to worry, kids. Tomorrow, he won't say a single word to you, and the other students here will make sure of it, right? Yes, sensei. All the UA High students replied in unison. With that, he left the classroom, dragging a restrained Bakugo behind him while the students bowed apologetically. Once they were gone, the kids relaxed and returned to their seats. After Koda helped Eri up, he fixed her fallen chair and returned to his own seat. The teacher then passed out permission slips for the kids to take home for their parents to sign. As Koda held his slip, he was about to crumple it up and toss it in the trash when a tiny folded piece of paper landed in front of him. He picked it up and looked around, but no one seemed to notice while Ms. Ikoma continued her lesson. Unfolding it, he was surprised by the colorful writing inside. Thank you for saving me. I hope to see you tomorrow. Realizing who it was from, he glanced over at Eri, who was smiling at the board. He looked back at the note and the permission slip, chuckling softly to himself. Dummy, he whispered as he folded both papers and tucked them into his bag. After school, Izuku picked up Eri on his motorcycle after running an errand and drove straight home. As they rode, he noticed her upset expression and asked what was wrong. She shared the story of how her class received an invite to the USJ and had a surprise visit from Class 1A. Izuku's expression darkened when she mentioned Bakugo's reaction to her name. Thankfully, the bike was modified to handle his turbo energy, which surged at the thought of his childhood bully threatening her. He wished nothing more than to confront Bakugo, but he calmed down when Eri told him how Koda had protected her by cooling Bakugo down. Izuku couldn't help but laugh. I wish I could have seen that. It was funny, Eri replied, giggling. Introduce me to him if you ever get the chance. I'd like to thank him personally, Izuku said as they turned into their apartment's parking lot. Okay, she said happily as she hopped off the bike. They entered their apartment to find Achiko sitting on the couch, writing in a book, likely doing some schoolwork. The pots on the stove were still sizzling, indicating she had been cooking dinner. We're home, both Izuku and Eri announced in unison. Welcome back, Achiko said, putting her book down to hug Eri. How have you been, Eri? I've been okay, Mama Choco, Eri replied excitedly, taking in the delicious aroma. Did you make curry? Uh-huh, Achiko said cheerfully. But don't forget to clean up first. Okay, Eri said as she headed to her room. Once she was gone, Achiko turned to Izuku. So, what did you do today? She asked as Torbolt unlinked from Izuku's camouflage shirt. We stopped a few burglars and picked up something for you, he said, flying past Achiko. What? Achiko asked, turning to Izuku as he pulled something out of the plastic bag he was carrying. When I realized you didn't have a phone, I went ahead and pre-ordered one. It's the latest model, so it should have everything you need to stay in contact with me and Torbolt, he said, holding the phone out for her to take. Achiko stood frozen, her eyes sparkling with tears as she gazed at Izuku and the phone in his hands. Thank you, she stammered, taking the phone box from him and cradling it gently. I don't know why, but it feels like this belongs to someone else. Well, it doesn't, he replied, placing his hand over the box as she held it. It's yours and yours alone. You earned it. Her cheeks flushed, and her heart raced at his warm smile. They had been living together for weeks now, nearly a month, and with each passing day, she felt herself growing closer to him. She didn't know where their relationship would lead, but she hoped it would continue to blossom. Thank you again. Can you help me set it up? I'm not very good with these things, she asked shyly. Of course, he said, joining her on the couch to assist with her new phone. The next day, excitement buzzed through Class 1A as they discussed the upcoming field trip. They were thrilled not only to be students but also mentors to the children assigned to them. In the midst of their chatter, Denki Kaminari decided to shift the topic. Hey guys, have you heard about the vigilante who appeared 10 months ago? He asked. You mean the Midoriya guy? I thought it was just a rumor, But when I heard he showed up during the entrance exam, I actually believed it, Kirishima replied. I heard he was so strong he punched a 0-pointer and destroyed it in one shot, Ashido added. What? No way. The only one with that kind of power is All Might. Bakugo exclaimed. I was there that day. I saw him magnificently punch that robot into tiny pieces, Aoyama chimed in. Just then, Mr. Aizawa entered and instructed everyone to take their seats. As you all know, today you will be going on a field trip. Please put on your hero costumes and head outside to the buses. Once there, sit with the children on the bus, he directed. As everyone got up, Mr. Aizawa called Bakugo aside for a moment. Bakugo, regarding Eri, I promised Nizu this would be a positive experience for the kids. I don't need you ruining it with your anger issues, understood, he said firmly. Bakugo simply grunted and nodded, recalling the punishment he had received the day before. As he left, Aizawa pondered, what did he mean by, you can't be related to them, and they're dead? Who is Eri Midoriya? Eventually, he made his way to the buses, where he found the elementary school kids lined up, with Eri leading the way and the boy who had splashed Bakugo behind her. He couldn't help but find it amusing, but he made a mental note to contact a certain hero about her niece's behavior. As the students boarded the bus, the kids settled next to those they felt comfortable with. Bakugo, however, chose to sit next to Aizawa at the front. During the drive, the atmosphere was lively, with kids playing, chatting, or sleeping. Koda dozed at the back, Kirishima was arm wrestling Tamashiro, Ida was lecturing Katsuma about rules, Ashido was engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors with Mahoro, and Eri was conversing with Satsuki, who sat beside her. Hey Eri, I can't help but notice you're a fan of Midoriya. That's his symbol on your strap, right? Satsuki pointed out. This caught the attention of everyone, including Mr. Aizawa, who had been resting. Eri, trying her best to keep her father's identity a secret, searched for an excuse. Just as she was about to speak, Ashido interrupted. Hey look, we're here, she exclaimed. Eri sighed, mentally grateful for the distraction. They all exited the bus and entered the building, where they were greeted by the pro-hero 13. Hello everyone. My name is 13, and I'll be your instructor for today. The children will go to the observatory room to watch their mentors train. Just as the children were about to leave, a dark void opened in the center of the room. As it expanded, figures began to emerge. Whoa, awesome! We get some fake villains too, Kirishima exclaimed. Those aren't fake. Those are real villains. Aizawa warned, alarmed. Panic spread among the children. 13, get the children to. Before he could finish, a purple mist enveloped them, teleporting all the high schoolers to different locations and leaving the young children alone with the villains. The leader of the group stepped forward. Good day everyone. You can call me Shigaraki, and we are the League of Villains. We're here to eliminate the symbol of peace. If he doesn't come in the next 10 minutes, all of you will be in grave danger, the man with a hand mask declared. Fear gripped the children. They weren't trained to fight, and their mentors were scattered throughout the facility. What are we going to do? We can't even fight, Mahoro whispered, trembling. And the teachers are busy dealing with the villains, Satsuki added anxiously. I overheard them say they cut off all communication, so we can't even call for help, Tamashiro said, his voice shaking. But who will save us if we can't reach the heroes? Katsuma asked, panic rising. Unless someone has a way to contact a hero, we're in serious trouble, Koda said, clutching Eri, whose eyes suddenly widened with realization. She glanced at the steel symbol on her strap and pressed the button, which emitted a faint beeping sound. Closing her eyes, she shouted in her mind, Help us, Daddy. We need you. Izuku was currently running in speed mode after stopping a mugging. Another day, another mugging. I wonder what Achiko's making for lunch today, he mused as he turned a corner. You really enjoy her company, Izuku. Have you thought about taking her on a date? Torbolt asked playfully. He exclaimed, nearly tripping. I don't know if I can really. Before he could finish, an alarm blared inside his helmet. What's that? Another crime? He asked, concerned. It's worse, Izuku. It's Aries' emergency signal. Torbolt shouted. This caught Izuku's full attention. He quickly pulled up a map on his HUD to track her. When he saw that she was at the USJ as she had said, he made a sharp U-turn and ran at full speed, leaving a trail of green energy behind him. Meanwhile at the USJ, Shigaraki was starting to grow impatient. It's been 10 minutes and no symbol of peace. How about I start with this one, he said, reaching out and grabbing Aries' hand with only 4 fingers. She tried to struggle free, but it was no use. No, the children screamed. Be quiet, you little brats. If I use my other finger on her, your friend will vanish in an instant. Aries and her friends trembled in fear, realizing that if he used all 5 fingers, it would be the end for her. I will count to 3, and if All Might isn't here, this girl will be in serious trouble. 1, he threatened. Aizawa and 13 were too busy fighting villains but could still see what was happening. No! Aizawa shouted. 2, said Shigaraki. Saint, stop it. Koda screamed as he shot a high stream of water into Shigaraki's eyes, temporarily blinding him and forcing him to let go of Aries to wipe his eyes. Everyone turned around to see Koda, tears in his eyes, holding up his wet hands. Koda! Aries screamed, gaining Midoriya's attention. Izuku turned to look at her and saw something alarming. Koda was lying on Aries' lap, crying in pain as the center of his chest began to change color. He quickly ran over and bent down to look at him. Torbolt! Izuku shouted, calling out to his partner. In response, Torbolt unlinked from Izuku and scanned Koda's body. This isn't good, the decay is almost at his heart. At this rate he'll be in serious danger, Torbolt said. There's gotta be something we can do. Izuku exclaimed, racking his brain for a solution. He could try to fly him to Recovery Girl with his rocket mode, but he knew he wouldn't make it in time. Biting his lip in frustration, he didn't notice the small figure that appeared before them until it made a meow sound. It's that cat, Torbolt said, surprised along with Izuku. Why are you here? Aries asked as the cat approached Koda and sniffed him. Without another word, both the symbol on the cat and its eyes glowed brightly before it turned around and, like a blur, ran away, leaving a trail of orange light. It made a U-turn and dashed straight into the center of Koda's chest. Koda! Aries and the rest of the kids screamed as a bright orange light shone, causing them to shield their faces. What's happening? Izuku asked, shielding his own eyes. I don't know. Torbolt replied. After a few seconds of grunting and a bright explosion of orange light, Koda's eyes opened wide, revealing bright green ones. At the same time, cat-shaped symbols began to form around him. As he spun through the air, the cat shapes piled onto his body, enveloping him in a strange red suit. Clenching his fist, Koda let out a startled shout and landed on his feet, holding his chest. What just happened? He gasped, taking deep breaths to steady himself. When he looked up, he saw Midoriya, Torbolt, Aries, and all the elementary kids staring at him in shock. What? Koda, you look like. Aries began. You went turbo, Midoriya finished. Koda looked at himself, confused, and realized he had transformed. He was now wearing a cat-like orange suit, complete with green visors and a moving tail. What happened to me? He shouted, examining his new appearance. You and I have bonded. An electronic voice resonated in his mind. What's? Who said that? He exclaimed, glancing around. Wait, are you that cat? I am. You must prepare yourself. The enemy is not finished, the voice urged. Koda gasped and turned to see Izuku kicking Shigaraki, who was beginning to rise. The voice in my head says to get ready, Koda informed Midoriya. Well, are you? He asked. Koda looked at his hand, clenched it tightly and nodded. Yes, I am, he affirmed. Good, then let's do this, Midoriya replied, determination etched on their faces as they faced the villain. Izuku and Koda stood resolutely in front of Shigaraki as more villains emerged behind him. He knew he was asking a lot of a child to fight alongside him. With quick thinking, he scanned the area and spotted a corner that seemed free of danger. Hey, he said, looking down at the boy. Koda. Koda Izuku, he replied. Koda, right then? Izuku said, pointing toward the safe area. I need you to lead your class over there so they can stay out of harm's way. Can you do that? Koda hesitated, glancing at his classmates. Though they were still frightened, they nodded, signaling their willingness to follow him. Clenching his fists, he looked at Midoriya and nodded. Okay, good. Now go. Izuku urged. Let's go, guys, Koda called as he dashed forward, with everyone following closely behind. Midoriya turned back to face the villains when he heard a familiar voice. Sir? Eri called out, concern in her eyes. Will you be okay? Though she couldn't see it, he smiled behind his mask and gave her a thumbs up, reassuring her that he would be fine. Feeling comforted, she rejoined her class as Izuku turned to face the villains. There are a lot of them. I know we can't take them all on alone, Torbolt said. You're right. We'll need help, Izuku agreed, glancing at the doors. But they're shut tight. I might be able to bypass their security system if I can get close enough, Torbolt suggested. Izuku considered this and nodded when he spotted a student with engines on his legs fleeing from a villain shrouded in purple mist. Okay, I'll switch to speed mode, and you can fly over to fix the door for the student with glasses and engines to get help, he instructed. Okay, go for it, Torbolt replied as Izuku crossed his arms and shouted, Go Turbo, speed. At that moment, Torbolt unlinked from Izuku and soared toward one of the nearby doors. Izuku took his starting position and dashed at top speed, striking any villain in his path while avoiding the leader, unsure of what would happen if his quirk touched his suit. Opening a terminal on the door, Torbolt rewired the system to unlock it. After a couple of minutes, the door swung open. He turned to the student running from the villain and shouted, Hey! Over here! Ida, the student, noticed the open door and sprinted toward it. But with the villain still on his tail, Torbolt knew he had to act quickly. His scanners detected a metallic object moving inside the villain. With determination, he flew forward, getting close enough to see it clearly. He unleashed lasers from his arms, striking the metallic component, causing the villain to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Ida sped up and escaped the USJ to head back to the school. Furious, the villain turned to Torbolt. You! Uh-oh, Torbolt squeaked, attempting to fly away. The villain lunged after him, but a student with a tape quirk wrapped his tape around the metal part to restrain him, while another student in a yellow suit held him down long enough for Torbolt to escape. After taking down a few more villains, Torbolt reunited with Izuku and linked back to him. Did he make it out? Izuku asked. Backup should arrive soon, Torbolt replied proudly. Great job, Torbolt. I could really use some turbo modes, Izuku said, glancing toward an area filled with water where villains were preparing to attack two students stranded on a boat. Ready when you are, partner, Torbolt said. Go turbo, scuba. Like a fish, Izuku dove into the water. When the villains noticed him, they changed course to attack, but they didn't get far as Izuku's turbo energy overwhelmed them. Just when he thought he was in the clear, he spotted more villains approaching. Dang it. They're still heading toward the two on the ship, Izuku muttered. But what if they can help us? Torbolt suggested. If they help us, we can help them escape. Good idea, Izuku agreed, surfacing. He leaped out of the water and landed on the railing, startling the two students. Are you guys okay? What do you mean if we're okay? We're gonna die, the small purple one, Mineta, screamed. Mineta, calm down, the frog-like girl, Azui, said, pushing him aside before turning to Izuku. If I remember correctly, you're the vigilante Midoriya. Why are you here? That's a complicated story. But right now, I'm here to save you too, he replied. How? Mineta cried, tears in his eyes. Izuku thought for a moment, looking from left to right. Tell me the names of your quirks and how they work, he asked. They were both surprised by his sudden question but answered him anyway. Azui explained that her quirk was called Frog, which allowed her to jump high, stick to walls, and extend her tongue up to about 20 meters. She could also secrete a mild toxin that caused a sting. Izuku nodded, mentally noting how they could use her abilities to escape, though he chose to overlook the last detail she mentioned. Minetta's quirk, called Pop-Off, allowed him to detach small, sticky ball from his head that would regenerate after being pulled off. However, if he pulled off too many, he risked injury. The ball would bounce away without sticking to him. Once they understood how their quirks worked, Izuku laid out their plan. After hearing him, Azui and Minetta, still trembling with fear, nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a villain struck the ship, causing it to break apart. Izuku faced the water and dove in headfirst to execute his strategy. He activated the turbo energy in the jetpack on his back to swim faster. He swam in a circular motion around the villains, creating a whirlpool that trapped them. Continuing this motion until all the villains were caught, he swam straight up, leaping out of the water and shouting as loud as he could. "Tsuyu, Minetta now!" Tsuyu jumped from the ship, using her tongue to grab Izuku, while Minetta threw his sticky substance into the swirling water. The water converged at the center, pulling the villains in and causing them to become stuck together by Minetta's quirk. With the villains immobilized, the three teens made their escape. They fell into a safe part of the water and resurfaced, with Tsuyu saying, "I guess we cleared the shipwreck zone. Both of you were very impressive." "Thanks, now come on," Izuku replied as they swam to shore. As they did, Minetta clung to Azui in the middle, glancing at Midoriya. "So, hey, how old are you?" he asked. Upon hearing the question, Izuku stopped swimming and turned to face them. With his helmet on, they couldn't see his expression, causing Minetta to shudder in fear and grip Azui tighter, resulting in his head being dunked underwater. "I try to keep my identity a secret, but I will tell you, I'm not much older than you two," he answered as he continued forward. "If that's true, why do you become a vigilante? Even if all you ever do is good, like earlier, you know it's still illegal, right?" Azui asked. "I know that," he said as they reached the shore, where Izuku reverted to his base form before turning to face them. "But as someone who hides behind a mask, I have a family I need to protect." In a way I understand. Like all heroes, they want nothing more than to protect their family. For me, one of the reasons I want to be a hero is to protect." She trailed off, her froggy eyes widening. She stood up straight, causing Minetta to fall flat on the ground. "My sister. She came here with the other children. I have to go." "It's okay, she's safe," Midoriya said, placing a hand on her shoulder. "I put one of the kids in charge and had him lead them to a safe area. They should be there by now." "Thank goodness," she said, placing a hand on her chest. "Hey, if this place where the kids are is safe, shouldn't we head there?" Minetta suggested, expelling the remaining water from his body. "It would be great if experienced students like you two could be there to watch over and protect them," Izuku said, nodding in agreement. My quirk isn't really suited for fighting, so I'll handle the watching." "She, on the other hand," Minetta said, sweating while pointing his thumb at Azui, before receiving a playful kick to the face from her. "Lead the way, Midoriya," Azui said, receiving a nod from the vigilante. With that, the three of them, with Minetta staggering behind, followed him. With Kota leading the way, the kids reached an area that appeared clear of villains. They approached the wall, leaning against it to catch their breath. "All right, we should be safe here," Kota said, scanning the surroundings. Eri, who was nearby, turned to him with concern. "Hey Kota, are you okay?" she asked. "HM? What do you mean?" he replied. "Now that I think about it." Tamashiro said, "Didn't you say your quirk is rewind, Eri?" "Oh yeah, couldn't you have used it on him?" Mahoro asked, prompting murmurs from the kids. Eri fidgeted with her thumbs, looking at Kota, who stared back at her through his green visors. "I mean, I know I could have used my quirk on you to heal your injury," she said, her voice trembling. "But what is it?" Satsuki asked, placing her hands on both of her friend's shoulders in concern. "It's just, I've never used it on an actual person on purpose. I've only practiced on small cuts and scars. I've never healed something as serious as a heart before," she admitted, looking away. "I don't want to mess it up and then." Before she could finish, memories of her past flooded her mind. She remembered how her quirk had erased her father from existence, leading her mother to neglect her, viewing her power as a curse. The leader of the Yakuza had exploited her blood to use her quirk until Izuku, as Midoriya, saved her. Though she could control her quirk to some extent, using it to its full potential still frightened her. I just didn't want to hurt him, she said, burying her face in her hands as tears began to fall. Satsuki, feeling sympathy for her, wrapped her in a comforting hug, joined by the Shimano siblings. I understand how you feel, Katsuma said. I don't fully understand my quirk either, and I'm sometimes afraid to use it to see how it works. My brother's quirk is kind of like yours, Eri. He wanted to come to this school thinking he could learn to control it, Mahoro said with a smile. Though I was hesitant about the idea, Dad let him come. If you were hesitant, why did you even come? Tamashiro said with a smirk. I just don't want to leave my little brother alone with troublemakers like you, poking his chest playfully. Who are you calling a troublemaker? He growled. The two exchanged fierce glares, sparks flying between them, which earned laughter from some of the other kids. What they mean is don't feel down about it. Koda's still here with us, and that's all that matters, Satsuki said, turning to look at him. Even though he looks a bit silly in that cat costume. Hey, who are you calling silly? Both Koda and the voice in his head exclaimed simultaneously. No, seriously, what are you? Koda asked, feeling a bit irritated as he glanced at his own hands. What I am doesn't matter compared to what's behind you, the voice replied. Wait, what? He said, turning around to see three villains approaching with malicious grins. The kids shuddered and began backing up against the wall. Koda waved his hand, shouting, Everyone, get back. Heh, one of the villains cackled. Bet we could really bring All Might to his knees if we hurt a kid or two. Hey, stay away. Leave them alone. Koda shouted, holding out his palm. Heh, check out this kid, acting and dressing like a pro, another villain said. Think we'll knock him out first. As they drew closer, the kid's screams grew louder while Koda gritted his teeth. Would you like me to assist you? The voice asked in his head. Assist? What do you mean help me? How? Koda questioned. It's simple. Just let me use your body, and we'll fight them together, it said. Wait, fight? I don't know how to. But before Koda could say any more, he felt his body move on its own. He dashed towards the villains on all fours, dodging their attacks left and right like a red blur. Running around them in a full circle to confuse them, Koda leaped up, delivering rapid punches with glowing green fists, blasting them away with the final hit. At the same time, another villain attempted to attack him from behind. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Koda somersaulted backward, landing on their back. They tried to shake him off, but he held on tight. With a mind of its own, his tail lifted and struck the back of the villain's neck, sending a jolt of energy through them, causing the villain to cry out in surprise. Koda leaped off their back, allowing them to tumble to the ground. Wow, that was intense, Koda remarked, surprised by his own performance. Who knew I could move and fight like that? I do, because I'm the one doing the fighting, the voice replied, and Koda rolled his eyes. By the way, I noticed you have some sort of power inside of you. Would it be okay if I used it? You mean my water gun quirk? He asked, noticing the last villain charging toward him in anger. Yeah, go for it. With pleasure, the voice said, commanding Koda's body to hold up both hands, palms facing the incoming villain. Koda knew his own quirk, but he questioned how a simple water splash would do anything. To answer his question, the tips of his fingers began to charge with orange electrical energy, focusing on the center of his palm. A moment later, a massive surge of water, more than Koda had ever released, shot out, electrifying the villain with the imbued energy. As the villains lay there, soaked and twitching, Koda stared at his hands in shock. Wow, he and the rest of his class said in unison. Koda! Eri whispered in amazement as she approached him. Dude! Tamashiro exclaimed. Where did you learn to fight like that? You fought just like a pro, Katsuma added, wide-eyed, while his sister nodded in agreement. I swear it wasn't me. I think it was that cat, Koda quickly explained. So it was the cat that fought like a pro and not you, Satsuki said, tapping her finger to her lips. Oh. Yes, Koda admitted, realizing how strange that sounded. Lying on a couch, Koda was peacefully asleep, his chest rising and falling gently. He remained that way until he felt something wet lick his face, prompting him to mumble in his sleep. Another lick made him slowly open his eyes to see the familiar green eyes of a certain feline. "It's you," he said, sitting up as the cat leaped off his chest. "Meow," the cat replied. "Yeah, I'm fine, just a little dizzy," he said, rubbing his head, before feeling a slight tug on his hand. Looking down, he noticed a tube connected to the back of his hand. Following the tube to its source, he saw he was hooked up to two bags hanging on a metal rod, one filled with clear liquid, probably water, and the other with a glowing green liquid he had never seen before. The sight puzzled him, but what was even more bizarre was his surroundings. "And where am I?" Koda asked. "Meow," the cat responded. "Midoriya brought me here after I fell asleep," Koda said, glancing around before realizing something. "Wait, how am I able to understand you? You're not even. I mean, we're not even." "Meow," the cat replied firmly. "My chest?" Koda asked, confused as he looked at his slightly torn shirt. He unbuttoned the top part and saw something strange. Right in the center, likely where Shigaraki had touched him, was a cat symbol that matched the one on the cat. Tapping it with his finger, he felt it had a metallic texture, yet it felt so attached to his skin, like it had always been a part of him. Confused, he began asking, "What the heck is this?" The sound of a nearby door opening made Koda turn his head to see a girl with brunette hair walk in, carrying a bowl on a tray. "Ah, you're awake," she said, approaching him and gently placing the tray on his lap. Looking into the bowl, he saw steaming soup with ramen and vegetables. The aroma was so enticing that he didn't think twice about picking up the chopsticks, pulling them apart, and using them to pick up and slurp down a noodle. "It's so good," he said, grabbing another to eat. "I'm glad you like it," the girl replied, smiling with pleasure. The cat beside him meowed, prompting Koda to look at it. Understanding its request, he took a noodle and held it in front of the cat, which sniffed it and eagerly devoured it. "He said he likes your cooking," Koda said, chewing on a piece of vegetable he had picked up. "It's a he? Well, he's quite the gentleman," she responded, giggling. After a few more minutes, with the cat's help, Koda finished the ramen, drinking the soup and letting out a satisfied sigh. "So, who are you?" Koda finally asked, getting to the question on his mind. "Oh right, sorry," the girl said, picking up the bowl. "My name is Achiko Uraraka. I'm basically Izuku's housekeeper." "Izuku?" Koda asked, puzzled. "Izuku Midoriya. This is his home," she explained. "Midoriya? As in Eri Midoriya? This is her home too," he asked, to which Achiko nodded. Looking around, a blush crept onto his face as he marveled at the lavish surroundings. "Holy wow. Yeah, I felt the same way when I first started living here," she said with a giggle. "Wait, you live here too?" he asked, surprised. "Are you his girlfriend or something?" "What's? And no?" "No," she exclaimed, holding up the tray to hide her blushing face. Koda and the cat exchanged glances before looking back at Achiko. "But you do like him, right?" he asked with a sly grin. "Why yes," she managed to say. "Don't tell him." "Meh, I don't really care," he shrugged. As Achiko sighed in relief, the sound of another door opening made them all turn to see two figures walk in. One of them, wearing an orange sweater, locked eyes with Koda and, in excitement, ran in his direction, dashed around the couch, and jumped at him. "Koda!" Eri screamed as Koda caught her in his arms. Startled, he managed to return her hug. Pulling away, she looked at him with slight tears in her eyes and said, "I'm so glad you're awake." Koda stammered, feeling heat rise to his cheeks from how close their faces were. Turning his head away, he said, Sorry for worrying you." "Meow," the cat said, tilting its head, which made Koda blush even harder. "Why you shut up?" "It's not like that," he shouted. "Huh?" Eri asked, puzzled. Sorry, not you," he said, feeling a shadow approach him. Turning his head again, he saw a guy about the same age as Achiko walking toward him, smiling while holding a bag. "Hey Koda, are you feeling okay?" he asked, kneeling in front of him. "I'm a fine Midoriya, sir," Kota said, recalling his face from the USJ incident. You can just call me Izuku. Sir, feels a bit too formal for me, Izuku said, waving his hands awkwardly. Right? So, what's going on? Kota responded, placing his fingers on the cat-like symbol on his chest. And what happened to me? Well, you see. Izuku began, but was interrupted by Torbolt, who shot out of Izuku's camouflaged chest. Maybe it would be better if I explained it, Izuku, Torbolt said. Whoa! What the? A robot just shot out of your chest. Kota exclaimed, leaning back into the couch while pointing at Torbolt. That's Torbolt, my daddy's partner, Eri said as she took a seat beside Kota. Partner? Kota asked, confused. I shall explain everything to you, Kota, if you could just relax, Torbolt said, and Kota eventually complied. Once he had calmed down enough to listen, the cat crawled onto his lap as Torbolt provided a full explanation of who he and Izuku were. He even shared a brief story about how Eri and Achiko came to live with them, clearing up Kota's confusion about their unusual living arrangement. Eventually, Torbolt's explanation reached the point of Kota's situation. While he was still sleeping, Torbolt had done a body scan and discovered that his body had changed in a significant way. Torbolt explained to Izuku that when the strange cat had bonded with Kota, it not only prevented Shigaraki's decay from completely damaging his heart but also repaired his damaged organs with cyberorganic ones in an instant. So wait, you're telling me that I died for a bit? Kota exclaimed, panicking. Only for 0.8 seconds, Torbolt said nonchalantly, but that didn't stop tears from welling up in Kota's eyes as he shivered in fear. As Eri comforted him, Izuku and Achiko glared at Torbolt, who shuddered under their gazes. WW. Timai, Torbolt. Timai. Izuku said. Oh, right, sorry Kota, Torbolt said, disappointed in himself. Kota eventually cheered up, using the napkins Achiko offered him. So then what happened to me after that fight? Kota asked, to which Torbolt replied. Not only were you dehydrated, but you and the cat were low on energy. I suspected that, just like me, it needs the energy of its host to survive, he explained. Its host? Izuku asked. So you're saying this cat is some sort of Ultralink? It's possible, but I've never seen an Ultralink that looks like an animal before, Torbolt said, glancing at the cat. Wait, you said it needs the energy of its host, right? Kota asked. But if I'm the host, what energy am I supposed to be giving it? It's exactly what we're injecting into your bloodstream right now, Torbolt said, pointing at the glowing green flask connected to the 4 tubes still inserted into his hand. What is this? Kota asked. Tachyon Unlimited Radiant Bio-Optimized Energy, or just Turbo Energy for short, Torbolt explained. Not a lot of people know this, but it's the most powerful yet most dangerous energy known on Earth. The energy came from a planet called Tachyon. Oh wow. So does that mean you're an alien if you can make this stuff? Kota asked. Well, you're not wrong but not entirely right either. You see, my mentor and I, our fathers were survivors of Tachyon before it was destroyed. Destroyed? A whole planet? How? Kota asked, genuinely interested. We'll get back to that another time, Torbolt said, earning a groan from Kota. Back to the main topic. Since Izuku here was naturally born with turbo energy, the energy itself is fused in his blood. He offered some of his so I could use the flask you're currently connected to extract the turbo energy essence from it and fill it up. So that green stuff is actually turbo energy going inside me? Kota asked, holding up the hand with the syringe still inserted. As Torbolt nodded in response, Achiko spoke up. But isn't this just like a blood transfusion? Isn't it dangerous to put another substance into someone else's body? She asked. Normally, yes, Torbolt replied, pointing at the cat-like symbol at the center of Kota's chest. But after further analysis, I've confirmed that this reactor on Kota's chest is actually merged with his heart. Because of that, it's helping the energy circulate through his bloodstream. What does that mean? Eri asked, tilting her head. Torbolt then flew toward the kitchen, leaving everyone baffled. Eventually, he returned holding a ceramic mug in his pincers and handed it to Kota. I already had some hot ramen soup. I'm not really in the mood for hot tea, he said as Torbolt floated away from him very slowly. Oh, the cup's not for drinking, it's for. Torbolt said calmly before suddenly zooming up to Koda's face, a scary emoji on his face as he shouted, "Be!" Both Koda and Eri screamed at the same time, causing Koda to leap from his lap and do something that made Izuku and Achiko gasp. In his surprise, Koda's hand glowed orange for a moment as he gripped the mug tighter, shattering it in the process. He just crushed a mug, Achiko said, shocked. With his bare hands, Izuku added, equally astonished. Wait, isn't that the mug I always drink from? Anyway, you see what I'm talking about? Torbolt said while Koda and Eri marveled at his hand. The turbo energy is already enhancing his physical capabilities, making him stronger than any normal child. Incredible, Izuku said as he watched Koda marvel at his glowing orange hands. But looking closer at Koda's eyes, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had seen them before, not in someone else but in his own reflection. As everyone gathered around Koda to get a better look, Izuku cleared his throat to gain their attention. Hey, can I speak to Koda? Alone? He asked the girls and Torbolt. Achiko and Eri exchanged glances, stood up, and went into a different room with Torbolt following, leaving him, Koda, and the strange cat alone in the living room. Taking a seat next to Koda, Izuku turned to him and asked, "It must be shocking to suddenly gain an extraordinary power that no ordinary kid your age would have so early." "Yeah, it's like I can do anything," Koda said, continuously opening and clenching his fist. Izuku smiled at his response before looking up at the ceiling and asking, "Who is it?" "Huh?" Koda asked. "Who do you want to fight using this power?" Koda's eyes widened as if Izuku had seen right through him. "You're making the same expression I had whenever I thought about using my powers to get back at someone who caused me pain for years. Am I wrong?" Izuku asked. Lowering his head, in a low yet audible tone, Koda said, "It's a man. The man who killed my parents." Izuku turned his head back to him and leaned a little closer to hear him better. He had a feeling it was something like that, but hearing it from Koda was still surprising. "Were your parents heroes?" he asked, earning a nod from Koda. "They were called the water hose," Koda replied. "Water hose? They had water gun quirks, right?" Izuku asked, causing Koda to look up at him in surprise. "Sorry, I'm kind of a geek when it comes to heroes and quirks." "You know them?" "I heard a little about what happened to them. I remember reading about that terrible incident a few years ago. It must have been painful for a kid like you to hear that they were killed while protecting people," Izuku said gently, placing a hand on his shoulder. Hearing that made Koda sniffle a little as he quickly wiped his nose to hide his sadness. "But you know, there's an old saying. Even with revenge, there are no winners," Izuku said, making Koda look back at him. "What it means is that even if you find the person you're looking for, your parents won't come back." Koda sighed at his explanation and brought his legs up on the couch to hide his disappointed face while saying, "Right. But there is another saying," Izuku said, causing Koda to groan. "What?" he said, annoyed, prompting Izuku to chuckle. "When the pupil is ready, the master will appear," he said, earning a slight movement from Koda. "I won't help you get revenge, but I'll help you control your new powers. We'll figure out how to improve them, see what your limitations are, and I'll train you to do what I do." "You mean like, become your sidekick? A vigilante?" Koda asked, earning a nod from Izuku. "I mean, of course, it's not going to be easy for someone your age, both in training and on the field. But as a vigilante, you make your own rules to help others, and I know deep down you want to save people. Like your parents. I saw it firsthand at the USJ when you risked your life to save Eri," he said with a proud look. I mean I. Koda stuttered before being interrupted by Izuku, who held out his hand for a handshake. "What do you say, Koda? Do you want to be my turbo sidekick?" he asked. Koda looked at his hand with a little hesitation before glancing at the cat that meowed from the ground. He understood its message but still felt a bit hesitant. After hearing a slight creak from somewhere and seeing the red eyes peeking out, Koda bit his lip as his heartbeat accelerated, took a deep breath, and then sighed. "Do my best," he said, taking Izuku's hand while looking the other way. Yay! Eri screamed as she burst open the door she had been hiding behind, causing Achiko and Torbolt, who had their ears to it, to fall to the ground. The cat also leapt onto Koda's lap again and meowed. He, said he's in too, Koda said nervously. Oh right, you can communicate with it. Does it have a name? Izuku asked. Well, do you? Koda asked the cat. Meow, 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 it responded, at least to Izuku's ears. He said he doesn't have one. He also mentioned that he lost some of his memories when he came to Earth. He just knows he needs to protect someone, Koda explained. It might be some slight amnesia, Torbolt said as he flew over. Maybe over time, it'll remember. Well, you can't just call it cat, Achiko said, walking over. Since it's kind of your cat now, Koda, you have to give it a name. Ooh, how about Catty? Or Sir Whiskers? I know. Mr. Mittens. Eri suggested, throwing out ideas. No. And definitely not the last one. Koda exclaimed, causing Eri to pout disappointingly. As Izuku patted her to comfort her, Koda began to think. Hey, what does turbo energy stand for again? Tachyon Unlimited Radiant Bio-Optimized Energy, Torbolt responded. Then I'll just call him Tachyon, Koda said, nodding to himself. Tachyon the Turbo Cat. I kinda like it, Achiko said. Hear, hear, Torbolt agreed. Oh, okay, Tachyon's fine, Eri said, still moping that her names weren't chosen. Well then, Izuku said as he held out his hand to the cat. It's good to be working with you, Tan. Tachyon sniffed his fingers before gently nibbling at them. Everyone in the room stared in silence as Tachyon continued to explore with his mouth. He bit you, Koda observed. It bit him, Achiko added. He's biting him, Eri chimed in. It doesn't hurt, but he's definitely nibbling, Izuku said. Well, more like he's just feeding off the turbo energy in you, but yeah, he's nibbling, Torbolt clarified. Eventually, Tachyon let go, yawned, and curled into a ball on the couch. Oh, by the way here, Izuku said, handing Koda the bag he had with him. Koda opened it and pulled out what looked like a plain orange jacket. Huh? Koda asked, confused. Eri noticed your shirt was ruined, so she asked me to get you something to wear before your aunt comes to pick you up, Izuku explained. I even brushed off your cap, Eri said, handing Koda the horned cap he always wore. Oh, thanks, Koda said, taking it. Izuku helped remove the UV tube from his hand and allowed him to put on the jacket and his hat. When she couldn't find you, I told Miss Ikoma that you came with me to my home to play, Eri said as Koda zipped up his jacket, concealing the cat reactor on his chest. Surprisingly, your whole class said the same thing so she would believe it. I gave her our address so your aunt knows where to pick you up, Izuku added. Oh, thanks, Koda said, blushing. Izuku was a blushing mess when all the kids gathered around him right after he got off his bike, Torbolt said, causing Achiko to laugh. I was not. Izuku protested. Yes, you were, Daddy, Eri teased. Eri, don't do that to me, Izuku said, feeling flustered. As everyone laughed, a smile crept onto Koda's face as he too couldn't hold back his laughter. Eventually, the sound of a car horn came from outside. Koda looked out the window from upstairs and recognized the vehicle. It's my aunt. I gotta go, he said. But hey, Achiko said. Won't she be suspicious if she sees Tachyon? Don't worry. Tachyon's like an ultralink, so no matter how far he goes, he'll know where his host is and follow, Torbolt explained. After hearing that, Koda looked down at Tachyon and said, Don't fall too far behind, okay? Meow, Tachyon replied. I'll walk with you, Eri said before looking to Izuku. Can I, Daddy? Of course, Izuku said, kneeling to Koda's height and holding out a hand. I'll see you next time, okay? Why yeah, sure, Koda said, looking away embarrassed. After that, Eri opened the front door, allowing Koda and Tachyon to walk through. As the two kids walked down the stairs, Tachyon leapt into a nearby tree to hide while Izuku and Achiko watched from the window. Oh, Koda, Mandalay said, spotting her nephew and the girl beside him. And you must be Eri. Hi, you know me? She asked, surprised. Oh yeah, You're that little girl that Koda says keeps following him, she responded with a smirk. Hey, don't tell her that. Koda exclaimed, blushing furiously. Is that bad? Eri asked Koda. No, it's not. I just... Gah! Koda screamed as he rushed past Mandalay, jumped into the car, and slammed the door shut. Sorry about him, he can be so. It's okay, I'm glad I can play with him, Eri said, cutting her off. As she smiled at her response, she hesitated a bit before asking, did he, tell you about his parents? Yes, Eri said. But I want to be with him if he feels sad, like he did for me. Mandalay gasped before smiling and placing a hand on her head. Good, I'm glad. After finally saying their goodbyes, Eri hurried back into her home while Mandalay drove away with Koda. Izuku, who was still watching, saw Tachyon following the car at incredible speed. Hey, are you sure about this? Torbolt asked. Most definitely not, Izuku replied. The last thing I want is to put a child like him in danger. Then why? Because it's no coincidence that Tachyon just so happens to come to Earth for no reason. I'm not sure, but I feel like something big is coming, Izuku said, looking up at the sky from the window. And not just for me, but I want him to be prepared even if I'm wrong. It's just so like you to be prepared, Torbolt said, causing Izuku to laugh. Izuku, can you help me set the table? Achiko called from behind him. Oh, coming, he said, walking in the direction of her voice. After arriving home, Koda cleaned up dinner and retired to his room to sleep. But as soon as he turned off the lights, he noticed the green eyes looking through the window of his room. Recognizing them, he locked his room door, opened the window, and allowed Tachyon to hop in. As he walked in, he curled up on Koda's bed while wrapping himself in his blanket. Man, things really got weird, huh, Tachyon? Koda asked. Meow, he responded, eyes closed. Pfft, whatever, Koda said before looking up at his nightstand where a picture frame held a photo of himself with two adults. Miss you, Mom, Dad, he said before lying flat on his bed. In a conference room, the teachers from UA, along with their heroic allies and Detective Neo Mesa, were deep in discussion about the recent USJ incident. I looked into the name, Shigaraki, and his quirk, which seems to involve disintegrating whatever he touches. I reviewed the quirk registration documents of all the people in their 20s and 30s, but I couldn't find anything similar. That dark, misty man who came with him was the same, the detective explained to the heroes as he looked through his papers. They are either only aliases or were never included in the census. In any event, they are shadow people for all intents and purposes. Their quirk registration forms were never turned in. So in other words, we're at a dead end, Edshot said, slamming a fist on the table. What about that vigilante kid who was there? Midoriya, was it? Midnight suggested, tapping her finger to her lip. Of all places, he just so happened to be there, so he might have a lead. If only I had caught him, we could have questioned him, but those kids got in my way, Vlad King said, growling. Now, Vlad King, I'm sure you understand why those kids stood up for him, Niza said, trying to calm him down. What are you saying? That kid's a vigilante, he yelled. What I'm saying is that if it weren't for him, we might have had the blood of young children on our hands, and UA would forever be cursed by their families, Niza replied. The heroes in the room fell silent, knowing he was right, while Vlad King slumped down in his chair, having nothing else to say. But still, who is that kid? He's been doing unauthorized hero work for the past 10 months, Midnight said. The police department is still investigating him, but based on eyewitness accounts, it seems he wears armor that changes form and abilities, Detective Neo Mesa said, turning on a projector that displayed multiple images of Midoriya and his different turbo modes. It's as if the kid has multiple quirks, All Might said, a certain image flashing in his mind, causing him to shake it away. Also, based on what your students explained, All Might, he managed to single-handedly take down a group of third-rate crooks at the USJ, as well as a creature claimed by the leader of the villains to rival you in strength, he continued, pulling up an image of the Nomu apprehended by the police, completely restrained. All Might groaned, holding a certain part of his stomach, picturing what would have happened if he had faced that Nomu and if it had struck him in that same spot. Though I am grateful for his help, should we really allow such a powerful kid to roam free? Izuku asked. I'm just a principal at UA. I don't have the authority to change the law, so I can't stop other heroes from finding and arresting him, Nizu said. But in my view, he's doing okay. In fact, I'd like to personally thank him someday, as long as he isn't reckless. I still don't like it one bit. I'll do what I must if I ever run into him, Vlad King said. Agreed, Edshot replied. Well, Midnight said, continuing, I'm kind of interested in the boy, so we'll see. As a detective of the police department, I can't just ignore this kid. Sorry Nizu, but… Naomasa said. Like I said, I'm just a principal, Nizu interrupted, looking to the last person who hadn't spoken. And what about you, All Might? As everyone turned to him, he focused on the display of Midoriya and the news reports about him saving people. The main purpose of heroes is to ensure that everyone who can't defend themselves feels safe and can live their lives in peace. However, the law is there to prevent people from abusing their quirks and to ensure public safety. If they refuse to cooperate, they could be labeled as villains, he explained. What are you getting at? Izuku asked. You saw the faces of the UA elementary children, right? How they reacted as Midoriya flew off. They're the faces people make when they see their idol. I should know since I've seen it every day, All Might said, causing everyone to stare at him, annoyed. It will only be a matter of time before they start following his example and using their quirks freely, not realizing how dangerous it is. You have a point, Izuku said, nodding. So what are you going to do? What we're supposed to do, All Might declared, transforming into his muscular form. Bring him to justice. The day after the attack on USJ, students from both high school and elementary school were granted a day off to recuperate before returning to their studies. During this unexpected break, Koda took on the responsibility of caring for Tachyon, making every effort to keep him hidden from his aunt and the other residents of his home. Thanks to their ability to communicate, Tachyon quickly learned to follow Koda's directions, knowing exactly where to conceal himself whenever his aunt approached. Koda even went so far as to sneak leftovers from his meals to ensure Tachyon had enough to eat, carefully bringing the food to his room. When school resumed the following day, Koda bid farewell to his aunt as she drove away, and once she was out of sight, he turned to his backpack and said, "All right, you can come out now." Tachyon peeked his head out, letting out a soft meow before leaping out entirely. Koda reminded him, "Remember, you can stay in the tree outside next to the window until lunch. Just make sure no teachers or adults see you, okay?" Tachyon responded with a quick meow, and dashed off toward the tree where he and Eri usually sat, climbing up and blending into the leaves as he had done before. Just then, a loud voice called out from behind Koda, Hey, look who it is." Before he could turn around, he felt an arm wrap around his neck, but he quickly recognized the familiar figure with white hair and sharp teeth. Midoriya's newest sidekick, the voice teased. Koda, feeling a mix of annoyance and urgency, whispered angrily, "Hey, shut up," while glancing around to ensure no one else was eavesdropping. "Tamashiro, you idiot," a girl's voice rang out, immediately followed by the sharp sound of a slap. "Ow!" Tamashiro exclaimed, rubbing the back of his neck while shooting a glare at the girl responsible. "What the heck, Mahoro?" he protested, clearly taken aback. Mahoro, with her hands on her hips, scolded him fiercely, "Are you trying to expose our class's secret?" From behind her, Katsuma attempted to intervene, saying, Sis, please calm down," but he was halted by a firm hand on his shoulder. Turning to see who had stopped him, he found Satsuki, who advised, "I think it's best to let them sort it out. You might get hurt." The two glared at each other like rival dogs, while Koda, observing the scene with a deadpan expression, shook his head and asked, "Wait, why are you guys out here anyway? Isn't class about to start?" Tamashiro, still nursing his neck, replied, "Ms. Ikoma isn't here yet. We wanted to wait for you and Eri." Koda raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Why us?" Katsuma explained, "We didn't see you when Mr. Midoriya took you away, so we were worried." Satsuki added, "So we decided to wait for you." Koda's surprise was evident as he asked, "You guys were worried about me?" Mahoro responded, "What do you mean? Why wouldn't we be worried about our friend?" The word friend made Koda blush slightly, prompting him to stammer, "Friend?" Tamashiro nudged him playfully, saying, "Yeah, bro. A friend of Eri is a friend of ours." Koda hesitated, glancing at the smiling faces around him, and muttered, "I don't think that's how it works." His cheeks flushed as he looked away, finally conceding with a dismissive, "But whatever." The sudden roar of a motorcycle engine pierced the air, catching the attention of the kids gathered outside the school. They all turned toward the entrance, where two figures emerged, riding a striking black and green bike. Koda's eyes widened as the smaller of the two hopped off, removed her helmet, and shook her head, letting her silver hair cascade and dance in the breeze. While Koda remained rooted in place, mesmerized by the scene, the other kids dashed toward the bike, their excitement palpable. "Hi guys!" Eri exclaimed, waving enthusiastically at her friends. In a flurry of joy, Mahoro and Satsuki enveloped Eri in a warm bear hug, while Katsuma and Tamashiro rushed over to Izuku, who was also removing his helmet. "Midoriya!" They shouted in unison, their voices echoing with enthusiasm, which startled Izuku into a panic as he quickly pressed a finger to his lips. "Sure," he whispered urgently, and both boys immediately clamped their hands over their mouths, glancing around to ensure no one had overheard their outburst. Fortunately, the area was empty, and a wave of relief washed over them. "Sorry," Katsuma mumbled, while Tamashiro shuffled his feet, looking a bit downcast. "It's okay, just be careful next time," Izuku replied, affectionately ruffling their hair. Katsuma beamed, a blush creeping onto his cheeks, while Tamashiro nervously fidgeted before asking, "So, are you really going to make Koda your sidekick?" Just then, Koda stepped up beside them, and Izuku turned to him, saying, "Well, that's only if he still wants to." Koda crossed his arms defiantly and replied, "Hey, I said I'd do it, right?" Tamashiro clapped Koda on the back with a grin, exclaiming, "Man, you're so lucky. You're not even 12 yet, and you're getting trained by a hero? I have to admit, I'm a bit jealous." Izuku chuckled at the compliment, quickly clarifying, "Well, technically, I'm more of a vigilante than a hero." Katsuma chimed in, his eyes bright with admiration, "But you still save people, right?" Izuku hesitated for a moment before responding, "Well, yes, but..." Katsuma interrupted with a beaming smile, "Then to me, you're a hero." Tamashiro nodded in agreement, and just then, Mahoro and Satsuki joined the group, Eri happily trailing behind them. The sight of all those smiling kids, coupled with Koda's smirk, tugged at Izuku's heartstrings, causing tears to well up in his eyes. Eri noticed and asked with concern, "Daddy, are you okay?" He quickly wiped his tears away with his wrist, reassuring her, "Oh no, I'm fine." Turning to the kids, he added with a warm smile, "You all are amazing. Thank you for looking out for Eri." In unison, Katsuma, Mahoro, Tamashiro, and Satsuki replied, "Thank you, sir," while Koda rolled his eyes in playful annoyance. Izuku then told Koda, "Later, when I pick up Eri, I'll let you know about your training schedule and when we start." Koda shrugged, responding with a casual, "Meh, okay." With a nod and a smile, Izuku put his helmet back on, revved up the motorcycle, and rode off the campus. As they watched him go, Satsuki remarked to Eri, "You have a really cool dad," to which Eri proudly replied, "I know," prompting laughter from everyone. With that, the group headed into their classroom, ready to begin their day. As Izuku turned onto the main road, he accelerated on his bike while chatting with Torbolt. "So, Torbolt, have you picked up anything on the police scanners?" he inquired, eager for updates. "Not yet," Torbolt replied, his tone a bit uncertain. Izuku, maintaining his upbeat demeanor, suggested, "Well, we can still make a loop around the area just to be safe." Torbolt, however, hesitated and posed a question that caught Izuku off guard. "Don't you think it might be time for you to take a break from all this vigilantism?" he asked. Confused, Izuku responded, "What do you mean?" Torbolt elaborated, Since we teamed up, it feels like all we do is chase down bad guys and then head home to eat and sleep. Izuku stammered, trying to defend himself, but I do other things too, like helping Eri with her studies and sometimes I help Achiko with the dishes after dinner, and realizing he was losing focus, he pulled into a nearby parking lot to gather his thoughts. Torbolt continued, I get that you want to help others, but maybe you should take some time to focus on your own happiness. The phrase, internal happiness, made Izuku glance at his hand, triggering a flood of memories of joyful moments with his mother, playing hero together. After her loss and his training with Max, he had slowly begun to feel alive again. Yet, the thought of returning to Japan alone weighed heavily on him, as he had contemplated living as if he never existed. However, saving Eri and witnessing her loneliness had ignited a desire in him to fill her life with love and joy. In return, Eri had shown him affection, even calling him her dad. Watching her smile grow brighter each day brought him genuine happiness, leaving Izuku puzzled about Torbolt's suggestion. Torbolt from Izuku's chest said, You know what brings you joy on the outside is helping others, like when you assisted Eri, Achiko, and the kids at the USJ. But maybe you should consider focusing on your own happiness a bit more. Izuku paused, contemplating Torbolt's words before he asked, What do you think I should do then? Torbolt suggested, Well, since Mrs. Achiko has been living with us for a few weeks and often finds herself home alone, why not spend some time with her today? Just the two of you, especially since Eri is at school. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, nearly losing his balance on his bike as he exclaimed, With her? Torbolt, puzzled, replied, What's the issue? Aren't you both roommates? Izuku, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over him, replied, Yeah, but that's all, we are just roommates. He looked down, a hint of sadness in his voice as he added, Besides, she only agreed to live with us because I promised to help her parents with a construction deal through Entech. Torbolt reassured him, Steel has been keeping me updated, and their hard work is paying off. They're earning enough to live comfortably for months. Izuku's excitement bubbled up as he responded, Really? That's amazing. But I still feel guilty that I had to make her my roommate for that to happen. Torbolt encouraged him, As her roommate, don't you think you should do something fun together to make her time with you and Eri worthwhile? Izuku considered this, gazing up at the sky, and finally smiled, saying, Yeah, maybe you're right, Torbolt. I'll think about it. For now, let's head back home, Torbolt said as his partner turned on the bike and drove it out of the parking spot and onto the road. In the Midoriya home, Achiko busied herself in the kitchen, diligently scrubbing a plate before rinsing it off, drying it with a hand towel, and placing it neatly in the upper cupboard. Phew, that's the last of the dishes, she exclaimed, surveying the immaculate kitchen she had just tidied up. After removing her apron and hanging it on a rack, she made her way to the living room, sinking into the couch with a contented sigh. Glancing at the clock, she chuckled at the realization that it was only noon. Looks like I'm getting better at this than I thought. Izuku and Eri won't be back for a few hours. What should I do now? Feeling a bit restless, she hummed to herself while contemplating how to fill the rest of her day. Her eyes drifted to the TV, which offered a plethora of streaming options, but she felt she had already exhausted her favorite shows. Then her gaze landed on the fridge, filled with tempting sweets and ice cream she had longed for but could never afford, now within reach thanks to Izuku's credit card. However, she quickly dismissed the thought, feeling a twinge of guilt as she glanced at her stomach. It dawned on her that since leaving school, her physical activity had dwindled to just household chores, a stark contrast to the hours of exercise she used to commit to while preparing for the entrance exam. With a heavy sigh, she leaned back on the couch, then suddenly remembered, Oh, I was so caught up in cleaning and making breakfast this morning that I forgot to take a bath, she said, rising and heading straight for the bedroom. As she hummed a cheerful tune, she slipped off her shirt and lowered her shorts, leaving her in just a pink bra and underwear. After tossing those into the laundry basket, she unclasped her bra and let it drop to the floor. Usually, she would remind Izuku that she was about to take a bath so he could give her some privacy, but knowing he would be out for the day, she felt free to move around in her bathrobe. Once her undergarments were in the wash, she donned her bathrobe and headed toward the bathroom. Izuku had previously shown her how to use the bathtub and adjust the temperature, but at that moment, all she wanted was a relaxing soak. She turned on the water, set it to her preferred warmth, and added her favorite soap until the tub was filled. Dipping her left leg into the hot water, she resisted the urge to plunge in completely and instead let the water cascade over her head from the faucet. As the warmth enveloped her, the chill of the air faded away, and she eased herself into the tub, creating a gentle splash. Yue! Achiko let out a soft sigh of contentment as she began to lather soap onto her skin. Despite being a teenager, she found joy in playing with the suds on her hands, blowing on them playfully. After feeling sufficiently clean, she leaned back to relax, gazing up at the ceiling, a thought crossing her mind. Who would have thought this is my lifestyle now? Growing up with a challenging financial background, she rarely had the opportunity to indulge in luxurious baths like this one. Since moving in with Izuku and Eri, her life felt revitalized, as if it had received a fresh coat of paint. She believed Izuku had given her access to his credit card not just for necessities, but also to allow her some indulgence. While she treated herself to the sweets she had always craved, a sense of restraint held her back, as she feared betraying her family's values. Thoughts of her parents lingered in her mind, prompting her to wonder how they were faring. After learning they were finally securing a lucrative contract, she decided to write them a letter, wanting to reassure them of her well-being. Although Izuku encouraged her to visit, she felt unprepared to confront them after leaving. Instead, Izuku discreetly sent her letter to their contractor. When a response arrived a few days later, Achiko hesitated to open it, leaving it untouched on her dresser. As guilt washed over her, she sank deeper into the tub, submerging her head completely. Underwater, she whispered her thoughts, the words transforming into bubbles that masked the sound of the bathroom door creaking open. As Izuku parked his bike in its spot, he opened the door to his apartment and stepped inside. Achiko, are you here? He called out, closing the door behind him. The silence in the tidy apartment was palpable, and he glanced around, hoping for a response. Maybe she just went out for a bit, Torbolt suggested. Oh, Izuku replied, disappointment creeping into his voice. Don't worry, Izuku. When she gets back, you can ask her to hang out. Tomorrow, Torbolt encouraged, trying to lift his spirits. Yeah, I suppose you're right, Izuku said, still feeling a bit down as he headed toward his bedroom. Unbeknownst to him, Torbolt wore a concerned expression as Izuku entered his room and flicked on the lights. Why not take a bath and freshen up? You've been writing all day and could use it. I'll go downstairs and get that training plan ready for Koda, he suggested. Okay, thanks, Torbolt, Izuku replied, still feeling a bit low. With a surge of green turbo energy, Torbolt detached from his chest, shedding the suit and leaving Izuku in nothing but his underwear. Torbolt dashed out of the room and headed straight for their secret base, while Izuku, clad only in his underwear, made his way to the bathroom. He found the door unexpectedly closed but not locked. With a sigh, he pulled down his underwear and started toward the shower, only to pause at an unusual sound nearby. Turning to his right, he noticed the bathtub filled with water and soap, bubbles gathering in one spot. Cautiously leaning over, he spotted a figure submerged in the water. Before he could react, the figure erupted from the surface, gasping for air while standing upright. Izuku instinctively stepped back, nearly losing his balance but managing to steady himself, though his gaze was fixed on the unexpected sight before him. It was Achiko, who, after surfacing from her underwater stay, finally opened her eyes and froze upon seeing him. Both Izuku and Achiko stood motionless, locked in a gaze of surprise, clearly unprepared for this encounter. Despite their stillness, Achiko's eyes roamed over Izuku's fit physique, while he couldn't help but admire her graceful presence. The tension hung in the air until the sound of a single water droplet shattered the moment. They both screamed, scrambling to cover themselves. Achiko, with one hand shielding her chest and the other her lower half, attempted to exit the tub, but her foot slipped beneath the water, throwing her off balance. Noticing her stumble, Izuku instinctively reached out to help, momentarily forgetting his own embarrassment. "Watch out," he yelled, seizing her wrist and pulling her toward him. Although he successfully prevented her from hitting her head, his foot slipped on the slick floor, causing him to tumble backward, with Achiko landing on top of him. Ouch! Izuku groaned, feeling a throb in his head. He heard Achiko let out a similar sound of discomfort and opened his eyes to check on her. Hey, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. What about yo? Achiko began, her eyes fluttering open. Their words trailed off as they became acutely aware of their situation. They were sprawled on the floor, with Achiko completely unwrapped on top of Izuku. Initially, they had felt flustered and embarrassed at their earlier encounter, but now they found themselves frozen in place. Each breath brought the warmth of their shared air, brushing against each other's lips. Izuku gazed into her deep brown eyes, while she looked into his vibrant green ones, both momentarily lost in the moment, oblivious to the closeness of their bodies. Drawn in like a magnet, Achiko instinctively leaned closer, just as the bathroom door swung open. Hey, I'm here. What happened? I heard screaming and came as soon as Oh, Torbolt exclaimed, his pincers poised to unleash energy blasts, but he froze when he spotted the two of them. The silence was broken only by the sound of a dripping faucet as he slowly backed out of the bathroom, muttering, just gonna go and... It's not what it looks like. Izuku shouted, trying to shift his body and reach for his partner. Eek! Achiko squeaked, startled by the unexpected sensation as Izuku attempted to rise. Izuku, wait! Izuku froze in shock, exclaiming, I'm sorry, as he processed the unexpected sensation he had just experienced. Achiko, flustered, attempted to get off him quickly, but her wet body caused her to lose her grip on the floor. She slid forward and landed on Izuku again, this time with her chest directly on his face. Struggling to breathe, Izuku mumbled, which startled Achiko into letting out a surprised "Ah." Realizing her reaction, she quickly covered her mouth and rolled to the side, allowing Izuku to gasp for air. He lay flat on the ground, looking utterly dazed, with his eyes rolled back and a trickle of blood from his nose. Torbolt, holding out a couple of towels in his pincers, suggested, how about you guys cover yourselves with these? Achiko, blushing fiercely as she knelt on the ground, thanked him while trying to shield her body with her hands. Izuku, still looking dazed, managed a weak, thanks, as he lay there. Not long after the bathroom incident, though Izuku managed to take a shower and put on fresh, clean clothes, there was awkward tension between him and Achiko as they both sat on the couch in the living room, far apart from each other. Torbolt suggested that they should clear the air before Eri came back home, knowing it would make her sad to see the two of them avoiding one another. Their heads were lowered in embarrassment, but they would occasionally glance at each other before looking away whenever they made eye contact. I'm sorry, they both said in unison as hard as they could. Hearing what the other was saying, they looked at each other and again in unison said, sorry? Why are you sorry? I'm the one who should have called you and let you know I was coming home so I didn't have to walk in on you bathing, he retorted. I'm the one who forgot to lock the door when I should have been thinking about whether you might come home early, she replied, puffing her cheeks in frustration. Oh, I shouldn't have pulled you so hard that you'd fall right on top of me, he shot back. Then, I should have been more careful with my steps so I wouldn't have to fall on you, she countered. The two of them realized that they were facing each other, red-faced. They were hurling sentences at each other, and they weren't even angry. Realizing that, a chuckle escaped both their mouths before they both burst out into laughter. Torbolt, who was watching from the sidelines, sighed with a smile before returning to the base. I guess we're both ridiculous in a way, Achiko said, wiping a tear of laughter away from her eye. I guess so, Izuku said, calming down from his own laughter. Eventually, the two of them managed to catch their breath, and Izuku started out by saying, either way, I at least want to apologize if I made you feel uncomfortable. You know, seeing you like that. And what happened after that? It's fine, Izuku. Like any girl, I was just surprised. I should at least thank you for saving me from hitting my head. And as for what happened after that. She paused as the scene of her lying on top of him came to mind. Her cheeks burned red, and her heartbeat sped up as she looked down and whispered with a smile, I don't hate you for that. Izuku felt a rush of emotions when he heard her words, igniting a flutter in his chest that made his heart race. He was relieved that she didn't seem to resent him for witnessing her in such a vulnerable moment, especially since he had heard that girls often reacted negatively if a guy saw them like that. However, a wave of uncertainty washed over him as he pondered the true meaning behind her statement. Was it just a one-time occurrence, or had he inadvertently stumbled upon her in that state before? The more he dwelt on it, the hotter his face felt, prompting him to hastily shift the conversation. I was wondering if you have time, he stammered, trying to regain his composure. Achiko looked at him curiously, asking, time? For what? He scratched his cheek nervously, suggesting, to hang out? We haven't spent much time together lately, so I thought I'd come back early, and we could do something fun. As she considered his proposal, Achiko recalled their recent conversations, particularly the promise Izuku made to train Koda. An idea sparked in her mind, and with a bright smile, she stood up from the couch, hands clasped behind her back, and proposed, "How about we do some training?" Izuku blinked in surprise. "Huh? Training?" he echoed, unsure of her sudden enthusiasm. She explained, "I realized I haven't been exercising much since I couldn't go to UA, and since you're training Koda, I thought it would be great if I could join too." Concern creased Izuku's brow as he asked, "Wait, are you asking to be a vigilante too?" Achiko turned away slightly, gazing at the ceiling as she replied, "Would that be so bad?" He hesitated. "I mean, just like me, you'd be a target?" She countered, "Koda would most likely be one too. And yet, have you figured out who Takaion really is?" Izuku shook his head. "Not yet. Still waiting on results." Achiko added thoughtfully, "And because it's bonded with Koda, whoever's after it is bound to go after him too. When that robot came after us, it never hesitated to attack Eri when she had Tekken, and all I could do was wait for you to protect us." "Yeah, but," he said, but was caught off guard by her turning around and grabbing his hands. "Izuku, I just need your help to become strong enough to protect Eri when you're not around. Just like you want to keep Koda safe, I want to ensure my little girl is safe too," she pleaded, her voice filled with determination. "So please, teach me how to fight like you." Recognizing the urgency in her tone, Izuku's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he stood up and began to walk away. Achiko felt a wave of confusion wash over her, fearing he might be rejecting her request. However, he paused and turned back to her, asking, "Do you have any training gear?" "I have some shorts and shirts," she replied, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. "Great. Change into those and meet me at the base in a few minutes. I'll inform Torbolt," he instructed. "All right," she exclaimed, a spark of excitement igniting within her as she dashed off to her room. Izuku couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm, but then it struck him that they had both just showered and were about to work up a sweat, prompting a nervous laugh from him. About 20 minutes later, in the secret base, Achiko stood before Izuku, clad in a tank top and shorts, while he wore a simple shirt and shorts. He had already briefed Torbolt about their training session and had quickly devised an ideal regimen for her. "Before we dive into serious training, I need to assess your current stats and data," Torbolt announced from the control area. "How do we do that?" Achiko inquired, her curiosity piqued. In response, Torbolt pressed a button on the control panel, which activated a mechanism in the ceiling. A long metallic device extended downward, illuminating the room with a bright light that caused both Izuku and Achiko to glow with a faint green hue before it faded away. "I've set the room to monitor your strength and speed, allowing me to record your stats for comparison," Torbolt explained. "What kind of tests will I be doing?" Achiko asked, her anticipation growing. "Oh, just some basic apprehension tests," Torbolt replied casually, ready to begin the assessment. For the next hour, Torbolt put Achiko through different tests to measure her capabilities and create a daily workout plan for her. Using holographic projection, he made a course track for tests like the 50-meter dash, the standing long jump, and the distance run. Izuku even helped her with sit-ups and seated toe touch, and he even used his turbo suit to test her grip strength by doing arm wrestling. After another 30 minutes of simple hand-to-hand combat, both Izuku and Achiko sat on the floor, panting for breath. Drinking water bottles Torbolt had brought down, Achiko looked at herself and laughed. I just took a bath not that long ago, and now look at me, she said, raising her arms to show off her sweat. Giving Izuku a playful nudge, she said, this is your fault, you know. And me? You said you wanted to train, he argued back, but she just stuck out her tongue, causing them both to erupt in laughter. Torbolt eventually flew back towards them with results. Based on what I gathered, Achiko is at peak fitness, he said, earning a sigh of relief from Achiko while showing a holographic display from his eye of Achiko's stats. With the training regime I just developed, in the next few months, she'll not only have good control of her zero gravity, she may be as fast as you in speed mode, Izuku. Seriously? Both Izuku and Achiko exclaimed in unison. As he nodded his head, Torbolt vibrated, making an alarm sound similar to a phone. Oh, Izuku, it's time to pick up Eri, he said. Right? He said, getting up from his sitting position, but stopped when he smelled something foul. Raising his arm to smell his armpit, he said, but first, I need to bathe again. Yeah, me too. Let's hurry and clean up, Achiko said, both getting up to their feet and walking in the same direction to the elevator. Hearing this, Torbolt stopped looking at the stats and decided to tease them a little. So you're both gonna take a bath? Together? Huh? Both teens asked, confused, before Torbolt's question finally registered in their brains, turning them into blushing, fumbling messes. No, not like that. Achiko's going first, then me. Izuku insisted. Yeah, right? Achiko said, agreeing with the first part before saying, but you should go first, Izuku. But isn't it ladies first? He asked. Well, yeah, sometimes, but you have to go pick up Eri quickly. Once you're done and you leave, I'll take mine and prep dinner for everyone by the time you come back, she said. Well, okay then, I'll take you up on your offer, he said as the two of them, along with Torbolt, who flew over to them, entered the elevator and went back up to the apartment. Achiko placed the final dish on the table, stepping back to admire her work with a satisfied smile. After Izuku had left, she took some time to freshen up, reheating the meal she had prepared and arranging it neatly at each chair. All right, looking good, she said to herself, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she realized it was about the time Izuku and Eri usually returned home. Just then, the familiar sound of a motorcycle engine echoed from outside, prompting her to brush off her apron and get ready to greet them. Moments later, she heard the unmistakable sound of someone entering the security code, followed by the creak of the door opening. Ah, welcome ho. Achiko began, stepping out of the kitchen, but her words were cut short as Eri dashed past her in a hurry. Eri, I told you I'm not mad. Izuku called out, closing the door behind him. Instead of a reply, the only sound that followed was the loud slam of a door. Izuku let out a heavy sigh as he approached Achiko, who was still staring in the direction Eri had run off. Turning to him with concern, she asked, What happened? She looked like she was crying. Torbolt, the small robot companion, detached from Izuku's chest, and they exchanged worried glances before focusing back on Achiko. Well, Izuku began, explaining the situation as they made their way to the living room and settled onto the couch. The sports festival? Achiko interjected, her eyes widening with surprise and curiosity. They're having that now? Izuku nodded, a bit taken aback himself. Yeah, I was surprised too, especially after everything that happened at the USJ. They're including the elementary kids this time with their own events. Achiko tilted her head, puzzled by Eri's distress. That sounds awesome. What's the issue? Is Eri nervous about joining in? She asked, trying to understand why Eri seemed so down. Torbolt jumped in to clarify, explaining, Koda was the one who filled us in on the details. Their teacher took them outside for gym class to get them ready. Achiko leaned in eager for more information. And then what happened? She pressed. Torbolt continued, Well, according to Koda, the teacher really struggled with physical fitness and couldn't keep up with the kids during their jog around the field. Achiko winced, picturing how embarrassing that must have been for the teacher. I still don't quite get it, though, she admitted. Izuku then chimed in. Koda mentioned that the teacher felt really bad about not being able to teach PE properly and even offered to hire an assistant to help train the kids. She asked if any of them knew someone who could step in, like a parent or a friend of a parent. Achiko's eyes lit up with understanding, a smirk forming on her face, while Izuku shifted uncomfortably in his seat. So, to cut a long story short, the whole class ended up telling her that Aries Guardian Me was a fantastic trainer, he said with a nervous laugh. Koda said Eri tried to protest, but in the end, the teacher asked her to bring me in for a chat. They didn't mention that I'm Midoriya, though. Achiko's expression shifted as she pieced it all together. So, Eri's upset because, she began, finally grasping the situation. Torbolt nodded, adding, she feels responsible for dragging him into something that could really put his secret identity at risk. Izuku sighed, looking disheartened. I tried to reassure her that it wasn't her fault, but she's too upset to listen. Achiko stood up, determination in her eyes. Let me talk to her, she offered. When Izuku hesitated, she reassured him, don't worry. When I was little and feeling down, my mom would always come to me for a little heart-to-heart. With that, she headed down the hall toward Eri's room, ready to lend her support. Heart-to-heart. Izuku and Torbolt asked in unison as they could hear her knock on Eri's door. Judging by the sound of it opening and closing, they assumed that Eri let her inside. Guess we'll have to trust her, said Torbolt. With a smile, Izuku looked in the direction of Eri's room and said, when have I not? Wanting to believe in her, Izuku and Torbolt decided to wait for them in the living room. In a tree beside a house far from where Izuku and the others were, Tachyon lay on a branch, eyes closed, tail dangling and purring softly. Eventually, he perked up at the strange sound of something shifting nearby. Opening one eye, he noticed the window he was resting near slowly creaking open. Although the room inside was dark, he could easily make out the figure of the child who had formed a bond with him, Koda. Curiosity piqued, he lifted his head and watched as Koda leaped from his second-story window onto the metallic water spout beside it, sliding down like a flagpole. Even more intrigued, Tachyon crawled down the tree and approached him as Koda tiptoed across the lawn. Koda! Tachyon called, catching the boy's attention. Startled, Koda jumped as if he had been caught doing something wrong, then turned to see Tachyon. He sighed in relief, glad it was just the cat. To everyone else, Tachyon's voice would sound like a typical cat meow, but for some reason, Koda could understand him as if they were having a human conversation. Oh, it's you, Tachyon, Koda replied. Where are you off to? Tachyon asked. Koda shoved his hands into his pockets and looked away, saying, just going to my secret place. A secret place? Tachyon tilted his head in curiosity. Yeah, it's a spot I found about a year ago. I go there when I want to escape the house and be alone, to think, he explained, starting to walk toward his hiding place. Tachyon remained still, respecting Koda's desire for solitude. To his surprise, Koda turned back with a puzzled expression and asked, aren't you coming? But didn't you say you wanted to be alone? Tachyon replied. Blushing, Koda scratched his cheek and said, I'll make an exception for you. Though it didn't show on his face since he was a cat, Tachyon smiled and followed after Koda. Eventually, the two of them stumbled upon a cave that was perched near the edge of a cliff on the mountainside. This is an amazing view, Tachyon commented as he approached the cliff. I know, right? It's the perfect place to escape from everything, Koda replied, settling down on a rock. Does that mean you'll be coming here after every mission with Midoriya? Tachyon asked. Koda was taken aback by the question. He glanced down at his chest, gently placing a hand on the cold metallic symbol there. I guess, he answered uncertainly. Noticing his hesitation, Tachyon hopped onto Koda's leg as he sat on the rock. Do you not want to? He inquired. Koda frowned, seemingly at a loss for words. Mr. Midoriya did say it was your choice. I know, it's just, he said, once again touching the metallic symbol on his chest. After everything that happened, and with this thing on me, I don't know what will happen next. Honestly, I'm scared to even tell Aunt Mandalay about it. If she finds out I got involved with Midoriya, they might discover his connection to Eri. I don't want anything to happen to her, but I'm not sure I can handle this sidekick role. Tachyon thought for a moment, wagging his tail, before jumping off Koda's legs. How about we give it a shot? He suggested. Give what a shot? Koda asked, confused. You know, try to get a feel for being a hero, he replied. Koda fell silent for a moment, then let out a sigh and stood up. Fine. But how do I, he said, looking at his hands. I honestly don't know. From what I've seen of Mr. Midoriya, it looks like he generates his turbo energy, and then his Ultralink Torbolt controls it to form his suit. Maybe you should try that, Tachyon suggested. As he spoke, Koda closed his eyes and focused. Suddenly he felt a pulse in his chest, prompting him to open his eyes and see the reactor glowing green on his chest. I think it's working. Alright, I'm ready, Koda exclaimed, feeling a surge of excitement and determination. He recalled how Midoriya transformed and began to mimic the gesture, crossing his arms and shouting, Tachyon! Go Turbo! In response to his energy, Tachyon's eyes flashed green, and with incredible speed he dashed around Kota, stopped behind him, and then lunged forward, jumping onto his back. This caused the reactor in Kota's chest to erupt with turbo energy. As the energy enveloped him, it began to manifest on Kota's skin, spreading from his fingers to his arms, from his toes to his legs, and finally up to his chest. The energy then formed around his head, creating a helmet with a green visor, completing his transformation. Once Kota landed back on the ground, he examined his hands, opening and closing his fists. I did it, he said, nodding. So what's next? Now, we need to assess your abilities, Tachyon replied through his mind. No offense, but it still feels strange hearing you in my head, Kota remarked. You'll get used to it, Tachyon replied casually. Okay, I know I can crush a cup without hurting myself, and my turbo energy makes my water gun quirk stronger, Kota said before shooting a stream of water from his hands into the distance. We haven't tested your speed yet, Tachyon noted. With a hum, Kota readied his feet, took a deep breath, and rushed forward like a slight orange blur behind him. In an instant, he found himself a short distance away from where he had started. Wow, that was quick, he said, glancing back and forth between his starting point and his current location, chuckling with excitement. He then looked toward the cliff and said, maybe I can try a single-bound leap. Single-bound what? Tachyon asked, sounding confused. You know that thing most superheroes do, like All Might, where they jump so far they can reach places they want, he said, getting into a on-your-mark stance. Let's see if I can go farther than All Might. Kota, I don't think this is a good idea. We're just starting and we don't know where we're going to land, and... But Kota, too excited to listen, grinned as sparks of orange energy crackled from his fists pressed against the ground. Through his visor, he focused on the edge of the cliff, imagining it as a ramp, and muttered, gotta go fast. With a burst of speed, leaving orange afterimages behind, he ran on all fours like a cat, heading straight for the cliff's edge. When his hands finally touched the edge, he crouched and leaped high into the air, screaming with excitement. Woo! He yelled, spreading his arms and legs wide, feeling the wind rush past him. Eventually, he looked down and noticed that the forest surrounding his house had been replaced by the lights of buildings. He was so mesmerized by the view that he didn't realize he was slowly descending. Kota. We're falling. Tachyon screamed, snapping Kota back to reality. Wah? Kota screamed, flailing his arms as he began to fall. His initial excitement was quickly replaced by a creeping fear. Tachyon, however, was desperately trying to figure out how to help him land safely. He noticed they were headed straight for a street that had barely any people around. Kota, use your water gun quirk on the street. Tachyon shouted. What? Kota yelled, still confused. Create a big pond of water to cushion your landing. Don't worry, I'll manage the turbo energy you use with your quirk, he said. Kota still didn't fully understand, but he nodded, pointed both hands at the street he was about to crash into, and unleashed his water gun. As the water gushed out, he worried it might damage the road, but true to his word, Tachyon controlled the turbo energy flowing into his quirk, making it powerful enough to create what looked like a makeshift water slide. The water he shot out slowed his fall, and when he hit the ground, instead of a hard landing, Kota simply splashed into the water he had created and slid down the street like a flat water slide. Bystanders were taken aback, some stepping aside as he glided past them before finally coming to a stop. Kota stood up with a groan, holding his head and shaking off the excess water. "Phew, that was close." "Thanks, Tachyon," he said, grateful to his cat partner. "Maybe take it easy next time before rushing into something." "That extreme," Tachyon replied with a hint of scolding. Yeah, I'll save it for my actual training," Kota responded, slightly annoyed. He then began to hear murmurs around him, followed by the sound of camera shutters. Looking around, he noticed people gathering, talking about him in his costume, and snapping pictures. "Who's the kid in the cat cosplay?" a man asked. "What's he doing out this late?" a woman chimed in. "For a kid, that's a whole lot of water," someone taking a picture remarked. As the crowd drew closer, Tachyon spoke up, "We're attracting too much attention. We need to get out of here." "Yeah, let's," he said just before a loud explosion erupted, followed by a bright flash that made him and the onlookers shield their eyes and brace themselves as the ground trembled. When he uncovered his eyes, Kota gasped at the scene before him. About 3 buildings away, a small apartment was engulfed in flames. He instinctively stepped back, glancing left and right to see people pulling out their phones, likely calling the fire department or a hero. He felt the urge to flee the area but froze when he heard a woman screaming. Turning back, he spotted her on the balcony of the burning building, crying out for help. "Kota, the building structure is failing. I'm tracking the fire department's location, and they should arrive soon," Tachyon said, displaying a map in Kota's visor that showed how far away the fire trucks were. "What should we do?" As a child, he knew the obvious choice was to run, hide, and wait for the adults to take charge. But ever since the attack on the USJ, something had changed in him when he saw Eri in danger. His body had moved on its own to save her, even knowing he could get hurt. Hearing that woman scream, he wondered what if it were Eri trapped up there. Would he run and hide? Or would he? "Kota!" Tachyon exclaimed as Kota turned and sprinted toward the burning building. The onlookers gasped as they watched him dash past and leap high to reach the balcony where the woman was. "I've got you. Hold on tight," he called out. In a normal situation, the woman might have questioned what a kid was doing, but fear took over, and she crouched down to his level, gripping him tightly. With both hands around her, he lifted her off the balcony and onto the street, using his water gun to cushion their fall. As the woman knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, Kota glanced back at the building. "Tachyon, can you see how many people are in that building?" he asked. Switching to thermal lenses, Tachyon replied as Kota's lenses changed color, revealing various heat signatures inside the building. Most of the signatures glowed orange and red due to the fire, but he noticed a few blue spots scattered throughout. "There are about 8 people still inside." "Then we need to move quickly," he said, tracing the heat signatures to each apartment. He discovered a couple in one of the units, clinging to each other in bed, likely asleep before the chaos began. Breaking through their balcony door with his water gun, he urged them to come toward him. Thanks to his turbo-enhanced strength, he lifted both of them effortlessly and brought them to safety, where bystanders covered them with blankets. Next, he found another couple, this time with a child. Their apartment was engulfed in flames, surrounding them as the father held tightly to both his wife and child. Kota felt a pang of guilt and unleashed a wave of water, extinguishing the flames around them and dousing their singed clothes. He was relieved to see ambulances arriving, so he brought the child down first before returning for the parents, leaving them in the care of first responders equipped with breathing masks. One by one, he jumped to each balcony, helping the remaining 3 residents from separate apartments. If he encountered a unit fully engulfed in flames, he used his water gun to extinguish the fire. To his surprise, the force of his water was strong enough to douse the flames in an entire room, even if it left the person he rescued soaked. Ignoring that detail, he continued his mission, ensuring he saved every person until he counted a total of 8. As he lowered the last person, an elderly man, onto a stretcher, he watched as the ambulance took him away. "Thank you, young man," the man said, reaching out to Kota, who nodded in reply. Looks like that's everyone, Tachyon said. Great, now we can. Koda started but was cut off by another scream. He turned to see the wife of the family he had just saved, frantically pointing at the building. His eyes widened as he realized the fires he had extinguished were reigniting, and they were spreading rapidly to the neighboring buildings. Tachyon? Where's the fire department? 1 minute away, he replied. No, we don't have enough time. Koda exclaimed, noticing the flames spreading to 2 more buildings. He clenched his fists and looked up. I have an idea. Make my quirk super powerful. Wait, what? Koda, you might put out the fires, but you'll damage the buildings in the process. Tachyon cautioned, but Koda shook his head. Trust me. Koda shouted as he dashed closer to the flames. Gritting his teeth, his heart raced as turbo energy began to charge, flowing into his hands. Taking deep breaths, he opened his eyes wide beneath his visor, aimed both palms skyward, and yelled, Go Turbo, Ultra Geyser. The moment he shouted that, it was as if he had become a geyser himself, unleashing a massive, high-pressure stream of water that shot into the sky, nearly reaching the clouds. The crowd watched in awe as he began to spin, using his energy to accelerate, transforming into a tornado that spread the water like rain. People marveled as the young boy created what looked like a hurricane-level downpour, successfully extinguishing the flames engulfing all 3 buildings. The onlookers spread their arms to feel whatever rain remained, as Koda slowed down his spin, turning off his quirk in the process, with his head spinning from lack of water. Taking deep breaths, he placed a hand on his knees. Koda, you did it. Tachyon said, impressed. Opening his eyes, he looked at the buildings and saw that though they were burned, every single trace of the flames was gone. As he made a slight chuckle at his performance, he heard the sound of clapping from behind him. He turned around to see the people he had just saved, along with others, clapping and cheering for him. Even the paramedics joined in, applauding his efforts. One of them approached him, holding out a bottle of water. Here, you look dehydrated. I guess that makes sense considering all the water you used. Oh, thank you, Koda replied, taking the bottle and starting to drink. After a moment, someone recording the scene came up to him and asked, Hey, kid, are you a new hero or something? And no, I'm just a sidekick, Koda said, waving his hands in a dismissive manner. A sidekick? Whose sidekick? Another person with a camera inquired. Koda hesitated for a moment before answering, Midoriya. Midoriya. The vigilante Midoriya. The same person exclaimed, clearly surprised as they continued filming. So he's taking kids as sidekicks now? Hey, if you're his sidekick, what's your name? A third person with a phone asked. Koda fell silent for a bit. Not long ago, he had been unsure about wanting to do this. But after witnessing what he had just accomplished and feeling the thrill of it, he realized he wanted to do more. Slowly, he began to understand his parents' motivations and the reasons behind their choices. Just thinking about them and the hero names they had chosen sparked an answer in his mind. Turning to face the camera of the person who had asked for his name, he smiled and declared, Turbo Hose, sidekick of the vigilante, Midoriya. As soon as he said that, the crowd erupted in cheers, and a warm feeling spread through his heart. The excitement eventually faded when the sound of sirens filled the air. The fire department had finally arrived, followed closely by the police. He watched as the vehicles made sharp turns and surrounded him. What? Koda exclaimed, bewildered. His confusion deepened when the officers stepped out of their cars and aimed their guns at him. Freeze, kid, one of them yelled. You've caused enough fires for one night, another added. Wait, they think you did it? Tachyon exclaimed, equally shocked. Koda, however, felt too drained to think or respond. Even though the paramedic had given him some water, it didn't fully revive him, and he didn't want to take any risks with weapons aimed at him. Overall, he was terrified. About 15 minutes later, everyone gathered around the dining table, enjoying their meal as if nothing unusual had occurred. The girls beamed with joy at the tasty food, while Izuku glanced back and forth between them, his utensils in hand, feeling a bit confused. He began, catching their attention. What did you guys talk about? Eri exchanged a quick look with Achiko, both of them smiling before Eri replied, "Sorry daddy, but that's a girl's secret." Surprised by her answer, Izuku turned to Achiko, who simply smiled, placed a finger to her lips, and shook her head. "Let's just say I helped her understand that you and I will always love her, no matter what," she explained. This reassured Izuku, and he turned his gaze back to Eri, who was happily taking another bite of her food. "Eri, about your class," he began, making her tense up slightly. Noticing her reaction, he quickly added, "that I've been considering the offer." "Really?" Both Eri and Achiko exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, but," he continued, trying to ease their excitement, "if I go, I'll need to be in camouflage mode the entire time." Achiko looked puzzled. "Camouflage mode? Aren't you always in that when you go out?" she asked. He explained, "What I mean is, I have to cover my face at you. That way, if anyone figures out I'm Midoriya, they'll think I'm someone else," while gesturing to his face. "That's why I optimized the helmet of Izuku's turbo suit to give him a different face and hairstyle when he goes into camouflage," Torbolt said as he flew out of his hiding spot. "Really? How does that work?" Achiko asked, intrigued. For a demonstration, Izuku got up from his chair, walked a short distance away from the table, and crossed his arms. "Go Turbo!" he shouted as Torbolt linked to his chest, bursting forth with bright green energy, causing both girls to shield their eyes. When the light faded, both girls looked at Izuku, and what they saw made them drop their utensils. Although he was in regular clothes, his natural green hair and eyes had turned black, and he was now wearing square-rimmed glasses. "So, what do you think?" Izuku asked, but the girls just stared at him in shock. "I think I'm a little freaked out," Achiko admitted honestly. "I don't like it," Eri said, looking visibly uncomfortable. "Guys, don't worry. It's just his mask covering his face," Torbolt reassured them from his chest. To demonstrate, half of Izuku's face dematerialized from his ears to the center, revealing his regular green hair and eyes behind it. This sight eased both girls' worries. "While teaching, I'll wear my disguise and go by the name Hikari Midoriya," he said, fully putting on his mask and giving it a quick knock with his fist to show that it was on. He then dematerialized it entirely, revealing his true features before adding, "But with my family, I'll always be Izuku Midoriya." "Thank goodness, because I like you for who you are," Achiko said with a smile. Seeing his eyes widen and a blush appear on his cheek, she realized what she had just said. However, she maintained her smile, lowered her head, and added, "I mean, you did save me and helped my parents find work. If you completely changed your face, I wouldn't get to see my hero." "Me too. I wouldn't want to miss seeing the face of the hero who saved me and the dad who took care of me," Eri chimed in. Even Torbolt flew in front of him and said, "I'd feel a bit uneasy not seeing the face of the partner I've bonded with." Hearing all three of them say that, small tears began to well up in Izuku's eyes. He wiped them away and said, "Wow, thanks, everyone. And like I said, it's just to hide myself at UA. For the three of you and Koda, I promise I won't ever change." "Koda?" Eri exclaimed in surprise, catching both Izuku and Achiko off guard. "Of course, Eri. Since Koda's going to be my student, I have to look after him too," he replied, raising an eyebrow in confusion. "No, Koda," she shouted, pointing toward the living room, or more specifically, the TV they had left on. Everyone turned to see a live news report displayed on the screen. A helicopter camera was shining its spotlight on someone holding their hands up in surrender while people protested. Upon closer inspection, Izuku could make out a child, no older than 10, wearing an orange cat-like costume. "Oh no! Come on, Torbolt!" Izuku exclaimed as he quickly got up from the table and dashed toward the door, with Torbolt flying closely behind him. The girls looked toward the door, noticing a faint green light flashing from behind it, followed by the sound of a quick swoosh. No, I didn't start this," Koda exclaimed, raising his hands in surrender as he stepped back, the police closing in on him. Some officers were even holding back the civilians, who were starting to protest. "What are you doing?" "He saved us," a woman from the crowd shouted. "Hey, leave him alone. He's just a kid," a man yelled. This is child abuse. That boy is a hero. Another civilian added. This is going on my blog. Someone else declared, pulling out their phone despite the police telling them to put it away as they stepped back. Meanwhile, other officers were pushing Koda, who called himself Turbohose, back toward the walls of the now-charred building. Kid, you're going to have to come with us to the station, one officer said. Be careful, he might accidentally use his quirk, another warned. Please, just leave me alone, Turbohose pleaded, feeling the rough wall against his back. Koda, let me take control and knock them out so we can escape, Tachyon urged through their telepathic link. No, if we do that, it will make me look like a criminal, he replied, the officers now just an arm's length away. But as one reached out for him. Enough! A booming voice echoed, amplified as if by a loudspeaker. Everyone, officers, civilians, and Turbohose looked up to find the source. A masked figure in a green suit with wings hovered above, radiating authority. Midoriya! Turbohose exclaimed, both surprised and relieved to see him as he descended. That is my sidekick, and he's also my student. If you have a problem with him, you have a problem with me, Midoriya declared, his mask flashing a faint green light, emphasizing his seriousness. It's the vigilante Midoriya, one officer shouted, aiming his gun at him. We're taking both you and the kid into custody. As Midoriya took up a defensive stance, Turbohose was ready to jump in and assist. However, he hesitated when he caught a strange scent in the air. For some reason, he detected smoke, despite knowing he had extinguished all the flames. Glancing to his left, he noticed he was right next to a window and decided to take a quick look inside. That's when he spotted an orange glow that seemed to be moving. Before he could process it, the orange glow shot toward him with such speed that he instinctively ducked. Both Midoriya and the officers turned their heads at the sound of shattering glass, witnessing what appeared to be a small robot spewing flames as it flew toward them, leaving a trail of fire on the street. Reacting on instinct, the officers opened fire, but the robot deftly dodged their shots and unleashed flames from its pincer-like hands, igniting the uniforms of the officers. No! Turbohose yelled, leaping from his position to spray water on the officers, dousing the flames that had singed their skin. Feeling increasingly parched, he bent over, resting his hands on his knees, and began to pant heavily. Meanwhile, the robot turned its gaze toward Turbohose, narrowing its single eye as if displeased that he had extinguished its flames. With flames trailing behind it, it rocketed straight toward him. Just as Turbohose prepared to leap away, something or someone intervened, pulled back a fist, and landed a punch right in the robot's eye. Torbolt! Midoriya shouted. Got it, his partner replied, disconnecting from Midoriya's chest to let him grasp his pincers. As the robot recovered from the blow and charged at them again, Midoriya harnessed his turbo energy, allowing Torbolt to channel it and unleash an energy laser through his eye, striking the robot squarely in the center. As Torbolt reconnected with Midoriya's armor, both he and Turbohose observed the robot lying motionless on the ground. They approached it to get a closer look. Izuku, Torbolt said. That's an Ultralink. An Ultralink? Midoriya exclaimed, surprised. As far as he knew, the only Ultralinks he had encountered were his partner Torbolt and his mentor's partner, Steel. He wasn't sure if Tachyon counted as an Ultralink, but he thought he could include him. From the stories he had heard, after their master was destroyed, the Ultralinks scattered across the globe, making this the first one he had seen apart from the ones he already knew. But this one's different, Torbolt remarked. What do you mean, different? Turbohose asked, picking up on his tone through the Ultralink frequency. Aren't you from the same alien species? We are, Koda, but what I mean is I've never encountered an Ultralink like this one. I've seen all kinds of Ultralinks during my time with Makino, but this one feels like a newer model, he explained. But if Makino, the one who created you and all Ultralinks, is dead, where did this one come from? Midoriya inquired, just as he heard the sound of more sirens approaching. Realizing where he was, he knew it was only a matter of time before actual pro-heroes arrived. Never mind, we can figure that out later. We need to get out of here. Alright, Turbo Hose nodded, allowing Midoriya to hold on to him after he picked up the lifeless Ultralink. With his flight mode activated, he soared into the air, leaving the slightly burned police officers in the care of the paramedics who remained after the fire incident. As they flew, Turbo Hose remained quiet as Midoriya carried him away from the scene. Because of the mask, he could hardly tell his expression and wasn't even sure if he was upset that he had gone off to stop a fire by himself. With a deep breath, he opened his mouth to speak, but Midoriya spoke before him. "So, where do you live?" he asked. Turbo Hose closed his mouth and raised an eyebrow under his visor. Embarrassed, he said, "I, want to talk to you alone, but I don't know where to go, honestly. If we go to my home, well, you know." "Why yeah," Kota said, remembering he lived with two girls who could get curious about their conversations. With a deep breath, he pointed in one direction and said, "I know somewhere we can talk, and it's next to my house, so go that way." Looking in the direction he was pointing, Midoriya nodded and picked up his speed. Soon, he landed on a cliffside and released Turbo Hose so he could stand. "What is this place?" Izuku asked as his flight mode switched back to base mode, his helmet off and revealing his face. "It's kind of a secret spot I found not far from my house," Kota replied, also removing his helmet and sitting down on the rock he had been on before. "We flew quite a distance to get here. How did you make it to the city so quickly?" Izuku asked, still taking in their surroundings. "Well, I kind of jumped over there," Kota admitted. "You were able to jump that far?" "Wow," Izuku said, clearly impressed. "Go ahead, just say it," Kota said, pulling his knees to his chest. "That I shouldn't have put myself in danger, and that I was being reckless. Just get it over with, I already feel bad enough." Izuku was taken aback by Kota's assumption. He realized that anyone else would be scolding him by now, but he didn't see any reason to do so. He walked over to Kota, causing the little boy to look up. "Can I sit down?" he asked, pointing to the rock beside him. Kota looked a bit confused but shrugged, allowing Izuku to sit next to him. "Listen, Kota, as an adult, I have to tell you that what you did was reckless." At that, Kota's eyes filled with shame, but then he felt a hand on his back. He turned to see that Izuku wasn't upset, he was smiling. "But what you did was noble," he said, gazing out into the distance. "Not many young people would do what you did. I know this from experience." "What do you mean?" Kota asked, looking up at him with curious eyes. Izuku met his gaze with a sad smile, ready to share his story. From the start he shared how, ever since he was a kid, he had dreamed of being a hero like his idol, All Might. But when he turned 4, he was diagnosed as quirkless, and his hopes of becoming a hero were nearly crushed. Yet, he never gave up and continued to chase his dream all the way through middle school. Kota, in response, called him crazy and said he should have given up, but Izuku replied that he had heard that from countless people, especially his childhood bully. He went on to tell how, one day, when he was attacked by a slime villain, he was saved by All Might himself, who later told him he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. After that, he saved the same childhood bully with All Might's help from the same slime villain that had attacked him, yet the bully didn't even thank him. Kota frowned and remarked that both Katsuki and All Might were a bunch of jerks, which made Izuku laugh. He then continued his story about how he was so filled with rage that his turbo energy built up for the first time, causing an explosion that not only destroyed his home but also took his mom's life. This made Kota place a hand on Izuku's knee and pat it with a sympathetic look. Izuku teared up at the memory but went on to explain how he trained under the original Max Steel, met and rescued both Eri and Achiko, and how he started his new life. After hearing his story, Kota gazed up at the sky, much like Izuku, and reflected on everything he had just shared. As he did, the little boy couldn't shake the thought of how similar they were. In a way, they were both orphans, yet he chose to live his life and chase his dreams, refusing to let the memory of losing his mother hold him back. Looking at his suit's hand, he clenched it and stood up, catching Izuku off guard. "All right, let's do this," he said with determination. "Huh?" Izuku replied, puzzled. "Let's make it official. Show everyone that we're the best." "Even better," he declared, placing both hands on his hips and puffing out his chest. Surprised by his sudden resolve, Izuku couldn't help but laugh and stand up. He walked over to the boy, extended his hand, and said, "Okay. Let's give it our all, Turbo Hose." "You got it, Midoriya," Koda replied, shaking his hand. The next day at UA Elementary, Mrs. Ikoma, still dressed in her work clothes, guided the children to the back field where they would have physical education after changing into clothes suitable for sweating. Before the kids could ask what they were going to do, she spoke up. "All right, kids, from today on, I will just be your homeroom teacher. You'll be taught by someone who volunteered to cover all the basics of phys ed," she said, noticing the excited smiles on the children's faces. What she didn't realize was that their excitement stemmed from knowing exactly who it was. Koda wore a smug grin while Eri blushed with anticipation. Just then, the person they had been waiting for emerged from the back of the school building, carrying a duffel bag. He was a teenager with messy black hair, dark eyes, and glasses that seemed to be prescription, dressed casually. Following him was a girl around his age with brunette hair, pulling two heavy blue igloo crates that, judging by their floating appearance, indicated she was using her quirk. Once they arrived, Mrs. Ikoma introduced them, saying, "Kids, let me introduce Eri's guardian, Mr. Hikari Midoriya. I want to thank you for volunteering to help teach my class, especially since I struggle with these kinds of activities." "Oh, come on, don't be too hard on yourself. From what I've heard, you did your best. Just leave the class to me and my." He hesitated, glancing at the brunette who looked at him with eager eyes, her cheeks flushed. Clearing his throat, he continued, "My assistant. We'll make sure they're ready for the sports festival." While Mrs. Ikoma sighed in relief, the brunette seemed to pout in disappointment for some reason. The kids, except for Eri and Koda, looked at the teen in confusion. Once their teacher left, he turned to the children sitting on the ground. "Hello, kids," he greeted with a wave, but was surprised when they didn't respond as he had expected. Before he could even ask, Tamashiro spoke up for the group. Sorry, but who are you?" he asked, looking clearly confused. "Yeah, you're not Eri's guardian," Mahoro added. "Are you his brother or something?" "What?" the teen Hikari said, even more puzzled. Just then he heard someone clear their throat behind him. He turned to see the brunette pointing to her own face. It took him a moment to realize what she meant. "Oh right, sorry." Turning back to the children, Hikari, or more likely Izuku, revealed himself by turning off his camouflage, exposing his green hair and freckles. The kids' faces shifted from confusion to excitement at the sight of their hero. They looked about to scream, but Izuku quickly put a finger to his lips, scanning for their teacher or any UA staff before reactivating his disguise. The kids understood and fell silent. "Okay, as you all know, while my hair looks like this, my name is Mr. Hikari. Make sure to always call me that, all right?" he instructed. "Yes, sensei," they all replied obediently. To be honest, he thought they would be rowdier. He never expected this level of respect. Pulling out a sheet of paper from his bag, he asked everyone to sit down on the grass. Once they were settled, he began reading from it. "All right, regarding the sports festival for the children, it's not much different from what the high school students will do, except your events will be a bit different," he explained. "How are they different?" Katsuma asked, raising his hand. "There will be 3 main events: red light, green light, tug of war, and a bot battle. Most of you probably know about the first 2, so let me explain the bot battle. In this final event, you'll face off against a robot set to the easiest level at the start. From what I've heard, the robot's difficulty will ramp up as time goes on, meaning it will become tougher until you either give up or the referee decides it's enough," he explained. "But how can we win if we can't beat it?" Satsuki asked, raising her hand. "Don't worry. The main goal of the fight is to grab the attention of the high schoolers. Winning isn't the priority, it's about showing them what you're capable of," he reassured them. "What do you mean by getting the attention of the high schoolers?" Koda asked, looking confused. Every year during the sports festival, various professionals come to watch or tune in on TV to see the skills of the heroes in training and who they might want to take under their wing at their agency, he explained. With the new elementary students, there's a new rule allowing them to participate in the work studies that the high schoolers are doing. The catch is that the students will choose which child goes with them. For example, if one of them picks you and you get recruited by the Endeavor Agency, you'll be going along with them too. Hearing this, the children erupted in excitement at the thought of being with real pros. All right everyone, we have 2 weeks until the sports festival. During this time, I'll do my best to help you all improve your quirks so you can impress the pros. Are you ready? Izuku announced, prompting a loud cheer from the kids. Once the excitement settled, a little girl with 2 flowers in her hair raised her hand, catching Izuku's attention. Oh Hana, is it? Do you have a question? He asked. I was just wondering. She hesitated, glancing at Achiko, who stood quietly beside Izuku. Is that girl your girlfriend? The question made both Izuku and Achiko's faces turn bright red, while the other girls erupted in excitement. Oh, are you two dating? One girl with brown chestnut hair asked. Did you kiss like my parents do? Another girl with yellow pigtails chimed in. Why are you asking him that? Mahoro exclaimed, the only girl blushing at the conversation. Oh, looks like someone's embarrassed. What? Afraid of a little kissy-kissy? Tamashiro teased, making exaggerated kissing sounds. This earned him a playful pounce from Mahoro, who was not amused. Meanwhile, Izuku and Achiko tried to calm the chaos while blushing furiously, as Koda and Katsuma worked to pull Tamashiro away from Mahoro, who was being tugged by Eri and Satsuki. After about 5 minutes, once everyone had calmed down, Izuku announced the start of their training session. To kick things off, Izuku had Achiko distribute rubber bands to each child, each featuring his Torbolt symbol for good luck. While they were thrilled to receive such a gift from a renowned vigilante, they had no idea that those symbols contained micro-electrocardiogram chips to monitor their vitals, heart rates, and quirk levels. Once he finished, he instructed the kids to jog around the field 3 times. The first lap at a normal pace, the second at full speed without using any quirks, and the third as fast as they could while utilizing their quirks. Monitoring them with a tablet he had brought along, he took notes on how they could improve. He wasn't surprised to see Koda sprinting ahead during the last stretch, likely using his turbo energy to secure first place. He smiled and nodded when he noticed Eri finishing in the top 10 out of 18 students, 6 girls, including Eri, Satsuki, and Mahoro, and 12 boys, including Koda, Katsuma, and Tamashiro. After that, he led them through some basic exercises like jumping jacks, bear crawls, crab walks, push-ups, and fun games like tag and obstacle courses set up with cones he had brought. He allowed the kids to take breaks after each workout and enjoy the drinks he provided. At one point, he pulled Koda aside for some extra training to prepare him as his sidekick while the other kids played together. Thanks to his turbo energy, the training felt more like a warm-up for Koda compared to what the others were doing. After some time, Torbolt managed to create a simple 2-week workout plan that combined various African martial arts and other styles, including Zulu stick fighting, tiger-style kung fu, wushu, dam, lam, capoeira, taekwondo, Muay Thai, shurikenjutsu, and intanjutsu. Koda thought it was a bit crazy, but Izuku explained how each style would enhance his movements in Turbo Hose Cat mode. With a sigh, Koda nodded and said he was ready. As the days went by, the kids put in a lot of effort to meet their hero's expectations, while Izuku worked hard to ensure that both they and Koda were ready for what lay ahead. Koda, imitating the moves Torbolt demonstrated, excelled at an impressive pace, thanks to his natural agility. His training caught the eye of several students, and by the middle of the first week, instead of goofing off, they would either watch him or plead with Izuku to teach them how to fight like he did. In response, he asked each of them what fighting style they were interested in, reading from a checklist he had prepared. Most opted for karate or judo, but Izuku was taken aback when Katsuma Shimano approached him and requested to learn Muay Thai. He was curious about why Katsuma chose such a tough DSPLN, but when he saw the determination in his eyes, he decided to teach the basics of each style to everyone to prevent any injuries, even offering tips on how to incorporate their quirks into their chosen martial arts. 2 weeks later, on the final Sunday before the sports festival, Izuku invited Koda to his home for an important discussion. Unsure of what it was about, Koda managed to get his aunt's permission and was dropped off early in the morning. He walked toward the elevator, with Tachyon emerging from his hiding spot to accompany him until they reached the door. Before pressing the button, he made sure his aunt's car was no longer in sight. Once he confirmed she was gone, he pressed the button, entered the elevator with Tachyon by his side, and let the doors close. Pulling out a piece of paper with numbers written on it, he pressed the buttons in the order listed, feeling the elevator begin to descend. Initially confused, since he knew he was on the ground floor, he quickly realized that this was his mentor's place, which explained everything. When the elevator dinged, he stepped out and was taken aback by the new room he found himself in. "Ah, good morning, Koda," Izuku greeted as he exited the room he had just been in, with Torbolt floating beside him. "Morning, sir. This place is pretty cool," Koda replied, while Tachyon meowed in greeting. "So, why did you bring him here on a weekend? More training?" "You could say that, but don't worry. I have a feeling you're going to enjoy it," Izuku said, excitement evident on his face. "What do you mean by that?" Koda asked, now curious. "Follow me," Izuku instructed, leading him further inside. As they walked, Izuku explained while Koda took in the sights of the lair. "Here's the deal. Whenever you and Tachyon are nearby, Torbolt has been analyzing your data, both when you're apart and when you're together. Once he gathered enough, he sent it off to my mentor for analysis." "And?" Koda inquired. "Surprisingly, Tachyon is actually a type of Ultralink. We don't know where he comes from, but his biology is quite similar to ours," Torbolt explained. "That really explains why he was able to bond with you, just like other Ultralinks, including me, can bond with either humans or inanimate objects." "Wow, that's wild," Koda said, glancing down at his alien feline partner, who met his gaze and meowed in a way that only he could understand. "No, I don't think it's crazy to bond with you. I just think it's really cool that something like this could happen to me, a 10-year-old kid." "Meow," Tachyon replied in a contented tone, as if to say he was fine with that. "Anyway," Torbolt interjected, "because of that discovery, we can confirm that you're also capable of doing it." Doing what?" Koda asked, raising an eyebrow as they neared the metal door. With a smile still on his face, Izuku placed his hand on the fingerprint scanner, causing the door to slide open and reveal a mysterious chamber. As Koda surveyed the room and the machinery at its center, he turned to Izuku, who exclaimed excitedly, "You can use turbo modes." Koda's eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh really? And here I thought you." "Wait, what?" he shouted, completely taken aback. "I know, right?" Izuku replied, his enthusiasm infectious. "My mentor Max told me that you can transform your armor into different techno-organic suits, each granting you unique abilities. Like your strength mode, speed mode, spike mode, and the others?" Koda asked, his voice tinged with excitement. "Exactly. But for you, they won't be turbo modes, they'll be animal modes," Izuku explained as he approached a console. "My mentor had an old partner who used animal modes in battle before he retired. His partner, Steel, sent over the schematics for the animal modes he used, along with a few new ones he created. So, does that mean my training today is to test out these animal modes?" Koda inquired, glancing at the machinery in the center. "That's right. But first, we need to upload them into your body using Tachyon. Koda, I need you to step onto the platform and change into your suit," Izuku instructed. Following his guidance, Koda set his bag down on the ground, climbed onto the platform, and stood ready. "Okay, go turbo," he shouted, activating his transformation into his alter ego, Turbo Hose. "Okay, what now?" Koda asked as his mask faded away, revealing his face and black hair. "Now, we'll start the upload," Torbolt replied, typing on the console. "Just hang tight and let the forms flow through your mind." Koda nodded and looked up at the ceiling, noticing it glowing a faint green. Soon after, a beam of light enveloped him, and his body radiated with the same hue. A strange tingling sensation mixed with excitement coursed through him, and as he opened his eyes, a brilliant flash erupted from his body, prompting both Izuku and Torbolt to shield their eyes. When they could see again, they were awestruck by the sight of Koda floating midair above the chamber, his eyes glowing a faint green, while his helmet reappeared on his head. Before Izuku could fully comprehend what was happening, Koda's body surged with his signature turbo energy, transforming into various animal forms with each pulse. As he gently descended back to the ground, Tachyon detached from him, leaving a soft glow around his body until it vanished completely. Seeing Koda on one knee, Izuku rushed to his side, supporting him as he asked, "Koda, are you okay?" Koda took a few deep breaths, lifted his head, smiled at Izuku and said, "I feel turbofied." Hearing this, Izuku grinned as Tachyon jumped onto Koda's shoulders and affectionately licked his cheek.